Hey, X Metrics, how's it going? Your Saturday's been going well? Guten Tag, Guten Tag. Ready for some React-ification? Hey, that's good. Hey, Xenomorph, how's it going? Your Saturday's been going well? Making progress on that 100 hours perfect project? Wow, that's a long one for sure, X Metrics. I think the most I've ever done is a 14, but not Apex, that's for sure. Whew, wow. I mean, yeah, you're putting in the work for sure. Wow. And of course, those who don't know why, check that out. There do be a link. Let's go and switch the screen over. Yeah, for sure. I mean, hopefully it will, Xenomorph. You know, it's a process. I will admit, trash aim and trash dev. Hey, as long as you're consistent, right? X metrics. Yeah, Xenomorph. Hopefully, this does, provide different insights, different ways to do it. Because, as far as I know, there's no one good way. There are just a couple of different variations. What we're talking about is the reactification of the front end for full stack projects. So, those who don't know, those just catching this one, I have been reactifying all the not static front ends that we have done in 100 devs up to this point. We've done all of these, and now the last one we did was the client side of a project. It was a separate client side, so the link to the repo is right here. That's the old code, and then we reactified it first by throwing in Babel standalone, which allows us to write JSX in the browser. Then the browser will turn this into real JavaScript that it can use. Same for our app, which to demonstrate when you come to the page, there's a moment of nothingness because we're using Babel standalone. Then it loads and we have a box we can input stuff in. If you click the button, it sometimes when you put stuff in the text, then click the button, it shows the birth name for that particular wrapper. And if you enter someone who's in the database, it shows their name. And it does this by making a fetch request to that URL with the wrapper name and then updating the state accordingly. This is the functional version of it. Up here is the classical version of it. They are identical, and the only difference being one was written in classes and the other is written in functions. But this has all kind of been just React up until this point. Now that we're moving on to full stack applications, we're kind of merging the two, which means the times of using Babel standalone just to get some React on the page is coming to an end. So, the next one we are reactifying is this right here. Let's set our good break timer up, and let's start reactifying it. So, looking at the current project, what it actually is before we start messing with it, it's an Express server. It connects to a MongoDB database, allows you to create new entries, like new entries, and delete entries. And it has index.ejs as the view engine, basically EJS, which when you come to this page, it generates this HTML, has a nice little form, and has a JavaScript, so it has some client-side JavaScript to handle the deleting and the liking of the wrappers. So the backend isn't going to change that much. I say that much because it will change, but since we're targeting the front end with React, that's what's going to change the most. But before we can change it, we should probably get it running. So whenever you get a new npm project, you gotta run npm install to install all the dependencies. And then you look for a readme file. There's no readme file in this project. So you can look to the package.json. There are no scripts for this project, so kind of just figure it out on ourselves. We see a server.js file. It looks like it creates a server, and if we get down to the bottom, it looks like it starts a server. Yeah, bare bones, more the good old days, right? So we can kind of guess that in order to start the server, we say node server.js, and it explodes because it is using not good database credentials. Let me just take a quick peek at this. Ah, yeah, okay. All good. So yeah, these were the ones that Leon left in there just to show this is what they look like, but we want a real database. So I'm just gonna make a local one. MongoDB, DB, or MongoDB path base. And you can use a real one. I'm just making one in a local folder, so it's easier that way. I'll update the URL from all of this to localhost 27017, and then here's the database name. Wrap, might as well. And now, if I cd back in and restart it. Xmetrics, the app I use for most of my Mongo management is Mongo Compass, actually. Yeah, I've used RoboMongo once, or something that says Robot and Studio 3D, but don't use it enough to really need anything more than a compass, Hey, thanks for that follow there, Edness21. I would describe it as kind of like a GUI or something that allows you to create, read, update, and delete, and like interact with a database in its raw form. So I'll go ahead and show you what the Compass one looks like. Unless I'm misconstrued and Workbench does a little bit more work. But basically, it's a app you launch, and then you tell it, hey, connect to this database. Connect to this database. And then once you do, it's kind of like the Mongo Atlas website. You can see the databases you're connected to. And where is it? Well, there's no data in this database. That's a horrible example, but you can then, see the entries, add data, remove data, update data, and this particular, Compass allows you to do other stuff. But I think it's just being able to access the database in its near raw form. But yeah, I did use dbbeaver before for for SQL databases. So, and SQLite browser for actual SQLite ones. Yes, it is. Mongo Compass has built-in dark theme. That's another pro of it. It's free download, all that good stuff. Okay, so this thing is broken as all heck. URI does not have a host name, domain, and top-level domain. So I broke it. All good. We get to fix it though. So process env db string. Maybe we don't include that part. No, URI does not have a host name, domain name. Well, I don't know what that means, so let's Google it. Ensure special characters are handled. I've forgotten how to... I mean, let's just go look at Compass, because that was able to connect recently. I'll just yoink the connection string from this thing. Ah, so yeah, when using a local one, you can't use the plus SRV unless you've done whatever it is that thing needs. Again, nothing y'all will have a trouble with. It's a problem in chair issue. But now that it is running successfully, we can mainly tell because there are no errors. We can head to our favorite port, 212121. And we have ourselves a lovely website where we can add a stage name and a birth name. We hit our lovely submit query button, and there's an entry which we can like. We can like it again. And we can delete it. Yeah, so Mongo Compass, it connects to the database. It doesn't create one. So it didn't do that. I created a localhost database by downloading and installing the MongoDB server, and then telling it to store its database in this database folder. So Compass doesn't let you it doesn't do any of that. It just connects to an existing one. I create a local one that has no username or password, but Compass, like when we're using it normally and you do paste in username and password, it does this convenient little thing for you where, watch, I'm gonna click one, it hides the password. Like that nice? So it can remember, and you can like actually save some of these so it remembers them forever. And yeah, this is just all from recent history, but if you want, you can tell it to save, and you you could use it as basically a dump pad for all your credentials. So instead of being in 15 different folders, one for each project, you can put them all here too if you want. Yeah, it's a pretty cool tool. I'm sure, like Xmetrics mentioned, RoboMono, Chief, and Studio 3T. All the tools are probably similar, but the reason I use Compass is because it's literally from Mongo, the company, so it should work the best, or should be the stablest at least. But yeah, we demonstrated that, we added, we deleted, and we did all that stuff. So now, here comes the fun part where we start reactifying it. Now, I touched on this a little last stream, but I was a rush because I'm running out of time. But there are three approaches here. There is Babel Standalone, which is what I'm already using. The problem with Babel Standalone and why you would never use it in production is, I believe I demonstrated it on the previous one. Let's go ahead and reopen it. The first thing is that when we come to the page, there was like a whole 4 seconds of delay there before anything showed up. That's bad no matter where you're looking at. That's just very bad. Second thing is that it's running the code. So it takes the raw, fancy new code and it turns it into the code the browser needs in the browser. It's like it's doing it in the browser, hence the slowness. And that means you are downloading a lot more than you actually need. This is the thing that, and in addition, if you wanted to install, say, React Router or anything else, good luck. We're not even going to try that. So we're going to use a combination of a bundler / all-in-one thing. One of them is what y'all have seen before. Create React app. Some people don't like it though, because it's big, bulky, a little slow in the system, and generally old because it was the first one. Alternative is Vite, both accomplishing the same goals, allowing you to write all the modern React code to install other things that React can use, like React Router, which we're gonna need eventually and stuff, without having to deal with it, and it just putting it all together and spitting out the HTML accordingly. Okay, good one, Xenomorph. So a React Router, the purpose of that is to handle the client-side routing. So when I go to this page, this is the index page. If I go to another page that's like supposed to be a real page, say profile, for example, we would want React to render the profile page. React Router's job is to take in this information, whatever is in the URL, whatever query params you got, and show the correct React components based on what you defined them. So while it does deal with importing, that's not its job. It's the job of Babel and the underlying module builder, Webpack, whatever you're using, to make it so you can import things from other files. And we can actually see importing things from other files somewhere around here. So it's some, I don't really know if we have it anywhere. Import. Kind of, yeah. So all of that we've been doing so far is server-side routing, right? So if you would go to /profile, we would say, okay, the server would render the profile page. So that's the server-side routing. React has its own variation of this called client-side routing, where generally you can do it on the client side, and React Router handles client-side routing. So while you can still send people like on the server to /post, the client will actually handle the rendering of that, because we can't tell it to like, oh, render post.jsx. That's not the way it works. And at least in this first one, we don't have any routes, but let's look at the to-do list. Calculator, nope. This one, nope. Zellwick, I think in Zellwick we might have some alternative pages. Let's see. Nope, in Zellwick appears we have one page, so yeah, it's gonna be a moment till we get to something with a router. Does this one have multiple views? Because if you only got one view, then you don't need any form of routing. Okay, I think, yeah, so once we get to Todo MVC, it appears we will be installing React Router to help show us the to-do list and the index page. Yep, so once we get to here, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 away, so it's a little bit away, we will start React routing our way through. And like a number of people said, if you're following that Brad Travesty video, there is a video updating that React Router 5 code to React Router 6. As I said, that's all, lots of shoulders of giants getting there. We're going to start with just reactifying this page itself. So first, we're going to do it the bad way. Yep, we're going to be baddie, writing bad code. Index HTML. So Xenomorph, it is a generally project by project decision. Sometimes like you don't need any client-side routing, in which case the decision is easy. There's no routing to handle. But sometimes, like for binary upload boom, you have multiple pages in which you do want routing. And if you're using React, you can opt for server-side routing, but it's not the popular choice. The popular choice, if you're using React and you have multiple pages, is to use client-side routing. I will show how to do server-side routing with React, but it's not the first go-to, and honestly, I have not seen many projects do server-side routing with React, because basically you have a different HTML for each page. It's like, I don't know, I haven't seen it that often. Maybe I just haven't seen it enough, but client-side routing is usually the way things go. Let's see, did I have that turned on? There we go. Okay, but first we're going to make this baddie writing bad code here. We're going to yoink our EJS to index.jsx. Yeah, we can't have the page refresh at metrics. It's 2022. A refreshing page? You'll never get a job in the industry for that. You'll never, absolutely. I appreciate Xenomorph. No need to cool down. Yeah, like I said, create React app, Vite, Babel standalone. Babel standalone is the bad way, but since we've been doing Babel standalone this entire time, we're gonna do it one more time, just because we can. So Babel standalone using this little gist here. Ha! Imagine X metrics. Just imagine how better the world would be. There would be no world hunger if only Amazon would convert their sites to be single page applications. But yeah, so I yoinked all the index EJS to index HTML. Yeah. And now I'm going to take in the gist body, which is just a way to get Babel standalone to work, and shove it in the body right here. Then I'm going to take all this text from current wrappers and be like, yoink, a yoink. Since we only have one component so far, I'm going to go create an app, JSX. I mean, I can put PHP in this Express app. Do not tempt me, Xmetrics. And I will try to keep the class versus function thing going, but eventually, I am going to abandon our class components. So this is the last time we're really gonna see the parity maintained. But I'll keep it going as long as possible. Okay, so we pasted it in here, and it's angry. It's angry for a lot of reasons. The main reason is we mixed JSX in our React kit, or our EJS in our JSX. So we're going to de-EJSify this. First, we have to read this, though. So this is a for loop over the info. Info being an array of documents representing wrappers. So we would like to iterate over this and create an LI for each one. We can do that in React. So imagine we have some wrappers. It's just an array. We don't really care where it is. We'll call it info, actually, to maintain consistency. And we wish to map over these. I think I'll go down here. Info.map wrapper and index. There we go. So we put the stage name, the birth name, the number of likes, our thumbs up likey button, our trash can, and we close all of that up. So all we have right now is EJS to JSX converted. Note that unlike with EJS, we did need to add a key to our list items. Now Copilot chose the index. We're going to be a goodie and use the ID of the wrapper, because that's what good React code looks like. You use the ID of the element, not the index. This allows the order to get all mixed up, and React still knows what to do. You don't have to, but it's generally better practice. Now we got some more angry JSX down here, saying that our form is not closed and our input is not closed. For those who weren't here before, we know inputs are self-closing, aka you can't do like this, they have no children. But since this is JSX, which is JavaScript XML syntax, XML is more strict than HTML. So in HTML, where the browsers are forgiving, if you don't add a self-closing tag, which is that / React and JSX, is not that forgiving. So you just gotta add that, and it is happy. Now this should not crash. that's our short-term goal. No crash. Now if we go and look and like, ooh, look at all this lovely React we got going on, we're gonna see. Here's a little bit of React. Now we do still have our EJS here. So let's get rid of our EJS just to be sure and start making changes to our server. Yeah, first try Xmetrics. I mean, it's all with practice, Xenomorph. It's like, and there's nothing reactive here. Like, so I did convert it to React. You're not wrong, but in reality, I converted the EJS to JSX. See, there's nothing reactive here. There's HTML, and then there's this little bit of JSX. So we didn't even really make this thing React yet. All of our changes have just been to make it happy JSX. What's coming up next is our React, because remember, these things used to be interactive with click keys and fetches and all this stuff. Yeah, reactive basically means that it responds to changes. So it's basically a static page I've made. It's not reactive to anything. Because remember, a React component changes when props or state changes. Since I have no state, I have no props, and I have no functionality on any life cycles, which is basically, it doesn't do anything when you load or mount. It's effectively a pure or a just view only component. It doesn't do anything. Making it do something is the next step, actually. Next step after making our server happy. Okay, so remember this lovely page here. We're going to get rid of that endpoint. Goodbye, endpoint. Well, might need it, so we're going to comment it out. Goodbye, endpoint. Now we stop and restart our server. Now we know, since there's no EJS happening, we are on the React app. We can tell because our lovely component inspector is here, and enter stuff, and it's gonna make a form request. We don't want to do that though. We got to do all this in React. So first thing, add wrapper. Thankfully, that is done by a little form right here. We want to override this form, so when someone tries to submit it, we handle what happens. So it's going to be the on submit event, and I'll just call it this dot handle submit, or I don't know, add wrapper. That's a good name to me, which means in my class component I have to add that method. Add wrapper, and we'll go async away because we love async. Oh, thank you, Copilot, for writing all my code. So firstly, since this is a submit event, but we don't want to go to another page, which is the default action, we have to say event prevent default. Then this is the form data API. It's basically a way to tell JavaScript to collect all the things of the form, basically turning it into a pseudo object that has things by their name. This is their name, accessible to us. Okay, I imagine you do like the view then, huh? That's metric, because they do that by default in view. Hey, thanks for the follow there, symbols. Hope your Saturday's been going well. Yeah, for sure. Vue does that by default. I'm sure some library in React does it by default too, but it's one extra line. Ain't gonna hurt me. Hey, Katie Array. Yeah, about 30 minutes in, not too much. Haven't even gotten through half of the first project yet. It's explicit instead of implicit X metrics, right? You have to be explicit about it, which results in long code, but I don't know. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Yeah. I mean, hey, they're different tools for the job, right? They do accomplish a lot of similar stuff. So, big Venn diagram. Hey, of course, Polka. No, don't apologize for questions at all. Do a web app for personal use, the best HTML element for displaying many lines of text. P isn't a bad one. I mean, P stands for paragraph, so it can display it wraps multiple lines of text. If you're looking for a list, like a list of lines of text, you might want a unordered list where each line is a UL. But this is, generally for like a list of items. But yeah, as they're saying, it could literally be anything you want. If you're going for like a semantic meaning, then it very much depends on the actual content. Yeah, X metrics. It could be that's the concern. But yeah, paragraph is perfectly fine. I guess paragraph is technically for multiple sentences, but it all works. Make it like a box of lines from the API inside. Yeah. I mean, yeah, so what you're describing is what it looks like. That really has little correlation or little needed connection to what tag you use. Like the tags was to like provide semantic information to like allow screen readers and developers to correlate what the content is. You can style it however you want. So I think you basically chose right with the paragraph tag, and then you can style it with lines inside. Yeah, I'm not a designer, so I don't exactly see your vision, but I wouldn't be held up on it, right? Wouldn't spend more than 5 minutes trying to wrap your head around, ooh, which tag do I use? No one's really gonna care at the end of the day. No, it's not a dumb question at all. I mean, we've all had that question at one point. Yeah, Xmetrics. JavaScript powers the web, like it or not. Yeah, not a dumb question at all. The only dumb question is the question you keep thinking and you don't ask. So yeah, we're using the form API to get the data, get the stage name, the birth name, put it into a cute little wrapper object, and then JSON stringify it, post it away to the endpoint. So this is making a JSON post. Originally, though, we were using a www URL encoded post. So we are changing the behavior a little bit. Thankfully, though, the server can handle both. So it doesn't matter. Okay, of course, X metrics. Yeah, cable management. There you go. Now, React got a little, or Copilot got a little, had a little fun here. It's like, we're going to build our own API with Blackjack. But we didn't need to do this. Cool thing about form data is you can kind of just send it as body. Ain't that neat? I think Goldfish Memory, tell me if I'm wrong. I mean, we'll find out real soon if this works. So when I come over here to my console, okay, thank you. React tells you when you make goofs like that. Somewhere I put a class, there needs to be a class name. There it is. Ka-chow. Now let's input a submit query. That's old text, so whoopsie daisy. A B B B. So we clicked it, and we got a wrapper added. I wonder if it worked. Let's check on the server, and wrapper added. So it worked. Let's check out our network, see how it worked. So looking at our request, look at all this stuff. We put in the stage name, the birth name, and all I really did was I took the original form, and I was just like, what's the body? It's form data event.target. I didn't access any of the things by name or at all. JavaScript built-in web API, you pass it a form, it makes something that you can fetch away. Of course, Xenomorph, of course. So it all starts with this click. So when we click this button, it goes, or when we submit the form, we go to the onSubmit handler, which is this add wrapper. This add wrapper says, hey form, whatever you're originally going to do, which by default, it makes the browser will make another request because forms do this by default. JavaScript is like, don't do that. Do not do that. And then we make a fetch to add wrapper, a method of post, and a data or a body of new form data. This is a web API. You can look it up on the MDN. Just comes with us for free. All the browsers give it to us. And yeah, as you can see, a way to easily construct a set of key value pairs representing form fields. So this is basically what browser's already doing for us under the hood, but now that we are controlling it, we need to call this manually. And you pass it the form, which is event.target. And then it makes that fetch, which we can inspect right here. So I went to the network tab, I found add wrapper, and I clicked on it. Here, we get a bunch of stuff, blah, blah, blah. Importantly, we have a request, which is, this is the raw stuff. We don't usually look at it. This is what a multi-part form thingamabob looks like. Yeah, stage name, what you entered for stage name, birth name, what you entered for birth name, and if you uploaded an image, it would be in here too, just it would be very, 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 very long. Then the actual server did its thing, so we gotta jump over to server.js. We didn't console log it, unfortunately, but it came to this post endpoint, which inserted a new document with a stage name of request body stage name, a birth name of request body birth name, and a likes of the number 0. And then no matter what happened, we console logged and redirected the user. But notice how we didn't actually listen to that redirect. Because we're making a fetch request, any redirects we kind of just ignored. So that's the React part taking over. And hey, thanks for that follow there, Adine count. Just to verify that the database did do its job, though, we can bring up what would be, in your case, Mongo Atlas. I'm going to use Compass to connect to our database and take a peekaboo at our database name, our collection, and we will see something went wrong. Yay! We love things going wrong. So it went right and then it went wrong. So stage name and birth name are both null. This is the part where we get to figure that out. So we're going to start on the server side, because the server one's probably the one that didn't read it. Console log request.body. Since I got no node mine, gotta manually restart and make another request. Of course, Xenomorph, yeah. Ooh, so our request body is empty, which means it is not parsing our request body. I did the mistake. I didn't add the headers. Nope, not that header. So what's it need to be? Not that one. So I'm not sending JSON. I think it needs to be that one. I don't know, I'm goldfishing this one. Click it again. Nope. Indian form no. Ink type. The goldfish is taking over, folks. Give me a moment. I think this is what I want. Because it's right now extending it in a way that Multer would kind of be ready to use. We're not using Multer. What are we using? Ink type. There it is. Okay, we need the full string. So right now it's sending it as a multi-part form data, which is great if we were writing binary upload boom code, but we're not. Now it's still not working because form data is still a multi-part form data. Oh, search. Nope, not like that, React. Again, I'm goldfishing my way through this. I think that's what we would need to do. We'll find out. Okay, yeah, so I don't think my React was refreshing. Let's try it again. E. There we go. Okay. So you're right. It is not content type JSON in this case, xenomorph. So it's again, it's one of those things that you'll start to recognize as you use it. But form data is multi-part. URL search params is this kind. And if I did turn it into JSON, it would be JSON X metrics. And hey, Ryan, how's it going? So coming on by. And now Goldfish Memory is going to answer us. Did we even need the header? Or would have it figured it out? Yeah, good afternoon to you too. We're reactifying the first project. Oh, you can't do that. Oh, gotcha, it's metrics. All good, all good. As okay, we gotcha. I'm glad that bot's working there. Fight me! No! But yeah, so the problem was I was sending it as a multi-part form data. My server can't handle multi-part form data. So now as I send it as search query parameters, which I will show the difference, no, it's not that one. It's like this, so it's this kind of text, which my server can parse. Now I will show JSON just for completeness. Yeah, Katie Array, of course, of course. I mean, all my React-ification VODs are still on Twitch, and yeah, I mean, it's life, right? It's all good. Fight me with code, nah. But to do the JSON way, and then we'll take our break. It'll be JSON dot no object from entries. Cut entries. But yeah, the VOD will be available for 14 days, I think. Katie Array. And I mean the VOD's technically available right now, though. The future part isn't there because I haven't gotten to the future, but it is there. Of course, Katie. I'm happy to be able to help. Nope, that didn't work. So it's JSON.stringify. This is why I love me some JSON, but I also like writing the least amount of code possible. So we got another one. I'm running out of letters here. Okay, and there is our JSON way to do it. So here's your JSON, then here's your not JSON. So your URL search params, and then there is your multi-part form data, which is just this. So three ways to do it. Whichever way you do choose, you got to make sure your server is handling it. In our case, since this is our first full stack app, multi-part form data is not supported, so form URL encoded or JSON work. If you don't want to do all this fancy stuff, you can build your own object and do it however you want, but we're baddies writing bad code, just getting it working. So I'll use the easiest one, which is URL form unencoded, which is the end of this break, I do believe, because it's working. We're adding things to the database. And here they all are, minus a couple of the nulls. Goodbye, nulls. Right, yeah, us not having schemas is also a thing that's not helping. Yeah, we're slowly getting there, folks. So as I delete these, we will jump to our break, and when we get back, we'll add the rendering of it. Because as you can see, there are a bunch of things in the database. There ain't none here though. So when we get back, we'll add the actual rendering of them. then we'll add the liking and delay tag. So, get you on the other side, folks. Be sure to stretch, hydrate, and relax if you can. That is the end of our break, folks. Just slowly make your way on back. As we jump back into more React-ification. There we go. It's well, man, what is? It sounds like a Christmas song. I don't know how this got in the playlist. We're festive. A Robodom, thanks for the resubscription. 3 months. Wow, it's been streaming that long, huh? Appreciate you coming on by and for that gracious support. Always appreciate it. Yeah, what's my rapper name, Rascal 2? Oh, I don't know. I mean, already got an R in there, so DJ Rascal 2, Little Rascal. Wait, does a Little Rascal already exist? Oh, look, a Little Rascal does not. I mean, Alfalfa the movies, but yeah, I don't see any Little Rascal rapper names, so I guess that's mine. And yeah, of course, I'm doing very well. Yeah, we came back just in time, finishing up that break. We are reactifying our first full stack app over here. After we finagled some weird database shenanigans, which I did not delete off stream, so I delete them off stream. Yeah, I mean, it's seems like you don't really need to think about it, right? Just put little and boom. It's good enough for me. But yeah, just to catch you up, we reactified this form. So now you can add text, smash, smash, hit the button, and it goes in the I forgot to add the header. It will go in the database. No. We just spent 10 minutes fixing this. There we go. Now it's in the database. Yeah, okay. Now if we do it, we'll have to refresh the page. Oh, that's why it wasn't working, I bet. Yeah, because when doing it manually, you don't get no auto refresh. Nah, I did. It was working. I swear it was. And then it stopped. Just when you came to look. Close your eyes. It'll probably work again. Oh no, that's it was look. I mean, we got two things in the database, so it did work at least twice. Now something's doing a thing. Hmm. It was, yeah, I swear. Maybe all these comments is not cool with at the moment. Too many comments. What are you complaining about, VS? Oh, I'm missing a closing parenthesis. There we go. Hey, welcome to React, Robodom. So basically, it's a way to write the front end half of applications in a way that you don't have to keep track and like manually update things. So you can have your data consolidated in a single source of truth, and then you can pass that data to other things like components or inputs or other things, and React will automatically update them appropriately. That's a good point. Is that we might actually need the header. Do we need the header? We do not need the header. So sometimes Xenomorph, the browser's smart. It can figure out the header from the body. Actually, almost all the times it's smart enough to do that modernly. Yeah, one of the many components for a CRUD app. It's the front end half of it. So we haven't been needing it. We've been using EJS and Vanilla.js, but now we are. But yes, sometimes you need the header, sometimes you don't. It's always better to be explicit. I'm just trying to get it to work. And actually, Tree, I do love me some TypeScript, but that is a bit not very much a beginner thing to introduce. The form do be working now. So this is the way to make it URL encoded because we don't have Multer on this because this is our first one, Wrap Names Express. Of course, Robodom. And yeah, we over here, we all we did, so we're using Babel standalone, being baddies. We'll eventually turn this into something good, like Vite or Create React App, but we're being baddies right now, writing bad code. So first what we've done is we've taken our lovely form and we have JavaScriptified it. Yeah, spitting out hot fire. So we've said on submit, call our function in which we will manually make the fetch, passing along the body, which is the URL encoded version of the form data. That's all you really need to worry about. Copy and paste it. Don't think about it. Now, once we do that, we need to update the server. So yeah, I'm sorry to inform you, we can't just not touch the server. The server needs to be updated. Because the server, look what the server does. The server is like, oh, response.redirect. We don't want to do that. We want to get the new post. So we need to find the new post, which should be with a new wrapper in this case, and send it back to the client. Now we don't need to do this, but it's what we should do 90% of the time. And hey, thanks, RoboDom. Since I'm not using NodeMon, it's the classic days. No NodeMon, no fancy stuff. Okay, so lots of text here. My goodness, lots of text here. So it's a command result, big and spoopy, with a message and an ops. Oh my word. Okay, what we care about, I forgot insert one did this, because we're not using Mongoose. Wow, it's really the old days, isn't it? So what we want is we want this object, and we want to send it back. So what we want to do is, not redirect, but instead JSON, because we want to send back some JSON. And what JSON do we want it to be? Well, according to our console log, it's in the result object. Then it's under auth, which is an array, which we want the first object from. We want this little thing. And we'll figure out if this works right now. So let's turn it off and back on. I mean, it's going all right, RoboDom, right? It's nothing too crazy yet. Just focusing on getting the full stack app to polished version now, and I mean the hunt officially starts Tuesday, so all hyped for that. Got my sheets basically filled out. I'll just along for the ride, Really trying to up that networking though, because that's the weakest part I got. So we're making a fetch here, but we're not looking at the body. So if we were to look at the body, it would be console log await response.json. Yeah, that's it, RoboDom. It's a marathon, not a sprint. All about that consistency. And you too, yeah. I hope your Hunttober or your pre-Hunttober or wherever stage we're calling this is going well too. Okay, so we made some front-end changes by console logging the response. We made a back-end changing by sending back the generated post. If we did it all right, when I click this button, we should see a new post with an ID in our console. Let's find out. Hey, look at that! An ID, get the whole thing in our console, and we didn't need to refresh the page to get it. That's the important part. Huntsember, yeah. Hey. Oh, I didn't do the thing. That's okay. Yeah, I'll fix it. I will. The sound did not go through. It's because I broke it at some point. It's okay though. We will replay the sound. Oh, just let that cool down. That's okay. We'll get it. Bugs, and more bugs. Might as well be Bugs Bunny here, right? But thanks for that victory. It was appreciated. It went in my ears. It didn't went in y'all ears. Huntsember, yeah. December. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. I mean, at least there is the November. There's like an actual stage coming for November. Though I think they're taking December off, so I guess it's Hunt Wary Hunt January? How do we squeeze that? There you go, Xenomorph. Got it. Yeah, so it counts. Victory! Final Fantasy VII. Yeah, the classics. Hey, piece of shit, how's it going? So now that we have our data, we'd like to do something with it. We'd like to put it in our state and render it because we want it to show up down here. So the way we're going to do that is we're going to need to first create some state because we don't have any state. So our state is going to be an object with an array of info because that's what it was called before. Then in our EJS or our JSX, we're say this.state.info and it updates that accordingly. Now, there's a possibility. Actually, there's never a possibility. It's always going to work. Always plan for success. You'll never have failures, right? So now what we want to do is we want to update the state. So like there could be, this is an array. We want to add to the end of it. But we can't just do dot push because that's not the reactive way of doing it. We need to replace the old array with a new one without mutating it. So the way we do that is we grab the old array and we spread it into a new array. This state.info, adding our new entry, like so. So this creates a new array without mutating the old one. This is the React way, which if this works, and we'll find out if it works. Xenomorph, you got it exactly. That's right, piece of shit. State needs to be immutable. If you start mutating it, then React can't keep all the things in sync. Now if we enter this, we should see it show up on the page. Boom, look at that. It's on the page. And yeah, Xenomorph, just confirm. Our app.js sends the fetch to the API, and that API sends it to the database. And the database sends it back to our Express server. Then our Express server sends it back to the front end. So yeah, front end makes the fetch. Server gets the fetch, sends it to the database right here. Database sends back a result, which contains the document because we're using bad MongoDB. It's in there. Ooh, very spoopy. Yeah, the very same function that makes the fetch waits for the response. Yeah, so we make the fetch right here, and instantly we await the response. So before we even go into the second line here, the response has already been sent back. Then we want the response as JSON so we can read it, and then we put that response in our front end. It's a little different because before we re-rendered a whole new thing. Yeah, piece of shit. Well, if you don't remember, we are reactifying everything we've done so far with the front end, and we didn't start off with Mongoose, so yeah, we gotta reactify it. We gotta work with this old tech. Think of it as a practice and legacy code, right? And yeah, Robodum, I have been doing. I mean, I've been doing Anki every day, which includes some Banky questions, but I haven't really added any new like just the sheet handler. Haven't really added any new ones aside from the array code wars, the string code wars, and those React queues. Haven't added any new Banky particular questions. Like I'm pretty okay at going through them, not so much at adding new ones. But yeah, this is working. But if we notice something, oh, I was about to be like, what's that? Where'd that zero come from? It's already in there. But if we refresh the page, we're gonna be disappointed. Our wrappers are all gone. Oh no. For sure, Robodom. I mean, what did Day Zeus say? 10 minutes, right? They said they spent 10 minutes a day on Anki. That was it. So yeah, just slip it in somewhere. Maybe start off at just one card a day. Maybe just start off one card a day, build up to 2 cards, build up to 5 minutes. It's about consistency and ramping up to these constants, not jumping in all at once. It's like we're crabs, right? And we're throwing ourselves into hot pots of water. Throw yourself into a cold pot of water and slowly turn the temperature up. The end result is delicious crab, but we're the crab, so and now just falling apart, folks. Yeah, I mean, it's important for the interview, right? Because what they said literally, questions were verbatim from the from Banky. So, yeah, unless you like doing it live, why not, right? That's why the mobile apps exist, right? Because we're busy and all. So maybe you just pop it up on your phone, do it anytime you want. Yeah, that piece of shit, exactly, for sure. I wasn't. Yeah, I was figuring out the proper way to say that. But yeah, use it when you go to the bathroom, right? Or use it in traffic, not while driving though. Don't use it in traffic. I retract that statement. Use it responsibly, right? You're right, Robodom. You throw yourself in a cold pot of water and then turn it up. That's the analogy. Hey, Chrissy Co, thanks for coming on by. Your Saturday's going well. Those who don't know, Chris Codes also does some cool streams. Oh yeah, I missed that last one, but yeah, I heard it was pretty good. Heard you got through a bunch of those reviews. Hey, of course, always happy to support fellows. How does that thing work? But yeah, so we have our thing here, but when we come to the page, all the wrappers are gone. So what we'd like to do is when the page loads, we need to go get the wrappers. So the way we're gonna do this is since we're writing classical, we're not writing any sync component did mount. We're not doing that. So when the component mounts, so that is what we're going to be doing, but we're not doing it in this function. This fetch wrappers. I'm just writing it in different functions so we can have it with a cool name. Oh, look, it's gonna async await it for us. Come on, Copilot, you were so close. Hey, thanks for that follow there, Chrissy Codes. Set state info to data. So those are all the wrappers. And this is all our function does. Now again, we're trying to do just front end code, but sometimes our back end code needs to get up to date here. So we need to actually make this endpoint. We need there to be a wrappers endpoint that returns as JSON all of the wrappers from our database. So React-ification isn't just writing React. As you can see, this is our second or our third change to the backend. So the backend needs to be updated to handle these front-end libraries. Now this is why I didn't delete this code. This code basically does what we want it to do. We just want to call it wrappers. And instead, once we have our data, before we pass it off to EJS. It's gonna be so easy. We're just gonna be like, don't send it to EJS. Instead, send it to JSON. Like we literally just changed half of the line there. Instead of EJS, JSON. Because our fetch wants JSON. I think it's wrappers plural. I'm gonna goldfish memory that one. Yeah, wrappers with a plural. Now, when we come here, I'm gonna look at the network tab. You're gonna see when we first come to this page, it fails. I love a failure. Not found because hey, we're not using NodeMon. Yes, we are that far back. Gotta turn the server off and back on. And then if you refresh the page, you'll see we do something else. Awesome. So we broke it. This state info map is not a function. When this happens, you can either start adding console logs everywhere, or get a little modern here. if you're using the React Dev tools, you can go. Absolute embarrassed. Guess you can't do that in Babel standalone. So what we know is that this is not an array. You can look at the network tag toe to see what was it that you broke my code with. It was an object with an array. So it's not data, it's data.info. Again, we're not using TypeScript here, so you have to remember things. And as you know, streaming drops the IQ down by 20, so I did not remember that. And there we go. Yeah, almost a stringify. So it was already being handled. I was just accessing the wrong part of it. But now we can see all of our lovely wrappers in the database that we couldn't see before. Wow, magic. Yeah, that's right. So make an initial request and then an additional request to get the data we want. This is 2 requests, but in the grand scheme of things, it's not as impactful as we care about it to be. There are things that optimize it, but we ain't here for that. But yeah, here are our wrappers. So we have creating, we have reading. What we need to do now is updating and delating. Let's go add another one just to show that creating still works. Look at that. Look how responsive it is. Now, one thing that we got for free when the page changed was the form got cleared. Notice our form's not getting cleared. Yeah, Xmetrics, we going back to the classics. So this form being full of stuff, very uncool, not 2022, very 1990. So we want to clear this form. Thankfully, JavaScript, the browsers, web APIs, they have graced us with our presence. There's a built-in way to do this. You say, wow, Copilot even knows what I want. So once you access a form element, you use the dot reset. Yeah, Xmetrics are being full baddies here. And we're going to see, in this example right here, when we submit the query and call that reset, boop, it automatically resets the values back to whatever they initially were. Imagine Xmetrics, yeah. I mean, it's like, why reinvent the wheel when the wheel does so much for you, right? I mean, imagine you'd have to make each one of these a controlled component and all that fun stuff. Of course, Xenomorph. So here's without the reset. You type in text in the boxes. And then since the page doesn't refresh, all the text is still the same. But if I call reset, and this is calling it on the form element, yeah, Xmetrics, technically it's back to its initial value, right? By putting in more stuff, and we click it, poof, it's back. That's right, Xmetric, get back to its initial value. And that works. Now, the reason we have to do that now, and we didn't have to do it before, was because before, we refreshed the page, basically. We redirected back to the home page, refreshing the entire page, which coincidentally reset the form back to empty text for us. But now that we're not refreshing the page, this is the same form as before, so we gotta clear it. MDN form. I think that's how you can find the docs for it. Yeah, HTML form element dot reset. Yeah, apparently there's a button you can also make it that does the reset too, but restores the form element's default values. And of course, that's Xmetrics. What suggestion do you got? I'll make this a little more readable for us all. There we go. Yeah, piece of shoot, you can. Like, if we're using a controlled element, like if we were controlling the elements, the values of these, we would be setting their initial values to an empty string. But since we're leaving these as uncontrolled inputs, it's kind of whatever the browser handles. Like we're taking responsibility and we're not putting it in React. We're letting the browser handle it. But yeah, an empty string, it's another way to do it. You just have to do that for each one, right? And you're right, piece of shoot. The action and method literally don't do anything. They're just for decorative purposes. And yeah, it would be default value since we're using React. So you have to use this because React would control it otherwise. But aside from that, yeah. And let me see, Let me read that. Let me try to reread that a second time. Individual letters pop out of the input field and animate like a butterfly randomly up and around the page and land in the new li spot. Oh, that would be fancy. Uh, okay, I can conceptualize it. Thanks for that follow there, Smirdic2172. Yeah, those are some good apples. I mean, I can conceptualize it. Um, Definitely not something we're doing. Wouldn't be too hard. Okay, okay, Xmetrics. I believe you. I believe you. Randomized path. Hmm. I mean, yeah, I could think of it. Maybe we'll do it on binary upload boom, because that is a cool extra little logic there. Just a 2 Caillou. Yeah, that's a code word for sure. Let me read it once more. Pop out of the input field, animate like randomly up around the page and land. It's basically randomized pathfinding what you're describing. So I'm like, I don't know how to do that. To make them just randomly appear on the page though, like here's a letter A, here's a letter B, random letters on the page, then have them all animate to their position. That would be easier, something I could conceptually accomplish. But the butterflies thing would a little too much. Again, that's an extra one. Maybe. So extra. It is a bit extra, right? I'm sure I could, but not right now. Bezier curves with random waypoints. Ah, I suppose that might work. Okay. Actually, you just kind of solved it for me there, Xmetrics. Yeah, just take two random coordinates. Then the curve would do like whatever it do around them, and huh, that does make it a bit more accomplishable. Definitely something for Bub. Yeah. You see, think about all that metrics. That all sounds a bit mathy. Too mathy for my taste. I love me math, but not that much math. But yeah, we have create, we have reading. What we would like to do next, I would do updating, but we have so many entries, we should probably do deleting. So this trash button, we'd like it so when we click the trash button, it deletes the one. Yeah, they would be able to figure it out for sure. So when we click this lovely text, we want to delete this particular wrapper. Now here comes the fun part, folks. This is inside of a list. So now this isn't really React specific. This is good old JavaScript. So we want to have this information to have the ID that we're deleting. Appreciate the lyric X metrics. So the way we're going to do this is we're going to be baddies, writing an arrow function that calls this dot delete wrapper. And here comes the fun part. We're going to pass to this cool method that we have yet to make wrapper underscore ID. Because in order to delete a wrapper, we need its ID. So let's go ahead and write that cool method. Oh, look at that, Copilot, you go. Okay, you're doing a little bit much, Copilot. Yeah, so the reason we're using the form as xenomorph is for semantic choices. So yeah, we're not using the action or the post of it, but since we're using a form, for example, when you type text in the box, you hit the enter key, it automatically submits. Screen readers can instantly detect this form. Everything like there's no, personally don't believe there's any reason not to use a form, even if it's just a single input element. You can still use a form. Like the only thing you don't really need a form for is a button that doesn't interact with external forces. But what we're doing, additional thing that because we're using a form, we can easily grab the data of the form using a form data. So it's both semantic and practical. Again, we could get it other ways, but why would you when the form's right there? Now, I guess if you really wanted to, we could do something like this. Form.action, then what, form.method. So if you wanted to move the information back into the form, you really could if you wanted to. And then method equals post. So you can keep it all in the form if you want, and then just have JavaScript read from all these things, but it's really up to you at that point. Well, the benefit of that is that you've moved the data into the form. So as you read this, you can see everything related to the form without having to remember or scroll up all the way up here to find it. So it's basically there's a single source of truth somewhere. Where do you want it to be? I think this personally is a little better because you can see the endpoint, the method, and the names. It's honestly personal choice though. Now Goldfish memory isn't telling me how the delete method works, so I gotta go. Okay, so we pass a stage name S. Ah, it's deleted by stage name. Oh, I forgot that. It's not deleted by ID. This is old code. Stage name S. Oh, I do know. That tells you how much I remember of this, doesn't it, folks? Okay, and we make the delete. Trying to think what our server needs to say back. Our server, we don't really care what the server says. If it's deleted, then it's deleted, right? Yeah, Xenomorph, yeah, it's the more common stuff we'll get to, what we're doing more modernly. So yeah, it's gonna be relatively similar. Just we're gonna have a folder called front end. But yeah, we'll get there when we get there, Xenomorph. Hmm. So we're doing a little bit of bad code, and we're also doing some good code. So we're trying to mix this good and bad code here. So once we get and we tell it which one to delete by stage name, which is the bad code, we will like to get rid of that from our local state. So we want to synchronize up. So we can do that by saying this dot set state. Okay, and here's our copilot text. But we want to use ID because we're mixing the good code in here. So if this works, I'll explain it. Otherwise, I'm going to fix it before I explain the broken code. Let's make a delay of whoops. Okay, so we did a thing. Whoops, yep, that's never the only one. All the data disappears. Oh, whoops a daisy. So we did a thing. We cleared out a bunch of stuff. Let's just console log all the things. This state info, and it's compare. Oh, I shadowed my own variable. So I checked if the wrapper didn't equal its own ID. Duh. So yeah, the easy solution here is to rename the loop one to say loop wrapper. Make sure the loop wrapper has different ID. Again, I'll explain this once I figure it out. Hey, you curry. Well, we are part of 100 devs. It's an agency with a free training program, and we basically learned React this week. And yeah, Piece of Shoot answered it pretty concisely. We're doing both. We're doing class-based first to see what it looks like in class-based, and then I convert it to functional. Though eventually I'm going to stop doing the class ones because stuff like React Router isn't easy to do. But hey, look at this. Look at all the delete buttons I'm smushing. Look at these delete buttons, deleting all the junk. And then just to prove that it actually got deleted, if we refresh the page and refetch them all, they're all gone. So I'll explain this and then we will take our break and come back with the update. So, and again, this should be its own component. It's not yet. For our trash can, when we click the trash can, we call this delete wrapper and we pass the current wrapper. This is important. So each trash can has thanks to scope and JavaScript and all that fun closure stuff, is passing its own unique wrapper object. It's basically the same way as it was before, but then we make a fetch with a delete with JSON, and we send, because the server's expecting it, the stage name. Again, comparing it to the old code, they sent the birth name. I guess that was for some point. We didn't need to send the birth name, but we're just sending the stage name. And before, they did a reload. But since we're all reactive and it's 2022, we don't want to reload the page. All we want to do is filter out the one wrapper from our current array of wrappers, info, that was the one we deleted. So we go through every wrapper and we say, hey, you can stay if you're not the one we're getting rid of. So we're searching for one wrapper and we're saying, are you the one wrapper? Nope. You can stay. You can stay. You can stay. But eventually, it finds the one wrapper. Their IDs do equal, and it says, nope, you're the one we're looking for. Get out of here. And it is filtered out. Dylon. Yeah, Dylon. And that updates the state locally. Clicky, 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 clicky. All of them got delayed tagged. And you can see the cool thing about that is, as I add them and add another one, here's one of the more visual advantages of React. Look how quickly I can do this, and it's not like refreshing the whole page, right? Like I can delete them super quick, but the page doesn't refresh every time. So that's one of the easily initial advantages of using any front-end library or front-end component framework. React, one of them. Yes, Xenomorph, you pointed out what will be our optimization at the end of next break. It's one giant, hunky, thick component. They are not multiple components. Soon, though, maybe at the end of next break, we'll break these out. So we'll break specifically this, each into its own component, but we ain't there yet. We could be, but we're not yet. If you want to see all the deets, I can turn off that hide, and you can see each LI here. This is with React Dev Tools, by the way. Each LI has a key and all that stuff, so they're each their own HTML element, but it's still one component. Yeah, we're getting there. If you click on the trash can, you can see there's a lovely on click, which goldfish memory. I don't remember if this works. I don't know if we can get access to all the cool. Okay, we can't actually see the closure, unfortunately, but it's there. And it is not a square. So yeah, that is creating, reading, deleting. Next, after we come back from this break, we'll be updating, which is basically like creating, but slightly different. Then at the end of that, we will componentize this and pretty up with Vite or create React apps. So be sure to stretch, hydrate, and relax, and I'll catch you at the end of this break. Hey, YouTube Robodom. Our break is coming to an end, folks. Free to make your way on back. I see your message, RoboDom. I don't know if you're there, so I will answer it after the break when I'm sure you'll be there. Okay, okay. I just want to make sure because there's no point in answering. It's like I wasn't there. You said it was a break. We were on a break. But yeah, RoboDom, I was able to find a client, like barely met the requirements, but not like I'm not happy with the client. I mean, not that the client itself was bad. I wasn't happy with the client I got, because it wasn't a what you say, it wasn't like the clients we were expected to get. It wasn't a full stack or a front end website or anything like that. It was just barely the 200 threshold, and it was technically I like relied on some of my old contacts, like pickups, just a quick job to basically it created this so it was a Python script, not even in JavaScript. TLDR, they made proposals for places for their business, and the first PDF always changed based on like where they're making the proposal, what business they're proposing their thing to, but the rest of the pages of their PDF stayed the same. So they wanted a tool that basically combined one page with a whole bunch of other pages that they already had into one PDF, and it needed to be under 8 megabytes. Oh wow, where'd my mouse go? Or under a certain size for emailing purposes. So very much not front end web development or web development in general, but it was a client and it met the minimum pricing, so it technically worked. Though in hindsight, probably would have been easier to grab me an open source or it's again, as you can kind of tell, networking and all that is my weak source. So that's all I was able to make. But yeah, in hindsight, probably would have been easier to go for the open source. Especially, I mean, it's the month of Hunttober or Hacktoberfest. Hacktoberfest RoboDom, join up the Hacktoberfest GitHub. I mean, obviously you want, a meaningful open source one. So, but like the whole point of Hacktoberfest is to make open source contributions that are meaningful. So that's definitely the approach I would go now that we're in this month. So in this particular month, open source much easier to do. I mean, I am not the person to ask for the other half though, because obviously I barely got it. For sure. Yeah, passing the sniff test. I mean, yeah. I mean, definitely the client and the open source contribution help with that. And as you heard, DeZeus said, the fact that they had 100 devs listed as an employer got them through a lot of them. Had them listed on their resume. That and then they swifted it back to their client. Which, if you don't have one, if you don't have an open source, volunteer, the next best thing is going to be your 100 hours project, right? So shift it off to that. That would definitely get you through the smell for sure, because no one's gonna, at least no one's, it's not a template you're following, so it won't have any boot camp smell on it. Like it's not another to-do app. Hey, study schedule. There you go, RoboDom. I mean, I always make my study schedules on Sunday, so yeah, there you go. But yeah, so we have the delete. Now we're gonna do the update, which is gonna look a lot like the delete, folks. So it's gonna have an on click. It's gonna take an arrow function that we're gonna call this update wrapper. You're right, RoboDom. It is a lot. That's why we've built up to it over this time. But now that it's all doing that sheet and all that stuff, it can definitely feel a lot overwhelming. But as Leon said, it's been months in the working, so just slowly build up to it. One of those things where like if you what's the term? It's kind of like drowning, right? If you let a little bit of it get over your head, then you're always going to be in a perpetual state of drowning before you catch up. Marathon, not a sprint. There you go. Oh, there's our lovely Copilot. Going to fetch update wrapper, making a put request. So those were some good thoughts, Copilot. Let's make some improvements. So looking at our update wrapper endpoint, it's called add one like. So that's our first thing. Like wrapper. There we go. And what do we do in here? We make a stage name, birth name, and likes. We find that one and we update its likes by one. So we need all of that thing. Stage name, birth name, and likes. We update the likes by one. Okay. All good, Xenomorph. You didn't miss much at all. We're just coming back. We're just adding the update functionality. So we added this line. So when you click the like button, it calls the like method. And the like method, Copilot wrote a lot of this for us. We make a post request, I think. We make a put request to add one like, sending the entire wrapper along. Hey, thanks for that follow, Master Code, Mike. And yeah, hope it was a successful mission there, Xenomorph. The lizard back home. Of course, yeah. And I think this button likes it. I mean, we'll find out. So when I click this button and I refresh the page because we didn't write the half the code. Oh, big no. That didn't do what we wanted. Okay. Hey. So let's click it. So here's the fun part. Stage name S, birth name S, likes S. So all these things need to match accordingly. Stage name F, birth name S, like, what's it called? Again, matching it to the backend code. Likes S. Aww. That sounds adorable, Xenomorph. Drinking the water. Thirsty little lizard brain. So these all need to be the same attributes in the wrapper object. So kind of the same stuff we... Oh, that's not doing what I want. Oh no. Come on. Wrapper dot paste comma. There we go. So kind of like in our front end code before, where we created a stage name S, birth name S, and likes S from the things we parsed out, we need to do the same thing, but it's adding an S prefix because that's what the backend wants. After that, we can refresh all the things and delete that annoying one. And then if we like this one and refresh the page, no, okay. It's time to console log it. And I figure out what is going on. You're right, Xenomorph. Back in the bad times, right? The manual times. You just a nice reminder of why we use IDs, right, folks? Because likes S is a number, I bet, right? I bet it's because it's a number. Oh, it updated that one. Oh, I think it is working. Maybe I didn't restart a server at some point, but I clicked it a bunch. Let's see if it went up. Hey. Wow. Huh. Okay, it's doing a thing. Let's look in Compass. Oh, it's not doing what we want. So whenever the data feels weird, you can always look in the database, see what is up. Yeah, not jealous of the pre-Mongo days. Get rid of that one. So likes 220. Okay, let's just clean this up. Delete. There we go. Let's go for the extra mile and actually console log exactly what we're using, because like Xenomorph said, in the old days, it's not that easy. Honestly, probably would have been a piece of shoot, yeah. Okay, so here's our one item. We're gonna like it. Then we see stage name S, birth name S, likes S0. That looks like a match for that there, which means it updated the existing one. Okay, it's working now, I think. Let's click it again. No. Oh, because my front end likes is not updating. Hey, Xenomorph, appreciate that. No, it's a good victory. It's a partial victory. That's good. It was a win. It was a win, but because we're using the bad code, we need to do more work. So, like you said, it's why we use IDs. But it was a good win. Don't worry about that. So because we're not updating the front end likes, when we make a second request, it goes all wacky weirdo. So the solution is to update the front end. Let's see if Copilot can do this for us. Thank you, Copilot. Okay, so this is the way we're updating the front end. We are updating our list of wrappers, our info, to our list of map wrappers looped over. There's a new... So what we're going to do is update the existing wrapper and increment its likes by one piece of shoe. So we go through all the wrappers we have, and if this is the wrapper that's been liked, we increment it by one and return it. Oh, that's a mutation. We create a copy of the object with a likes, which is the old likes plus one. There we go. Copilot wrote some bad code. So we make a new one. Otherwise, we can use the old object because that's not the one that got liked. TLDR, this is a way of finding the wrapper that got liked and incrementing its likes by one. But since we don't like mutating state in React, this is creating a new object for that particular change. Which if we go back and look at and do a click on, it'll go up to 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. And looking at the database, we'll only see one entry with a likes of 5. Hey, there we go. And now it is working. And that is our update using slightly bad backend code because we're just doing the React-ification. Yeah, so that is creating, reading, updating, and deleting, all in React, all on the front end, no refreshes needed. And what we're missing now, to add the extra bit of polish, like Xenomorph mentioned before, is we can make this into cute little components. Now, it's not going to be too much, and honestly, it's basically going to be taking this code and pushing it somewhere else. So, not too much, but this is what we would generally do to be a little more polished. And then we will functionalize this entire fiasco. So we want to call this wrapper item.jsx. It's a great name for it. And since this isn't really doing anything, I am going to make this a functional component because it has practically no difference between the other one. Thank you, Copilot. Okay, so Copilot really want. Wow, that's a lot more than we want. We don't want that. We want our list item. There we go. So we're receiving three properties: a wrapper, a delete wrapper function, and a like wrapper function. These are our callbacks that we will call from this button that are passed to us. That's the only real important change here, is that we are passing this from the parent to the child, and the child will call whatever function it's passed with the current wrapper. Don't need that key. Besides that, it was literally a copy and paste. Got rid of the key, got rid of the thises, and put the properties in up here. Now, if this is a little new, the destruction is a little spooky, here it is without destructuring. We say the word props, and then behind every prop, we say props dot. So all the destructuring did was it took all of our individual props in the props objects and made its own variable out of it. This isn't the way you'll see most of it written, though. You'll see it written in the destructured syntax like this, both because it's cool and primarily because you can look at this line here and know everything, at least props wise, that this component needs. You know, it needs a wrapper, it needs a delete wrapper, and it needs a like wrapper. And you can kind of assume from these names, these are probably functions or something. You can make this a on delete, make this a on like. You know, if you want to be that way, but names don't really matter. It's just for how people want to read it. So if that cute little component done, we're going to go use it. First thing with any old component, you got to import it. Sometimes VS Code's smart like that. It can do it for you. And now you got to use it. So down here, where we had our li, now, thank you, Copilot, we have a wrapper item. Now it does need a key, so we're not getting away from that because we are mapping. But the rest of it, we can assign by passing through the props. So wrapper equals wrapper. And then, so we get rid of the rest of this, we'll see a little autocomplete coming back to save the day. A little control space. VS Code knows what props we want because we destructured them. So on like, no surprise here, this dot like wrapper, on delete, this dot delete wrapper. I think that's it. We'll find out because it's either going to work or it won't work. Nope, something exploded. So yeah, okay. Since I'm using janky Babel standalone, I have to manually import via a script tag, which is actually the next thing we're going to do. We're going to be swapping this out for something a little more modern like Vite or Vite or Create React App. There it's working, and there it is. We can like it like before. We can add a new one with better letters. We can delete them as before, and it works basically seamlessly. Yeah, so we just took the content, we moved it into another file, aka we made it into a component. And with that, the class React-ification is done with this. We will make this a functional component, and then we will and then we'll use like swap this out for Vite or something more better. So yeah, goodbye to that one. Hello, functional component. Let's see if we can tell Copilot to do it. Yeah, so specifically because I'm using a Babel standalone, which is the jankiest, baddest way, you would never do this in production. Babel standalone. I have to import each script that gets required in the order of dependent order. So since app requires wrapper item, if I don't import wrapper item first as a script, app breaks. So yeah, this is because I'm using the janky way about it. We will never use this in production, ever, ever, ever. I'm just doing it this way so we don't have to slog through a bunch of npms to get to the React what we care about. So that is the next thing coming around the corner. So we'll get there very shortly, actually. Okay, it's a shortcut that we can't take too much longer. Let's see if we can get Copilot to do our work for us now. Okay, Copilot, time to do your stuff. Dun da da dun da 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 dun da da dun da da da. Not too bad. I ran out of text, but it's basically finished. Let's go copy our missing stuff. Okay, I think it got it all. So let's go through this line by line. Make sure it did its job right. So first, we are moving our state into an individual state created by useState, initialized to an empty array. Then start making our functions that other things use. First being add wrapper, which is called by our form. The only change here is that instead of this.state set info, we call it we just call set info. You're not wrong, piece of shit. It's not like I recommended before. You don't want to do this in production because like you will like as you see, you have to review the code to make sure it changes correctly, and it doesn't always change correctly. So it's just advanced autocomplete, folks, right? You can't really trust what it generates. You still need to know what it does, which is why you gotta learn it first. Bam. Well, I mean, that's why I'm going through it line by line to basically see the changes, right? But yeah, like the first change was that we call useState, right? And for the next one, I won't use Copilot. How about that? It's helpful suggestions, basically xenomorph. You know what? I'll go ahead and manually type it out, which is going to be manually copying and pasting it, to be honest. So const info set info equals react.useState initialized to empty array. Now for the rest of them, I'm just going to go start copying some code. Yoink all the code. Put it down there. Yoink our lovely return. Oh, some of it didn't make it. Oh no! So like wrapper got cut in half. Let's fix that. There we go. And okay, the pasting is basically done. Now we start getting rid of stuff like component did mount that don't do life anymore. And we start functionalizing this. First change is that we don't use this.setState, we use setInfo. Then instead of this.state, we just use the word info. Boom, that's been functionalized. Fetch wrapper, exact same state change, setInfo. Boom, that's good. Delete wrapper, exact same state change, setInfo. Instead of this.state info, it's just info. Boom, functionalized. The liking of the wrapper, exact same change, set info, and remove the this.state so it's just info. Boom, functionalized. Remove the this.state prefix from here, and the this prefix from here, and the this prefix from here, and the this prefix from here. You're noticing a pattern. Get rid of this. And that has been functionalized. Now, one thing that it did not do for us was it didn't add like the word cost. So, copy and pasting, you would like to add cost to all of these because that's just the way we do in ES6. You're right. Yeah, we're cleaning up so many prefixes. And finally, fetch wrappers is we need to re-implement the component did mount logic, which is basically saying React use effect fetch wrappers with a empty dependency array, which remember, an empty dependency array means run on mount and when something in here changes. Since there's nothing in here, this runs only on mount. I think that's it. We'll find out. Hey, there you go, Ryan. Everyone's on the plans today. Info.map is not a function. It's okay, we'll figure this out. It was somewhere after fetch wrappers. I forgot to remove the object wrapper around all of our sets, didn't I? I did. I very much did. So all of our setters of state need to not be wrapped in an object. Because it's an individual piece of state, not multiple. That's not how tabination works. Think that's enough? We'll find out. There it is. That is our functionalization of that. Now, while we're here, we do got some more stuff to go on, but someone did ask, like, last time about the whole use callback, like, what's all that about? So basically, we have a wrapper items, we have all this stuff here. As I click like on this one, it's real subtle, but you can see that, well, I love those drawings. This one is getting a blue border around it. So watch as I click like. You see there's a border around that one. But that one's not changing, is it? It's the other one that's changing, but it's got a border around it, meaning it's being updated. Yeah, third one. Just to demonstrate. So we don't want that. We don't like that. We want it to only update when it actually needs to update. And I think they should be able to do that. Because all the things I'm passing a wrapper is like and delete. So delete. Oh, delete's also broken. Fixing it. Yep, everything's lighting up everywhere, which means every time you touch one thing, everything changes. Not what we're looking for. So the solution to this is to use callbackify all these functions, because every time this function re-renders, it creates a new like wrapper and a new delete wrapper, which tells the components and everything that is dependent on all this, there's something new you need to re-render. When in reality, there isn't anything new. They don't always need to re-render. So the first thing is to make them not data dependent, which means setting our setters to callback receivers. This basically means that instead of looking up the scope for info, which makes it look all the way up here, up the scope, instead it receives the new info from the setter itself. Yeah, Christmas everywhere, that's right. Go ahead and do that here too while we're at it. Okay, and this is just making it very much more containerized, our functions, which is now going to allow us, so we care about delete and like. We'll do those first since the other ones do not matter. Use callback. So all you do is you surround your function and use callback and pass it a dependency array of the things that should make this function be regenerated. Basically, the things this function depends on. This function depends on set info, so I'm going to put set info in here. In reality, you don't need to because React is smart, but I like putting set info in here because it's explicit about what it depends on. Hey, thanks for the follow there, RPtron. Delete wrapper. Use callback. Dependency array. Set info. And you know what, just for consistency, use callback. Dependency array. Set info. And you know, let's go all the way, might as well. Just callback. Dependency array. Set info. So we basically wrapped all of them in cool little use callbacks, which means now, hopefully, if I got this right, when I like number 6, we'll have to refresh the page first. Now I like thirdo. Is it still doing it? Dag and nabbit. Okay, so I'm to figure out why it's doing it. The parent component rendered. Why are you props change wrapper? Okay, so they're in this example, I guess we're not really getting an optimization, but it slightly is doing it better. Oh, you wouldn't be able to do this without use callbacks piece of shoot to like make it all memoized and stuff. This like you would just not use it and not care about the performance. That would be your option. There are only two options. You either use callback or use memo to memoize, aka cache your stuff, or you don't, and you don't worry about performance. So it's very opinionated that way. You do or you don't. And yeah, localhost is a good one for sure. To host my sites, so I'm still using Heroku. I'm gonna keep using it till it goes down. Alternatively, render.now, Railway, Cyclic SH, just the classics everyone else is also hopping on to. My clicky click go. Yeah, so this example unfortunately did not show the performance benefits, probably because I'm using the broken Babel, but it's all good. I mean, until it stops being free, RoboDom, not goes down. Yeah, there you go. Thanks for that clarification, Ryan. End of November, Heroku stops being free, I believe, so I'll move my stuff from then eventually. I mean, yeah, AWS is pretty good. I mean, I'm only considering things that are free credit cardless. But yeah, I mean, for paid stuff, AWS isn't too bad, I guess. GCP, if you want to go paid. Oracle, they got a free tier. Azure, all the big shots got their own free tier once you give them your credit card. Mhm. But yeah, I think that is actually, as for the actual code, optimization be darned, because I messed up on that. This is all done. So that was just writing the React. Now, for the actual, like, it's part of a full stack app, right? So technically, you could ship this, put it in your repo, and send it off to China, send it off whatever server you want to load it on, and you're good enough. But here's a bad thing that's going on. You come here, you're here, and you're at a blank screen. You wait like 5 seconds for your stuff to load. It's like all the Babel standalone stuff, it's still here. It works, but it's not the best. Now we ain't going for code weenie quality here. We're just going for not the absolute worst. So we gotta go upgrade from Tina's. We gotta upgrade just a little bit, just a little bit. You're not wrong, Xenomorph. Yeah, you're not wrong. It's like, what's happening under the hood that takes so long? I'll go ahead and show you. Besides the running of code. So here's what happens. You come here, boom, you get your home page. You get 15 scripts. Like, look at all these scripts you gotta load just to get it running. And then there's another delay to get it running. So, like, it's a whole bunch of stuff we're depending on. We don't really want to do all this. Yeah, we are very spoiled. Oh, yeah, piece of shit. Ooh, that's a sound effect I should totally have. Yeah, the solution to this is your friend create React app or your friend's modern friend Vite. A fat cat with a hat. What is up? Thanks for coming on by. Yeah, for sure. Mm-hmm. And it would load in, like scan line style, like one by one line. Those were the days. Born at a good time, folks. We were born at a pretty good time. Now, there are both options, Create React App and Vite. They have their advantages, they have their cons. Create React App can do a lot more out of the box. The disadvantage of Create React App is it's a little older. Some people got a stigma with it, and it's heavier to run. Computer needs to be a little beefier to run. There you go, piece of shit. It takes forever. Unless you're running like pretty. I mean, I'm not gonna say you need a 4090, but I mean, it wouldn't be a GPU anyway. You just need a little bit modern hardware, and a lot of people in 100 devs cannot use it. Just straight up cannot use it. Like Leah T Codes, for example, could not use Create React App. So Vite, or Vite, however you want to say that, it's Vite actually, is a modern alternative using a little bit more modern technologies that does not do all of the things it does, but it's the French word for fast. Yep, it does the same thing, but quicker. So I'm going to show both of them. The disadvantage is that like Create React App kind of does everything. It even does things you don't want it to do. You can get it done with Vite, but maybe it doesn't have it built in. You need to do an npm install or use a plugin. The instructions are pretty good though. At the end of the day, the React code you write, like you're going to be real surprised. All this code I wrote, I'm going to copy and I'm not going to copy and paste it. I'm going to just drag it across. The React code is not going to change. That's the good part. So if you're like, oh, I accidentally wrote all my code and Create React App, am I stuck? No, you're not. You redo the Vite way, and you take your code and you drag it over, and like 95% remains the same. Yeah, I guess I don't know. I haven't really used it that much, piece to shoot, but yeah, Create React App does have testing built in, at least with some things. So, I mean, it's the pros and cons of going popular versus unpopular, but Reactify basically. Lots of stuff. Know how to work with Create React App. Sometimes you gotta find your own way or find someone else who found theirs with Vite. But going with Vite, let's do that. So I would type it, but my terminal does not remember me. So I'm going to the guide. And then I'll show Create React App. And then we'll probably do the rest of them in Vite or something. So, the lovely command npm create Vite latest. You paste it. And you give it a, there you go, piece of shoot. Yeah. I think I want to call the folder front end. So I just put front end at the end of this. It's a new feature. I don't blame you at all, piece of shoot. Usually, like we do npx create Vite app or npx create React app. This whole npm create, it's a new thing going on for sure. Don't get in the rabbit hole X metrics. Just find that it works and turn a blind eye to it. Also, advantage of Vite, as you can see, it works on other stuff. So like Xmetrics, your Vue fan, you'd like this better than Create React App because it's not React, or you get your Svelte or your other weird stuff. So it also, nice little thing here. And look how quick that was. So you see the inter front end, you follow the instructions, npm installed. Oh, I only React now. I didn't mean that as a diss, Xenomorph. I meant that as other stuff that we're not caring about at the moment. And then npm run dev. So it starts up a server, a development server, over here on this port with a cute little button. You can clicky click. Awesome. That sounds, I mean, it's not the worst Xmetrics. It's basically, it's Xmetrics versions of React. Yeah, so we can see it made this as this lovely front end folder, which has a few files in it. It's got a free package JSON with some scripts in it, dev, build, and preview. It's got an HTML file, which just links like this, very boring, nothing fancy, to our actual code, which has a main thing, which again, all straight out of the template. Don't need to worry about it. And then, boom, here's your classic thing. It's here. So it's all just a nice little starter template. Yeah, you're not wrong, Xmetrics. A text metrics. A. And then you have a nice little public folder here. So yeah, this is just the template it spits out. It's what we're going to use. So with this amazing template, we're going to start moving our code into the template. So first thing we're going to move over is app.jsx. So cut the entire thing and then replace all this stuff. I think the only thing I need to fix is my React namespace usage. Like so, and import all my favorite hooks. So we got use state and use callback. I think it works. We'll find out when we save it and look at it. Nope, it doesn't work. So the cool thing about anything that's not Babel standalone, the errors are in your browser. And look, they're colored and they tell you cool things. So like it's all this stuff comes built in when you're not using Babel standalone. A good one, Xenomorph. Yeah, user effect is also hooked. Yeah, Yarn. Maybe it's better than NPM at some points. Good catch there. So the current error, though, is yelling about my missing other component. So we gotta, here comes the drag. Just drag it over. Boop. There we go. Is it happy? Be happy. I think I did Xmetrics, yeah. It's not what it wants. Why are you angry? React is not defined. App.jsx line 5. Ah. Gotta do another import. Nice, metrics. You're good. So again, this is just fixing imports. Fun. Absolute the funnest. And there we go. We have something happening. So this is our page. You notice it's got some unique changes to it. One because of my dark reader extension. Another one because this template comes with free CSS. We're going to get rid of that CSS. Goodbye. We don't want your CSS. Be gone. Goodbye, free CSS. Poof. So we get rid of that CSS. No free CSS. No. We're not doing free CSS. Yeah, it was the default styling Xenomorph. Default dark theme. I mean, yeah, it was a good look. I mean, it's not, I'm not saying it's a bad look. I'm saying we want to, you know, we want to stick with what we're at, you know? We don't want to start, I don't want to start delving off into like all this extra stuff. And people are like, when did you write that? It's like, no, we're going to try to stay as close to, original as possible. Yeah, there were some pretty nice default styles. So we're here, and we got some errors. Well, that's not cool. You said I could just copy and paste the code, rascal. Well, yeah, I said the React code would be unchanged. Everything, every Vite, every create React app, it's gonna need a little tweaking to how it connects to the backend. I appreciate the lurk, metrics, and fat cat with a hat. So what's happening is it's making a fetch but we're running on a development server. That's not where our real server is. Nah, not at all. That's not what happened. And hey there, chicken. Appreciate the lurk. Yes, Xenomorph, this tweaking will also be necessary, and I will show the exact same changes when I do this in Create React App. So yeah, this tweaking, it needs to be done. Like, there's no way really around it. But it's the same steps, though. So it's the same tweaks. You just gotta do it over there also. So the problem here is that we're making a fetch to the server. This is in development, but it's not pointing to the real server. It's going to this place, which is not our API. That's not our API. Our API is 2121. Yeah, the errors are much more verbose, like Piece of Shoot said. So our solution is you gotta figure this out for whatever you're using. Since I know it's Vite, we want to do proxy. Okay, goldfish memory. I don't remember what it is. That is for Create React App. That's what it would be. But in Vite, we gotta do something extra. I mean, maybe it'll work. Let's give it a shot. Piece of shoot. I don't know if it'll work in Vite. Proxy. Oh, it's writing it very different. Let's follow the documentation. Everything's so far there. It's a lot of your Saturday's going well. You're right. I mean, yeah, piece of shit. You would think, right? But that's the way Create React App does it. So in proxy and Vite, you got to do it in this Vite config file. So like I said, each one's a little different. How do you do it? You call a server. Let's see if Copilot's gonna help me. Proxy API. Okay, it's doing a lot of stuff. I don't know what any of this means. It's not 3000. 2121. So this isn't all right. So yeah, Vite, a little different. Goldfish memorying on this. Let's see if it works. It does not work. Okay, so our network request is being made to /wrappers. Well, obviously, that's not going to work. Maybe that's what we need to do. Yeah, Xenomorph. It's one of those things that you memorize, right? You don't memorize it. You go to the docs and figure it out. Create React App, I will admit, is a little easier to do the proxy on. Yeah, Robodom, we trying to dance on this. Nope, that's not working. Oh, why is this not? Hold on, give me a moment to figure things out. Why you no work? Oh, so I will need my server running. VM node server. So make sure your server's turned on. Maybe now it work. No, 404 not found. Okay. Minor detail. Yeah, it's a minor detail. Piece of shoot. Wrappers? Maybe we don't do that. Can't tell because the server doesn't have any logging on it. It worked. Hey, okay, so I'll admit it was not a good experience. I had to keep flipping things on and off until it worked. There we go, Xenomorph. We got it working. So now that I fought through the mess, let's actually see how that worked for real. So since I am making a API request to /wrappers, and remember, this is all for development only. Once you're in production, this proxy thing doesn't do anything. But in development, since I'm making a request to /wrappers, and I want this to be redirected to my localhost development server, I say change it to this. So when I make a fetch to this /wrap, nope, go back. it replaces the front half with localhost 2121, forwarding it on to my real server running in development. Again, this is only development. Once you're in production, this don't do anything. Now, I think I need to do that with every other API request, so that's gonna be fun. So go to my server JS, and again, if I had all this under like an API route, it'd be a little easier, but still the same steps either way. So wrappers, add wrapper, add one like, and delete wrapper. All of these API methods kind of distinguishable because they return JSON or they're fetched to, if in development, need to be handled. Very fun process. Again, if they were all under one path API, I wouldn't need to do this, but for baddies writing bad code. Again, I don't know if there's a better way to do this. Just doing it the way I found. What the docs told me to do. Again, probably a better way. I don't know it. But with this, it should be fully working. So we add some stuff. It shows up. That's all here. Now we are missing some buttons here, so while it's functionally working, we're missing some buttons. So let's find out what those were. Looking back in app.jsx, it's not in there. Looking back in JS main, it ain't in there. Yeah, that's right. You spotted it, piece of shoot. I do not have font awesome. So let's look at our original HTML, and you see we're linking to Font Awesome and a style CSS. So we need to take it from our old HTML to our new HTML, which is over here, very boring and bland. Ka-chow. So now that, boom, that's as simple as it was. So old HTML, new HTML. Now we can delete old HTML. And I don't know what the old CSS was doing. Apparently it was making something red, so let's bring that over while we're here. Oh, that was in a CSS folder. Bad dragging. There we go. Red for the trash can. Oh, red for this text, actually. But yeah, we'll make the trash can red. That should totally be red. What's this class? Just the H1? Yeah, that's all it did, but we'll make the trash can red. That makes sense, piece of shoot. There we go. Red trash can. Bah, there, yeah, piece of shoot, you're on it. You got CSS expert in the house. If we click it, it goes away, and when we refresh, it stays away. Now already, just with a simple refresh, see how quicker it is? Even in development, it's so fast. It's zooming fast. Designer Pro, right? We got a unicorn in the house, folks. Better watch out. You're not wrong, Xenomorph. They were pretty nice, but we ain't designers, right? We're just here getting it working. Maybe next time, I'll keep the create React app styles, whatever they throw at us. So now we've got this working in that folder. We've got, that's delete that old assets. Don't care about that. So the Vite is basically happy. It's working on its own jolly wholesome. What's that folder doing? Goodbye. So it's fine in development. But we don't live in development, right? We eventually want to put this server somewhere. So we don't want to be running two servers all the time. This is where things get a little wiry. Things get a little tangly. Things get a little weird. We need to tell it. So I'll show you what Vite likes to do by default. So by default, you have your dev script to get it working. You have a build script. You know, we haven't really used build scripts so far. You're not wrong. It does, yeah. So I ran the build script, and what did it do? It created a dist folder, which has index.html, some CSS, and are smushed and all globberly glooped all the JavaScript we need to actually run this. So this is what the browser needs. The browser needs this stuff. Now there are two different ways to get this. Yeah, Xena, this is the production code. CSS kind of looks normal, but the JavaScript's all mangledy. HTML's a little different. This is the production code. This is the code that, there you go, piece of shoot. It's the code we want to host. See, we don't host the source folder. No, we don't host source folder. We host all this stuff, which has all of our stuff the browser can read. Now, there are two ways to tell our server, remember, we have a server here, to host it. There's the easy way, which is changing it from, so we have our old static public here. We tell it not static public, we'd say front end yes. So we just point it to that folder over there, which means after a build, you can run node server.js, go to 2121, and it's here. It's working as expected in production. So this is the production code running. You can tell it's production, if you care to, by when you go to your components, you see the names are smushed. Like that used to be an app. That's something else now. So when you're in production, it garbles up all your names. That's an easy way to tell, where am I? Am I in production or development? Your names are garbled in production. So if you ever want to be able to tell which is which, that's how you tell. And this code is basically ready to go off. But here's the thing. You take this code, you send it to Heroku, there's going to be a problem. How did we make that production code? We had to go inside of the front end folder, and we had to run npm run build. So we had to run another command before our production front end was ready. So what we need to do in order for Heroku or any other cool person to be able to do all this for us is, there's one approach. There is commit this folder to your Git repository. That's the baddie approach. We don't want to be super baddie. The little better approach is to basically mirror these things, or the things you care about, in your parent's package JSON. This is the wiry part I told you all about. So what you want to do is, here you want to add a build script that points to this build script. So whenever you build and install this, it will do the same to all of this. Thankfully, that's like 2 lines, not that spooky. So first one is the build. When we build, all we want to do, exactly, every time there's a deployment, you want this front end code to turn whatever you wrote into something the browser can read. Because if you use the old stuff, or if you don't regenerate it every time, then this dist folder will literally not exist. And this is what the browser needs to see in production. So the way we can tell this build script to call the other build script is really, really easy. We say build prefix front end. What this basically does is it says, we're going to run some npm command, but we're going to do it from the front end folder. This is equivalent to saying cd front end and npm run build. So like I said, there are a bunch of variations to doing this, but different ways to do it. Yeah, piece of shoot, that is another way to actually do it. Yeah, so instead of so in this project, our front end and back end are in the same repo. But with that approach, they're in separate repos, in which case you deploy your backend, and then separately, you deploy your front end, and you point your front end to your backend. Again, different approaches, achieving effectively the same user experience for the user. They don't really care where all this is hosted or whatever, but different ways of organizing the code. That one might be a little easier on the things. You just need to make sure they front end points to the back end, which means in your fetches, instead of making a local fetch, you have to fetch like app.herokuapp.com / So you have to make an absolute usually. But besides that, it should work. It'll work basically the same. But if you want it in the same repo, it's kind of the approach to doing that. Once you do that, you mirror, gotta find my files, the exact same thing for post install. Oh, no, clicky, no. Don't know what that was, don't want it. Because by default, all your deployments will install this one and not the other one. So now, when you come over here and you're like, oh, npm install the backend, it'll install the backend and then, not run install. It'll make sure the front end also gets an install. Then when you npm run build, and you won't usually need to do this, your service, Heroku, Railway, all of them will do this for you. And ka-chow, did it all for you. So that was the one change to the server. You had to tell your server, we're not using public, we're using front end dist, and you had to add 2 lines to the package JSON to do it this way, which is front end inside backend. That was it. Now the create React app is what we'll show after the break, which is going to contain the exact same 2 steps, just a little bit different changes actually in here. So yeah, I know it's a little complicated, but once you do it once, you can do it all at the same time. And like I said, different ways to do that, separate, same, whatever floats your boat. Here to stretch, hydrate, and relax. We'll catch you after the break. I'm happy to be able to help there, Xenomorph. Don't worry, Robodom, I'm not playing a water drinking sound effect at all. Don't worry about it. There is water being drank. I appreciate it, though. sounds believable enough to me. X-Metrics. Vampire cats for the win. Yeah. How efficient of them, hey? Oh, Xenomorph. Well, that's the great thing about the 100 Hours project. You don't need React. I mean, we're literally like what? I think actually we are done with React because next week is deployment, right? So we're done with React. There's no more needing it. If you've done the one project in React, you're basically where Leon says we need to be. And hey, Dev Lucas, thanks for the follow. Dang it, Dev Lucas F. Santos. Yeah, I mean, that's what most of our 100 Hours projects are. Xenomorph, yeah, that's where most of them should be or are expected to be at this point. I was doing this for fun for those who, really want to see the React way of doing it all. Speaking of the React way, let's write it. Yeah, it's not worth the effort, honestly. You can rewrite in JSX, which may be fun, but full React, not worth the effort unless there's something that React wants that you can't do. Yeah, I'm gonna add one little polish of this, and then we'll break out to create React app. So we're gonna add a dev script. Thank you. So first thing our dev script needs is we need to install NodeMon, because this project does not have it. Now we can run npm run dev. Ain't that nope. Um, cannot find index because it's called server.js. Whoops. Okay, now we can run it again. There we go. We have NodeMon. Everyone loves NodeMon. But we don't have the full dev experience. Like, where's my front end? My front end is not in dev mode. So the solution to do that, to get the full thing, is to use concurrently. That's literally that's literally the whole point of this, right? Xenomorph, it's just to do one, so that way you can answer all these surface level questions if they do come up, right? It's not to be an expert in React. It's just to be able to answer it when it comes up. Then, once that interview starts getting a little bit more along the way, you start, learning like whatever technology that company uses, XYZ, you build a React app using XYZ. So you can answer more specific questions for whenever those questions come up. Yeah. It's just enough to hook the fish, basically, right? Okay, so now we're going to use concurrently to build a cool little, well, that's not right. npm run dev prefix front-end. There you go. So this is basically our cute little dev script. We just took two scripts, we put them in one. So we installed NodeMon, because our server didn't have that. And then we installed concurrently. The concurrently npm module allows you to run one or many other commands concurrently, for those who don't have the source on them or their dictionary, at the same time. So this command is running at the same time as this command. You can tell that because their outputs are prefixed with the command number. Got NodeMon on 0, got Vite on 1. So you can go over here, get your lovely responsive front end. As you update the code, this will change. And then, since NodeMon's running on the back end, as you update your server.js code, it will change. Watch this. Ta-da! Automatic NodeMon, and in your front end folder. Yep, give me a moment. Mouse is just obeying me. It was really hard to see, but it did change. It was very, very subtle. Or you can open two terminals. That's right, piece of shoot. Sometimes you don't remember opening two terminals, so That's the shortcut for those who ain't two terminal gang out here, you know? Two terminals ain't your go. Right, cute little script to open, basically run two terminals for you, but in one term. Yeah, that was the last little polish for this. Now, we're going to do the exact same thing with Create React App. So, Create React App. Again, just going to the instructions because not going to trust my memory on this. I think it's npx create React App unless they changed it. But they did not change it. Aren't we happy? Let's create a new folder. Even their website is slow. Oh, come on. I mean, that's a... Let's hit a new refresh. You're not wrong. I mean, it's maybe a little slower. I don't know. Yeah, so we're copying their example. We're going to put it in a different folder called Frontend CRA because we're running out of folders here. Apparently, we need to install this. And this is going to take a hot minute. It's taking a very short time because I've done this recently. But even for me, it's taking a hot minute. This directly scales with how good of a machine you got and an internet you got, so not for the weak of hardware. Look, it's doing a thing. Turn that off. It's doing lots of things, right? Looks lots of things. You gotta love it. It's doing more things. You thought that was all? No, there's a second part. Create React App, Electric Boogaloo. And a third thing. It never stops. And there you go, we're done. And now it spits out some helpful text. Fun things you can do once you CD into your folder. So CD into frontend CRA. And they call the script a little differently. They call it npm run start. Effectively the same. Once you run it, you get another delay. Yay! This thing gets complaining. So it's smart. It'll change ports if it already exists. And then you wait. The stream is not frozen. We are waiting. Think we're almost halfway there. There we go. We made it. We made it, folks. And here is your Create React app with a little bit of text in the console. You know you weren't joking, piece of shoot. No, it's seriously. I mean, it's slow. It does a lot more, and it is a bulky boy, you know. But yeah, it is. Where'd my folder go? Oh, did I put it? Okay, it's in the wrong folder. We have to turn it off and move it. Running cure needs to go in the express thingamabob. There you go. App names. And then front end CRA. npm run start. Here we go. Yeah, you're not wrong. It is thick. And we're gonna hit yes, and we have to wait again. And hey, hi Junicus. Hope your Saturday's been going well. We're over here just reactifying some code. And yeah, the array cardio, it was, so I mean, you can do like work with other people in general. The only thing that's really recommended to be your own work, so at least enough to speak about, is the 100 hours project and stuff. But you can do it with other people. The end goal is, you know, have it in your head, be familiar with it and stuff like that. But yeah, I've done like lots of, you know, jump on Discord things. We all kind of do it together. Like, you don't have to do Anki, though. Lots of Anki groups do it there. So I call it the same equivalence. It's if it gets in your brain, then it's successful. Alone, with 10,000 people, with one other person, just get it in the brain. But yeah, so front end CRA, you can see, compared to front end, which was the Vite version, very similar. We got package JSONs, our get ignore, a source, and a public. You see, they're very, very similar style because it's the way front end things usually look. So let's go ahead and yoink and yeet. You see, it comes with a few more default files. We can delete some of these files, like setup test. We're not doing test. We can get rid of that. App test. We're not doing that. Logo. We're not doing that. Hey, good job of that planning, RoboDom. Like Leon says, don't go into your week like an accident. No accidents here. I'm just gonna start deleting random stuff that we don't want. Test meshed, who needs it? No one needs it, not this level. Maybe binary upload boom, but we are far from binary upload boom. A plan. A plan is better than no plan, RoboDom. That's all. It's about incremental improvements. Yeah, for sure. I love a good organization plan. Makes it much easier to track, progress you're making. So we're gonna copy some files. We're gonna delete some old files. Again, more copying, more pasting. So what we're reactifying, Junicus, I'm not sure if you are in 100 Devs. If you're not, so 100 Devs is a agency with a training program right here on Twitch and Discord and stuff, in which teaches the MERN stack. And there are a lot of front-end projects to learn HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. We have learned in this last week React, so I have went through and reactified all of these, and we are currently reactifying in a production-y way our first full stack app, which is basically a CRUD app that allows you to create, read, and update and delete the wrappers and their stage names. It's just a fun little app. Okay, yeah. So MERN stack is MongoDB for our database. It's where our stuff is stored. Express for what our backend server is written in. React, that's the part we're doing now, for what our front end is written in. And N for Node.js, which I don't know why it's in the acronym, but it's there. It's what our backend language is. Appreciate the follows there, Amy, and Melody Dev. It's a long time no see. If those don't know, Melody Dev, after I can, fellow 100 Dever, also does some pretty cool streams. Go check them out at some point. They're they're actually going through the Scrimba React course. So if you want to see a more detailed React thing, that's where you would go. Hey, I mean, I've done that a couple times too, Melody. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I mean, my game plan, Xenomorph, is basically just week by week, backwards, like Leon said, from the end goal. So, like, for the networking, the goal is 60. I calculate how many I need to do every week to reach 60 and stuff like that. All good, all good. I mean, yeah. Oh, so you're talking about maybe 100 days of code, Junicus. So there are lots of things using the 100 thing. Yeah, 100 days of code. I think it is kind of a challenge, but it's a challenge just to do to code for 100 days. I think, yeah, 100 devs is something completely different. It's a yeah, Twitter, the hashtags. What do they mean? No one really knows. Yeah, 100 devs. If you want to go check it out, it's all free and stuff. So right here, oh, so much in chat. You can read it all there. Yeah, lots of people got twisted around for sure. It's all good, RoboDime. You beat me there. But yeah, it's an agency. It goes from zero, like no technology, no HTML, no CSS, JS, all the way to MERN stack. In addition, unlike other paid boot camps or stuff like that you would pay for, it actually helps you actually get a job with the MERN stack instead of just like, you have the code, now get out. So much better end goal for sure. So the whole point is to make money. I mean, and then all the good stuff with that, but No point in having technology you can't do anything with. Yeah, we're just reactifying this with create React app now. It was broken. Let's see why it's broken. Logo is not defined. Line 7 of app.js. There is no app.js. What are you? What? There is an app.js, X. What are you talking about? Create React app? Oh no. Oh no. It's not smart. Ah, Electron. Yeah, I mean, I've messed around with Electron in the past. It's pretty neat. Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, different tools for different jobs, right? If you find what works, no real need to move to anything else. So, create React app. It is working. I need to turn it off and back on. Why? I don't know. I just needed to. But now that I did, it's working. But we have the exact same error we did with Vite, which is basically it can't find our data. We can look in our network tab and see nothing. So it's not that it's unsafe, Xenomorph. It's slow. It's just slow. It's not, like there's no security difference between it really. It's just slower to be honest. So the only unsafe part is slow, and it's going to be a kind of a big, chunky network request because lots of files. But aside from that, perfectly safe, not gonna hurt. Now, the third option or the fourth option here is to do it manually. So, like the React has instructions for adding React to your web page manually without the build systems, which is like npm installing Babel, npm install React, and manually running the Babel commands. But that's not beginner friendly very much. So you could like kind of build your own thing. It's gotten better, but eh, it's a bit of work, especially for us at this point. Yeah, Junicus. So yeah, we went from Babel standalone, which is nothing, to Vite, to CRA, just to mainly prove, like the differences between them, and as Piece of Shoot said, showcase the different tools, because some people still want to use CRA because it does a lot out of the box. Some people don't have a 4090, so they need to use Vite or Vite. You have different ways to do React, just in the context of these are all the things we've seen before. So the only thing new in the equation is React. So yeah, different ways to do it. We've like what they're talking about in chat, the Babel standalone. Like we did this bad code where we inlined it all in the browser before, and now we're slowly working into build systems as we're getting onto more full stack size applications. Yeah, we already showed how to get Vite working inside of it, and Piece of Shoot mentioned how you can get it outside. And now to get this thing working inside. So the problem here is we're making a request to the wrappers, and we're not getting the real server responding. This is not our server. This is the development server. So the way in Create React app to do this is by setting proxy in your package JSON of all places to the location of your locally running server. So for those who remember, Piece of Shoot did suggest that during the Vite, but Vite does it a little differently. So I'm just going to rename all my front ends to -CRA. So that way I can run a cool little npm run dev script to turn my server on. Great. It's still running. Guess I didn't stop it at some. I guess I don't know. It's still alive. We get rid of it though. I mean, we keep it going. There we go. Nope. Still going. Okay. Which means it's probably this running somewhere. No? Okay. Hopefully I killed them all. Yeah, so all this front end for my stream overlay, darn it, okay, I'll figure that out in a moment, is, so yeah, I could have went for the OBS route, but I don't really know, like, how to do all that. So, most of these overlays are React components. Surprise! I can't view them, but yeah, it's just a web page that I have my other screen as a background for, and some React components around here. Yeah. It's in production, so you can't see the thing, but you can see it's all browser. You are a span. You're all spans to me. Sorry to let you know. Yeah, it's good practice. Plus, I just didn't like. It's like a tool for the job, right? I already knew one thing. I didn't want to spend time learning another, so it was easier to just use the one thing instead. Just kill the PID. Yeah, I thought I did. Rip. I'll just grab all the node things then, because I can't track down which one it is. Node server. Maybe it's this one. I mean, as far as React components go, they're not too hard to make. I yoinked the stylings from a bunch of other things, but yeah, so I mean, you can kind of break most of these down into what the components are. Like for chat example, it's a name, an image, and text. So no, not too hard to make. Listening, my goodness. Okay, we're just gonna change the port number because this is tedious. Oh, don't what is that? Don't turn that off. Yeah, it's definitely a pretty fun experience. What's my default port? 2122. Yeah, I don't know. It's running somewhere. I'm not gonna care about it. I'm just gonna change the port. Yeah, you can, Junicus. What's the lsoft command? Of course, Robodom. Yeah, lots of things once we oh, where'd my command go? I just don't have access to my bash history. Running ports. Hey, thank you there, Xenomorph. We're gonna hunt you down. Unexpectable parameter. I think no colon. No space. There we go. We got you now. that dramatic, huh? Oh great, and I changed it to 22, so we gotta go back. Kill it good. We killed it. It's dead. Absolutely murdered it. AC Films, how's it going? Hope your day. I mean, you already said you're doing great. I'm doing pretty well myself. Missing script dev. Oh, great, because on CRA it's called Start, which love them for changing that. Nice stats. Yeah, I love a good refactor. Something is running on. Turn to a port hunting stream all of a sudden. Oh, because it is running on port. I can't turn that one off. That one's actually running a thing. Oh. We're gonna get there, folks. ENV port 3001. So I have to change the React port to something more palatable. There you go, Junicus. Yep, that's what we can do. This Create React app supports a lot of built-in environment variables. Port being one of them. Adding it as a starting script would work. Create React app specifically also listens to .env files. So, a few different ways to skin the cat, as they say. Or knock out that bird. And now we can see it's working, and we can also see these are our wrappers. It's connected to the database. And unlike the other one, we can interact with it easily. So the last one, the Vite example, again, partially because of the bad API, we had to add a proxy endpoint for each thing we wanted to talk to because they're not all under a single, endpoint or a single common path. But with Create React App, you can just tell it to go here, and any and all requests that fail will just work. Have I tried using root? You mean on the Vite? And I'll give it a try. Well, let me give it a try. Yeah, I'll give it a try right now. Let's just using / I assume you mean. Let's see if that works. PX node mon server. Oh, where is it? Yeah, I mean, it was a good idea. We'll see if it works right now. Run dev. React-ification going pretty well, see films. And yes, cool. That's different thing to go for sure. I have to go into the Express. We getting there. Can't React do any backend? You can do server-side render / server-side generation on the backend, but it's still front React is for the front end for user interfaces. So a SPA xenomorph is a single page application. Basically, it means that like you're on one page. It's just all on one page. Basically, when we say the page doesn't refresh anymore, yay, we're talking about it's a single page application, which is what we've been writing so far have been multi-page applications. Like binary upload boom, you go to different pages to do different things. Oh, would you look at that piece of shoot coming in with the hot ideas? So yeah, what you should do is, so an amendment to the Vite instructions, you can simply proxy / to your dev server, and it'll just work. Would you look at that? It just works. Yeah, so Bub is currently a multi-page application, but we can make it into a single page application with React. There you go, Junicus. That's what we'll be using, React Router. So this is where we start fiddling with the definition. There are technically multiple pages, so you can go to a different URL to get to each page, but when you're using the app, you technically stay on the same page. So it's a single page application that supports multiple paths. Again, that definition, we're squeezing it and massaging it, but single page application is usually the React way of doing it. And yeah, how does it compare with EJS or PHP? So React itself is much more than a templating language, which is what EJS and PHP are. PHP is also a backend language, so it allows you to talk with databases while React doesn't. JSX in EJS though, or JSX, is directly comparable to EJS because almost directly you put in data, you put in templates, you get out something static. In JSX's case, it's React Create component, but it can be HTML. In EJS's case, it's HTML. In PHP's case, on the front end, it's HTML. So React, not so much. JSX, which React uses, a little bit more of a direct comparison. But yeah, that amendment to the Vite instructions, you can just use this as your proxy, which makes it a lot easier. And appreciate that. Good suggestion there. And actually, I think our React app is ready to go once we get some styles. So they compare and contrast in a way in which, yeah, it is very abstract in your brain, Xenomorph, until you like get the examples in your hand, right? So like this is technically like this here, it's a single page application, Xenomorph, because there is one page and one page only, and you get to that page by like there's only one page. it'll be multi-page, which we have like a profile or something, and then the front end can be built as a single page application if when you click the link to like front end, your browser doesn't do an entire refresh. And yeah, JSX and TSX, I mean, it's basically adding TypeScript to JSX, so you're really asking how JavaScript and TypeScript compare, really. The X doesn't really do anything aside from a little bit of syntax changes. There you piece of shoot, perfectly. Yeah. So the same thing that was missing last time is missing this time. We're missing our font. Awesome. We're gonna make our way up here. Making our way. From old HTML to new HTML. Yoink that there. Oh, that's not running. Nope, it's all turned off, I guess. I turned it off. I think I just, we got a CD in there first. CD Express. Yeah, we can be getting there. Oh, great! I did the mistake again. I didn't kill the server. Oh, where's my server? 6, 6, 9. Now run. I definitely prefer. I mean, if we are going to compare EJS and React, which don't really compare, it's React all the way for things that are dynamic. If it's static, though, I'd rather use EJS or, in my preferred opinion, JSX itself. Look at these! Look at these red trash cans, folks. There they be. And I'm going to see if my inspector will actually show me the coolness now. Okay, it's just going to keep working. But yeah, there it is, folks. That's create React app development node. Now production mode is going to be similar to Vite. So similar. All the similars. Yeah, they are xenomorph. They are seamless on the front end. I mean, you have to write it to make it seamless, like so it's a little bit more cut out than just doing a refresh and having EJS handle it, but you gotta write it somewhere. Yes, you can xenomorph. I actually do so in my pairwise sorter. Right over here. Yeah, you're right, C Films. It is the main. Well, technically two E's because EJS is another E. You're right. It started off as only a part of React Xenomorph, but now other things have used it. For example, should I figure out the name of the package? Then I'll show you the view. So, and there are also like markdown, like documentation things that you write in JSX. Particularly, Express React Views is the name of the package that allows you to write JSX on the back end. So yeah, make your Express app, set your view engine to JSX, put this little thing in here, and then you can do what I did, which is rewrite my views from EJS to JSX. Yeah, piece of shit. Yes, there is. So you can see, this is all like main props is what I call on .render. Then you can re-render your JSX components right here. I know, piece of shit. I know. It's not that bad though, but yeah, you do have to remember your that's right, Chessie. It the X is for XML, which is why, for a lot of people have been asking or been wondering, like your image tags, you need to have a closing tag on them in JSX when you don't in HTML because XML is more restrictive. Let's go to list. I think that's got yeah. So you see JSX right here. Now, since this is only JSX, you can't use any hooks or any components. Like, it's just JSX, but aside from that, it's all of JSX you would care about. You don't need to set up any babel stuff. It kind of does that for you. Like, there are literally two lines. Here are the two lines. So I wrote these two lines, And this is all I needed to get the JSX to work. So straight from the docs, 2 lines with Express, you're done. And I think there are other like markdowny or documentation things that use JSX. I haven't used any of those, so. Yeah, of course, xenomorph. Yeah, I mean, for anyone who's catch my pairwise sorter, I've literally written it all in JSX. It was EJS that I converted. Okay, now I think this thing is ready to go. I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna run build. Gonna goldfish memory me here. Ooh, the big React scripts build. Chugga 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 chugga. Now this, you thought the other things took a long time. Glad it's break time. Well, I mean, well, remember that particular JSX library, it's not React, so it's just JSX. It's what do you call it? So it's still gonna do all your refreshes and stuff, PSSU. You need to go full React to avoid the refreshes or something like that. That's right. Yeah, the JSX is just for the view, not for any of the logic. Totally separate them out, and like we do with components and stuff like that. Yeah, it's not React. Then make a very clear distinction when using that library. You're just taking the GSX. You kicked React away. ADN Bowl. How's it going? We're over here just reactifying some full stack apps. Those who don't know, DM Bolt also uses a fair amount of React. A little bit more modern stuff like Next.js and stuff. Should go check them out for sure. So I think, does that work now? Yeah, we're just showing, the different ways of CRA or Vite when full stack app. So we did the Vite way. It made a dist folder, but Create React app, they're a little different. They call their folder build. It doesn't really mean much difference. You just go to your server, and instead of saying front end dist, you say front end CRA build. So this particular, my bad, I probably didn't actually show off the app itself. I'll show off the app itself in its completeness. So what it does, it's very much a learning full stack app. Unicus, so nothing too crazy. Is you are here, you have items you can add, stage, birth. So you add like stage and birth names of rappers or stuff. Another one, and then you can like them. This little like button, and then you can delete them, and that's it. It's very much a classic CRUD app. One of the first ones we made, hence, well, it's the first one, so it's the first end line to be reactified. I'm a little weirded though. We're having a CSS doofy. So I put the CSS in the. I didn't put the CSS anywhere. Huh. Why isn't there any CSS? I didn't put it anywhere. Okay. Make sure to copy all your assets over. That's a good advice. Yeah. It's basically a customized little to-do list here. Where is my CSS? Can I get CSS style CSS? It's in the folder. I need to do a rebuild. Cue the Jeopardy music. Delayed yeah. Since this is the first one, it's taken a little bit to go through all the options, but the next ones will be a little more seamless since they are, I believe, for the majority, this, but themed differently. There we go, our CSS has made it. Which means we can go back to the home page and things are red. Hot red, there we go. Blah, blah, blah. Man, yeah. And that was that. So again, we're just going to do a quick little thing over the changes and all that it took to get it working. So for Vite, we ran the command. We added a proxy, server proxy for /. So when we made fetches, it worked. And then we took our public, whatever our public CSS was, and we put it into this public folder. We just shoved it in here. Then we made a change to our server. Instead of serving static public, we pointed it to front end dist to match the folder where all the front end assets go. And in our package JSON, we added a build command that just called the build command of the front end Vite version, and a post install, which just installed the stuff inside the front end folder. For create React app, we took mostly the same steps. We copied the stuff into the public folder from our old public folder. We added a proxy to our package JSON, so it went to a different place, but we still added our backend server as a proxy. And then in our real server, instead of being front end dist, the folder name was build. Not that big of a change. And in our backend, or in our package JSON, nothing changed. Nothing actually changes here. So yeah, Vite, create React app. If you want them in the same project as your backend server, those are the two ways to do it. Like Piece of Shoot said though, they don't have to be inside this. They can be, as Leon showed in the previous one, completely separate. It's just then up to you when you make your fetches. Instead of fetching relative, you have to make sure your place deployed.rokuapp.com or wherever, gotta make sure it's absolute because they're on two different things. So if you want to make them separate, you can. This should be the main change you got to do, and your backend will need to accept cross-origin request, which I believe is just by saying app.useCores. It's not in this one, but if you were doing it, it would just be app.useCores. And yeah, it was the first one, so it was a bit bigger one. But yeah, with that, we will move on to calculator. Calculator is not very interesting. Review bottom of list. To-do list. Try goldfish memory this. See what we'll do after the break. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, to-do list express. It's this is literally it's the same one, isn't it? Yeah, it's the same one, but themed after to-do items. Okay, yeah, we'll go ahead and do this one. It's gonna be a fair amount of copying and pasting, but yeah, we'll go ahead and do this just to show that one off. And then yeah, the rest of them. Hey, whoa, dude, how's it going? Hope your day has been going well. Saturday? Yeah, precursor to wrapper API. Well, actually, the wrapper API. Well, did I get these out of order? I may have gotten these out of order because I knew this one was first, so I assumed the wrapper name was first. But yeah, it might have been to-do list. Either way, we're gonna do them both, and the second one's gonna be a bunch of copy and paste, yoink and yeeting, right, folks? Yoink and yeet. All good, all good. Yeah, we'll take that break. Be sure to stretch, hydrate, relax if you can, folks. Yeah, I'll catch you at the end of the break. And yeah, you're good, Xenomorph. The names got very similar in the beginning there. Feel free to slowly make your way back on from the break, folks. Break is coming to an end. And yeah, C films, my strongest would definitely be well, I guess vanilla. So I have to write it for React and then React, then EJS, because I've written them most in that order. Trying to build a Pomodoro counter. Ooh, that sounds interesting. Yeah, it's always fun to underestimate how much work something really is, right, folks? Always a good experience, but hey, the great thing about that is that it improves your ability to estimate how long things will take in the future. So you're not going to get good at estimating times until you get bad at it and then slowly tune it in. Yeah, it's time to reactify our second project, which basically is a clone of the first, so fair amount of copy and paste. I guess I might be wrong. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I usually think if you, estimate things wrongly and then get corrected on it, you'll get closer in your estimation. I suppose so, maybe, Chelsea. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, I think I've gotten better at them. Yeah, you're never going to get perfect at them. I'm not going to say that. But I'd say estimating your own performance, though. Yeah, not estimating others. That's never going to work because you can't predict other people. But with enough time and enough, just literally enough time, you'll be able to slowly be able to estimate, like, oh, it takes me this much time to do this. Well, of course, yeah. That's why you always got to do what the Kirk thing, right? Triple it or something like that. Yeah, you always gotta leave yourself space, but you can. I mean, I know, at least I can estimate that. Oh, with this certain concept, it'll take me maybe this many hours to do it if nothing goes wrong, and then triple it to give you spacing for when things do go wrong, because they will go wrong. Yeah, it happens, Dimble, and that's when you gotta start paying for it, because bringing in last minutes not exactly not exactly what everyone wanted to do for sure. I mean, in a general sense, not a literal sense. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Yeah, and then boom, it gets accepted. Then what are you gonna do, huh? So we got some code here. I don't know how it works. We're gonna npm install it. We're gonna read the readme because there's a readme in this one. Look at that readme. Add db string to env file. Okay. .env file, and then we will make a dummy database and put it in our env file. db string equals mongodb. Again, I'm using local for ease of development. Then I assume we're going to do an npm run. Got a cd into there. We're going to npm run something, so I'll run npm run, and we don't know. Well, we can't read the list of files, and we can see a server, so node server.js. Again, localhost 2121. For those wishing to follow along, there be the GitHub link. And we have thing to do. We click it to toggle on and off, and we hit the trash can to delete it. So yeah, very much a lot like the last one, with a slight twist in which there's one input field. We click the text to toggle its state instead of add and remove a like, and we have a cool little counter of how many things are left to do, which are things that are not marked as completed, all summed up. So yeah, we're gonna take just a quick peek at the server, see what's here. Cool. Add mark complete, mark incomplete, and delayed tag. So again, all the main parts here from the last one, just a little differently named. Now we ain't gonna go the cheap way and pull out Babel standalone this time, because that was mainly just to demonstrate you could if you wanted to, but you shouldn't. So we're gonna go full on Vite this time, npm create Vite front end. Yes, since this isn't too new, we ain't gonna worry about all the dev scripts and stuff. So we're gonna cd into the front end. I'm gonna run dev goldfish memory. Nope, we have to npm install first. There are instructions that I should have read them. They literally tell you what to do right there, folks. I'm gonna run dev. It do be running. Now we know there's a backend server, so we're gonna come on down here. Now we know it's not /API, but we'll let Copilot keep writing code. Go. We know the port is 2121. I don't know what that does, but we don't want it. And there we go. Yeah, read the freaking manual. I did. I mean, I was gonna, but then I was like, I know better. Then I didn't know better. So that was fun. Okay, so now, wow, that's pretty good, Steve Films. Lots of changes. So we got some views, we got some CSS, and we get some JS. So the CSS comes straight over. That's easy stuff. Yoink. I guess CSS goes in this folder. My bad. Yoink. And Vite logo, I guess we'll keep that around. React logo, nope. And we'll keep the default styles since y'all really love those default Vite styles. We will keep them this time. Now some update our HTML, so we can see some font awesome here. So from old HTML to new HTML. Think about this after the title. And then, oh, this is the one with the duplicate thingy in it. Then we have some actual content. So let's yoink this. Get rid of that. I mean, we're deleting the view, so goodbye entirely. And start writing our app.js. So hello, old code. Goodbye. I think I want to put this in a React fragment. I was right. And then it's time to start JSXifying this. So we are looping over a list of items. So I imagine these items would live in one state variable. So let's create a state variable. We already have one. Let's rename this one then. Items. Instead of using a number, it's going to be an array. An array of what? Figure that out. We assume it's items though. So rewriting this code above in JSX will be inside of our UL, which we are. Indentation be darned. Items.map. Item and index. Thank you, Copilot. That's a good one, Copilot. Oh, there you go. See, films, that's nice. Closing parenthesis. There you go. All the closey symbols. Now, Copilot did not write it perfectly. I know, it's very sad to find this out, but there is some logic for a conditional completed class. It did not add it. We want it. So we're going to do some inline stuff where we say class name. You know, we'll keep it very much the original with an if else. So if item dot completed, you know, so we'll go full way, is true, then output a thing with a class name of completed. And I know there's a better way to do this inline attribute, but we'll keep it, to similar to what the original code was. Okay, that is our rewrite of that, so goodbye. Next one is left to do. So this is a little bit of fun. This is the number of to-do items that are... closing UL tag. I'd definitely say this year, see films. I've definitely made more commits this year, that's for sure. That in there, I guess. We're gonna keep it similar to the original intention, but we'll improve it later. Ah, interesting, see films. So while this will be derived state, for initially, we're just going to make it like this so we can mirror the existing code as much as possible. Here comes the XML part of JSX. Inputs need to have their closing slashes. And now it's time for our, so this should visually look good, although be very empty. So we don't want to use app CSS. We want to use... Is this all? Is it turned on? Is this thing working? There we go. 5173. Big error. Failed to look up view index EJS. Okay, so our code was like, let's look at the view, and it's like, we're not there yet. 5173. Huh. Why is it doing that? That's not right. Maybe this proxy isn't doing what I want it to do. I'd say consistency is more valued C films, so more days of commits. That's weird as heck. So this proxy... Oh, so I don't think this proxy is actually usable. Huh. Yeah, okay, I don't think we can use that proxy on the main path, so... Must have been a fluke it worked before. Let me look at the docs. Vite server proxy. Wait. Only for 404s, right? Because that's what we really want. Yeah, I'd say so, C films, because you get more green squares that way. Just gotta read the docs. Yeah, you're right, Junicus, that in production it will need a base to HTML. What's happening right now is, what's happening is when I go to this page here, we're being sent to the backend server. Since this is on development, we should not be sent to the backend server. This proxy, I thought, only sent failed request under this route to the backend. It sends all requests. So you see, when I change it to API and I refresh, we're now looking back at Vite, which is what we're supposed to be seeing. I thought there was a way to tell it to just catch all the ones that failed and send it to the real backend. But I'm now thinking that's not possible. So you're right, there will need to be a base, but I'm just getting confused by Vite, because the thing is, in Create React App, you can tell it to do that. You just tell it, oh, anyone that fails, pass it on to the next one. But this one, I'm just getting lost in the sauce. It's like, this is what they do with regex fallback. It might not be possible. Yeah, I'm not gonna spend too much fiddling with it. So yeah, it's not. I don't think it's possible. It just means we just gotta add all four of them, I guess, which isn't too bad. We'll get there eventually. Yeah, it is slightly more user-friendly, Xenomorph. I will admit, like this proxy thing is not something a beginner would want to or should really have to deal with too much. But so yeah, it's more user-friendly if your computer can run it. Good luck on that front, though, right? That CSS. Yeah, I don't want to make too many changes, but yeah, that would be so that is the proper recommended solution is to make it all off of API, which is, as you can kind of see from the original Vite docs, what they recommend. I'm trying to make as few changes as possible, but that is the what one would do. Make all these under API. But you know what? Why not? We might as well do that. API. Yeah, I won't use an actual router because that will be more changes. But we can just, hard code it like this. Yeah, an extra change, but makes it easier for Vite to work off. We'll call this one get to dos. It's a good enough name. Oh, geez, you got the magic code there. Oh yeah, that's the one for the API. Yep, that's what we're going for. Piece of shoot. We'll just API and send it all off to the API. Yeah, I mean you're right, Xenomorph. For a lot of hardware, there is no performance demand on it. It just takes the time. Yeah, I think I basically got that piece of shoot. I remember this because it'll do a thing. We'll figure that out. Yeah, I don't think we actually need to change the route with a rewrite. It just does it. We're not doing that advanced stuff, but we'll find out when I try. Hey, thanks for the follow there, Naruto Amen. Yeah, all this proxy stuff, we're just trying to get a thing to render, and now get to actually tell it's going to go. Yeah, Dion Bull, so long. Code Sandbox for sure. Yeah, Code Sandbox is the quickie way to do it for sure. And then, production, modern way. Next is the go-to, right? Hey, Alvi. Hope your Saturday's going well. Just touching up on, CRI since it is a legacy at this point. Well, it's not legacy. It's what you're going to see out there. That, modern Vite, maybe. You know. Ah, so what I'm doing, Alvi, is I am reactifying some existing full stack applications. So I have this 21, I think. It's dead. Okay, it's not here. But it's basically a to-do list where you can add items to it. You can mark them as completed, uncompleted, and then you can delete them. So nothing too crazy, but I'm rewriting it in React because the agency I'm a part of, 100 Devs, it's got a free training program, and this/last week we learned React. So figured why not. Hey, it's going good, King, and there goes my co-pilot. Big sad. I am doing well. So yeah, I know we're doing it mostly class and function based, but I think we've seen enough class ones that I'll write from scratch functional this time. Hey, thanks for that follow there, Alvi. So we want to do on initial load. That's what this use effect for M2 dependency array is API get to dos, then r.json. All my autocomplete. Oh, Copilot would have written all this for me already. To dos left. Then we want to call our setters for both of these. Again, it's not the best way to manage state, but we're keeping it to the previous code. These are called items, I guess. And left. So now we've updated our lovely front end to receive information from the API. Yeah, there you go, Xenomorph, right. You didn't disable chat. Chat can auto-suggest to me. Everyone just type stuff into Copilot, paste it in the chat, then I'll copy from that. That's how we're going to code this up. So yeah, looking at our API, we do need to make this React friendly. Because right now, we're just rendering EJS files. Not what we want to do. We want to send the data back as JSON. And this is actually exact. So the data literally doesn't change. Data is the same. It's just the way we send it back. Instead of redirecting, for example, we need to send back the added thing, which, oh, here comes the goldfish memory. Result ops 0. Because we're using a raw MongoDB. It's amazing. Absolutely perfect. Nothing could be better. And thankfully, for the deletes and marks, we're going to be optimistic. We're just going to assume it worked. You know, it's just like, trust me, it worked. So yeah, we made literally one. So aside from the API endpoint, we made one change to response JSON ops and one other change to JSON the data instead of rendering. So we made 2 changes on our backend aside from the API, and that should make this work. Use effect is not defined because I'm not using any autocomplete. Gotta bring that import in. You see Vite automatically refreshed. Get to do's not found because the server needs a restart. Oh, look at that. Those are the I forgot items were in there. There they are. Look, there's that trash can. So look at that. Rendering is working already, folks. So that's our reading. So we kind of skipped create, but create is next. So let's override this forms on submit listener. Now here's a fun fact. I want to show this off. This thing probably still works. Oh, maybe not. I don't think it works. Okay, it doesn't still work. I was about to be like, it can still work. It cannot still work. Yeah, all that break it was super useful, you know, just to be able to chill, relax, think of thoughts. Now you gotta keep writing code like, oh, what is this? Hey, good point there, Junicus. Nice. Yeah, good one. The action is pointing to the wrong place. Good one. Spotting that out pretty quick. Is that a werewolf? Look at that. Boom. It added to the database. We got a JSON response back, but if we hit back the endpoint, there it is. So yeah, good point out there, Junicus. In addition, if you really wanted to, like, I really hate reactifying my forms for whatever reason, you could not make the change to the server that we just did and just say, what? Redirect back to the home page or something. And this would still work. So you don't need to go full React, though most people will. You can go partial React. I'm not going to get as many benefits, obviously, but oh, add to do. Called the wrong one. Whoops. And hey, thanks for that follow there. Double clicks. I don't double click that often though, to be honest. Okay, one more showing this bad example. Oh, work for me. There you go. So we got a big refresh, which is kind of not the React way of doing it, but you can do it. Makes a whole new request and then another data request and get that flash of unstyled junk. So you can if you want to, but we're not gonna halfway it. We're gonna go all the way. So full React. Yeah, very much. You can, but should you? No, you should not. The answer is no. But you can't. Like, if your goal is like the client needs it working in 5 minutes, you can do it. So yeah, we're gonna override on submit. We're gonna inline it this time, just because sometimes you'll see some inline code. I mean, it's literally called like what, the flash of unstyled content, right? So it's a real thing, piece of shoot. You gotta watch out for that sometimes when you're bringing in CSS or like that's probably because I don't know, CSS ordering could be done to maybe fix that or inline CSS, but it's there. Oh, for sure. Yeah, yeah. I only did it twice, so it should be okay, hopefully. Default. We're at default, and now we're gonna make ourselves a lovely fetch to API. Now, cool thing about that is you can hard code all the information in here, or if you would like, I want my HTML form to have all this stuff. You can just be like, oh, okay. You will const form equals event.current target. And you can just rip the information off of the form. So form.action method form.method if you really like having your stuff in the HTML. Yeah, that dark extension. So it's turned off on local servers, but yeah, that definitely could have helped to help the flash. I only did it twice though, so we're gonna stay away from any more big flashes of unstyled content. Now for the body, we want to send basically the form data, and we'll do it manually this time. Since we did it automatically last time, we'll do it manually. Want to stringify. Oh, what does the server want though? What do you want? Tell me what you want. It wants a to-do item. Okay, not that crazy. The value is going to be the value of the input there, which I can grab by saying form elements dot to do item dot value. So you can do it manually if you really want to, or like the last one, you can let form data do it for you. Thanks for that, hydrate. Yeah, Junius can't browse the web without it for most parts. The dark reader definitely helps a lot, and it works like 90% of the time, contrast wise and such. We're gonna be baddies, or maybe we're gonna be cool and modern. Make this async await, right? So const new item equals await. That's the response. And then const new item equals response.json, which is another promise. We have to await it. And here comes the same thing we did before, but now we're doing it functional first, so slightly different approach. We're going to set items to a callback that receives the old items. I'm not going to add that unnecessary complexity. To the old items and the new item. So we're creating a new array with the contents of the old items, and in addition, a single new item. In addition, we need to update our left counter since we're being baddies and writing it like this, to set left to left plus 1, because there is one more to do that is not completed. And that should be creating. Yeah, you can't. Now there is some weird error handling here, so you be aware that the browser is not going to handle this. So if there's an error, I'll just write some bad error here. Browsers, like there will be the error, but the add event listener's not going to be handling it in a special way. So like you can use async anywhere you want, whether it's specifically that wherever you're using it can handle promises. I don't know, you figure it out, right? So like boom, like you got the error, like it happened. Maybe there's no special handling it for here. That's the case for native event listeners. So you can, it's just there's nothing special handling it. Oh, look, there's a new thing, and it's empty. Look at that. It's empty. It's not working. Awesome. To the network tab. Oh, it's there. So it's not empty on a request. So React didn't mess it up. The server messed it up. What are you doing, server? To do item, right? So express face on. Oh, I know what happened. I forgot my headers. Content type, because we're using the old fetch API. Yeah, for sure, Junicus. That is the approach. And if you've ever worked with Express, you'll know that the Express routers also don't handle promises, but there's something called Express Promise Router that basically try catches your entire router for you. So that's basically the approach to making things async await happy. Yeah, and this time we needed a xenomorph, right? So that's kind of like sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. To be safe, just add it always, right? Like you saving an extra line of code for maybe a place you needed it. But as you can see, it do be working now. I just took a screenshot. So yeah, that is creating, working lovely. Ah, cool, cool. Yeah, I haven't. I mean, I'm curious about working in Net or C Sharp eventually, but yeah, lots of things I want to learn eventually. Okay, so now we have this working. We would love to delete stuff because this list is getting a little too big. So the next we're gonna work on deletion. And again, we're gonna write this code the bad way, just so you can all see. You can't write code badly. Yeah, well, dude, I mean, it's one of them spaced repetition things, right? You can just knock it out pretty quickly. So again, we're inlining all of this code. Just make it the worst possible. It's like before we did it all pretty. We wrote it up here, but some people don't do it pretty. Some people shove it in here. So I'm gonna show the two different ways. So this is for deletion. We want to await fetch API delete. Yeah, user reduce. That's another hook. Not exactly a hook you'll see as for beginners, but yeah, it's a pretty good way to manage state. So many files. Delete item. There it is. Oh, I appreciate that, Junicus. A multi-tenant type of app using MERN. Multi-tenant, huh? I'm not sure exactly. Single supporting multiple tenants. I'm not exactly familiar with that architectural description. Oh, serves multiple customer. Oh, you mean like supports not just me? Yeah, I mean like a program people actually use, or not exactly what a multi-tenant means. But yeah, hopefully that's your next project as software as a service you can create menus with. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Sonic Reducer. There you go. Yep, yep. Yeah, a few people did that, piece of shit. Not completely a bad approach. You skip the EJS pain, right? Body. I think the body of this. So if we go to our delete route, pass it an item from JS, and then the ID of the thing we're deleting. So item. Ah, okay, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, okay, so oh, that's interesting. Yeah, so I guess a progressive web app would count as that, or like a desktop app like Discord. It's a multi-tenant app. Like you can install it, or you can go to it from the web, in which you're using the web instance versus the local instance. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, I guess. Huh? Do I have any that are multi-tenant in that term? I mean, there are web apps that users each have their own data associated with, but that's not truly having their own instance of it. A fair amount of like users have data, but I guess I don't have that many multi-tenant apps in which they have their own instance of it. That's an interesting. Yeah, it's definitely something I never thought of. I'm definitely gonna at least get one of those added to me. Oh, I'm looking for the thing property. Item.thing. To add that lovely header. And now this is going to be called an optimistic operation because we are going to assume it worked. If the delete failed, then that is not our problem. So we are optimistically going to actually delete the item from our local item state. So items equals items.filter or loop item dot ID not equal to item underscore ID to get rid of all the ones that are not, to keep all the ones that are not the one I'm deleting. And then if item dot completed, or if not completed, then set left to left -1 because there's one left to do because he deleted it. Hmm. Yeah, okay, yeah. Again, I appreciate the explanation there, Junicus. It's a very interesting. It sounds like, I mean, I'm not saying it's niche, but yeah, I can kind of see the goal of it. Where yeah, okay, I see the distinction in which it's like, oh, it's not used having data on a single app. It's kind of being sandboxed to their own individual stuff. So I see what you mean. And hey, yo, thanks for the raid there, Tech Dakota. Hope your stream has been going well. ljtech.ca. Those don't know, you should probably go check them out. Ooh, React and Electron and TypeScript, all the fun tech. But we're not doing all that fancy stuff. I do love me some TypeScript. Never checked out Electron, but we're just doing the basics. So definitely some space repetition for y'all. Appreciate you coming by though. Hope y'all's having a good stream, a good Saturday. I appreciate the follow also, yeah. So, are we building anything specific in React, Electron, and TypeScript, or just having some fun? We are over here, some member of a 100 devs. I don't know if you've heard of them, but basically, got a bunch of front-end applications here, not written in React. We are Reactifying them. A really terrible chat application. I mean, they all gotta start off terrible before they become good, right, LJ? That's all good. They all start off somewhere, right? Yeah, I mean, I think I haven't really built a chat application. Built WebSockets around a to-do app, so you have synchronized to-dos, which you could use as a chat app. But yeah, I mean, WebSocket or Socket.io probably had that in there, didn't you, huh? With React, fun little thing. Oh, I love that your profile picture. That's a so cute little owl thing. But yeah, we're just over here using some basics. So we have a full stack app written and not in React, and we convert it to React using Vite as the front end. Oh, Twitch IRC. Oh, that kind of chat app. Cool, cool. Yeah. I'm probably. I mean, yeah. You can either use TMI or Chatty.js, probably. Yeah, I mean, what you're looking at right now is a chat bot. All these things right here is, pulled in from the Twitch chat onto my custom overlays. So, got a little experience messing around with the Twitch chat. Lots of spaghetti. Well, yeah, we programmers get hungry. If you don't put spaghetti in the code, then we're gonna starve, right? Yeah, don't want any starving developers. Make sure to feed your developers. We're just, going through this Local Crud app. We just added this delete button, which is, as you can see, working. Yeah, it's like we don't want spaghetti code. And it's like, what? No, we do want spaghetti code. Give us back our spaghetti. Yeah. I guess we didn't need that event variable. Yeah, we're just over here writing some baddie code here. That's right. Yeah, there you go, Xenomorph. I mean, people say, "Oh, we're getting lost in the sauce." It's like, not unless you get spaghetti. And having sauce without spaghetti, that's just a condiment at that point. Like, come on, you gotta have spaghetti with the sauce. See, with spaghetti and the sauce, you can't get lost in the sauce because you got spaghetti to grab onto, right, folks? Oh, look, this delete thing actually works. So, yeah. Hoorah to the delete button working. So, yeah, that was creating, reading, deleting, and now our last implementation for this little full stack app is updating. Hey, thanks for the follow there. Enorcia, Enorcerna, Enorcerna. Ah, yes, there is the flying spaghetti monster thing, right? With the colander hats. Yeah, or the colander headwear. Yeah, I've seen. That's right. Yeah, it's a full-on religion. Sorry, goldfish memory here. So we have a list of to-dos. I want to be able to update them. So remember when I said we'd be a baddie and write bad code and just replicate the old code with this bad way of writing a conditional class name? We're gonna upgrade a little bit from writing it bad to writing it good. So instead of saying output a completely different span if it's completed or not, we're gonna output one span with the item thing text within. Yep, that's right, piece of shit. You already see the optimization coming. Instead, inside the class name is where our ternary magic will go. But we were writing it this way just so we could do what the other one did. I think we say null for... We'll literally find out, won't we, folks? So if we add one, there it is. And quick looky-loo, there is no completed class name. There we go. Now we do need some CSS around here. Is there anything in there? There is stuff in there. Nope, there's nothing in there. Nothing that we're using specifically. So another way, once you're using a real bundler, you can import your CSS files just at the top. Like, pretty cool. If you don't want to include one CSS file on every HTML page. Yeet them for legibility. Yeah. Yeah, we'll go a step further, right? We'll hit them with the true. There you go. Hit them with the triple bang, right? Just really mess them up. I think this is actually. Wait, this stylistically isn't actually changing it. Now I'm actually confused. There we go. That's the way it should be. Now we do want to do something when we click this text. So as fun as that conditional class was, get ourselves a on-click event listener. And this one actually will use the event, and it will be async. So we're gonna make a fetch again. I think we're actually, yeah, we are free from the no autocomplete timer. Await fetch / API, and this is the again using our few changes on hit, yeah, on hit, on tap. I think on tap might be an actual event. I think click React makes it encompass all of them though. You see, we got some of them that says mark complete, and another one that says mark incomplete. So we need to conditionally hit one of these endpoints. Hey, thanks for that follow there, Gularski. Your Saturday's been going well. Do I like on-hit actions? I mean, yes, seems pretty good to me. Very much sounds a little more game-oriented, so it could be a collision detection or something like that name, but it's good in my book. So one of them is going to be mark complete. The other one's going to be mark incomplete. So the mark is actually the same. It's the un that changes. So the conditional is actually over here. Now, if we're only marking it incomplete if it's already completed. So we can check this by saying item dot completed triple equal, or just item completed. If it's already completed, then we're going to mark it as incomplete. Else, mark complete. Put that back for actual readability. And what item are we marking complete? According to this, it is with a thing that is item from JS. So that's where we're going to need a method. What kind of method is it? It's a put method. With a body, well, guess we want to write some headers first. And a body of, not the index, unfortunately, a item from JS, which has a value of item dot thing. Again, baddies writing bad code, just following it up. Well, now Copilot's going to write that for us, where we go through all the items, and if the item ID, so we're checking IDs. Ooh, and this is called it I. I do not like the letter I. I'm going to use a loop item. So if the item is the same as the one we're looking for, then we flip the completed Boolean to the opposite. Otherwise, we just use whatever the old one was. So we only modify the one we're looking for. Now here, we can check if item completed. Basically, it's going to update our set left counter to if it was completed and we are uncompleting it, then we have one more left to complete. Otherwise, the math goes the other way. And we'll just leave it as 2 lines. We could turn area it, but we don't need to do that. So it's working. I'm not seeing any stylistic changes. So it is there. Let's go look at our CSS. Root A body blah blah blah. Where's the completed text? Yeah, you're right. See films, lots of common HTML events there. On click, definitely the most popular. On change, see that lots in React. The other ones are pretty good too. Yeah. I appreciate that, RoboDom. You know, it's just experience. On fire, a piece of shoot. There you go. That's a good event. Hey, it's all about just experience and time, right? RoboDom. With enough experience, you'll be able to build those habits up over time. Where incarnation? Oh, it's style CSS. I wonder why my CSS isn't working. I didn't like it. There you go. Look at that. Now it works. Clicky, 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 clicky. You are definitely true. Not an easy read. Oh, that's what. Oh, I forgot. That's the thing you're currently reading with the array things. Yeah, not a good one. Have I ever used on double click? I actually have, see films. No, I've also used on context menu for a right click. So yeah, pretty cool events. Oh, well, these things aren't working. RIP. No, it's dead. I is not defined. Line 31. I think I typoed this thing. I forgot to rename it. Did I get the where squirrel? That was quite the story there. No spoilers, but it was a good one. Here we go, folks. We click the things, the number changes, and we can delay them, and the number changes accordingly. Now, since they're all named bad, this is bad database stuff, but we don't need to worry about that. Now we will make one more little change to it, and that is optimizing our state. So this left, it's like in the server. Let's go ahead and go over and look at the server, and then we'll take our break after we make this change. We are sending to the client the number of documents that are not completed. We're asking the database for this. Sometimes this is cool, but sometimes the client can figure this out on their own. This is called derivative state, or what's the term for it? Compound? No. Okay, it's basically state that's derived from something else. And it's not React specific, but we're writing React. So in our case, the number of things left is derived from the list of items. So as this changes, the number of items left also changes, which means we don't need to track it separately. We can simply derive the number of items left every time items itself changes. First, we can just do this ye old JavaScript. Yeehaw, don't do anything crazy. Const left equals, count all the ones that aren't completed, and get the length of all the ones that aren't completed. Yeehaw. And you can see this is going to work basically the same, because every time this number is recalculated, refiltered, all that fun stuff. Yeah, it's basically derived state. We could be a little more polished about this and only update this whenever the items changes, because remember, in a functional component, these lines are ran every time a re-render happens. So we could, it would be with a use memo, which we are memoizing, which is a fancy way of saying caching, but not really, this value, and saying only rerun this and put it inside left when the dependency array updates. And as we know, a dependency array updates both on mount and when anything in it changes. So as long as items doesn't change, left doesn't get recalculated. But as soon as items changes in any way, we recalculate with this cute little function here how many items are left. So yes, just moving that logic from the database to the front end. I think I need a hook here. Hey, Counter Ren. Hello, hello. Hope your day is going well. Yeah, Xenomorph. I mean, the point of that initially, like if you can recall back, was to show possible things to do. But yeah, it does simplify it when you can, like, single source of truth, right? So we reduced it from being its own source of truth, its own thing, to deriving itself from items, which, as you saw, basically removed all of those setters. Oh, look, I forgot one. Cleaned all of it up, you know? So when you can derive state instead of copying it, which is basically like there is a single source of truth. This is where all of our information is from. It is the React way, you know? It's, you know, good programming way in general. Generally, you'd put this, you know, near it or wherever, but yeah, and functionally, it's quite identical. just better code. We're not using Redux counter red. I don't plan to this stream either, because that's a stream on its own almost. So no Redux, though it is a good tool. Most apps generally won't need it, even if you get to a certain scale. There's the built-in context API, which we can jump onto and stuff, like Redux itself. Nah, Redux Toolkit, sure, if you want the experience, I'd definitely say Toolkit over just the old Redux, unless you know what you're doing. Yeah, lots of people, it's a problem. It's like it's a tool to solve a problem. If you're using a tool before you have a problem, you either should really know that you're gonna have a problem, or you're just using a tool before you need it, if you'll ever need it. You're not wrong, Bo, dude. Yeah, this is the front end of this React-ify. As you can see, I didn't write it in a class-based component this time, because we already did that. And I wrote it in very bad code. I put all the event things inside as inline, but you'll see this sometime. So reading this bad code is something you might need to practice. Hey, thanks for that hydrate xenomorph. As we do that, I'm gonna build this, make sure it's all ready to go. Then we'll polish it off. You're true, counter man. It can. I mean, I'll be honest. I'm speaking from a place of Redux Toolkit did not exist when I used Redux. The context API did not exist when I used Redux. So, possible a lot of things have changed and gotten better. Yeah, I'm not saying don't use it. I'm just saying might not need it. But yeah, it does. It's like most opinionated things go. They force you into a way, and if you're on board with that way, then that's pretty. It clearly separates things. Yeah, sometimes all you need is context. It's like MVC, right? We don't need to write things in MVC, but we do so, and there is a clear pattern, and things are separated like so. Ooh, well, sounds good. Yeah, I'm loving me some TypeScript, React, Redux, RxJS. Never gotten into that one, but 3JS. Huh. 3D modeling some stuff. I guess you're modeling the stuff you're, I mean, the landscape, I guess, or something. Yeah, that sounds interesting. Definitely an interesting sounding project for sure. Okay, so now with our server ready to go, we built the assets. We go to 2121. This is our production quality code. It's not, nope, it's working. Okay, I thought it wasn't working, but it's working. I didn't reset the form, but we saw that last one. And yeah, there's your front endification of the to-do list express. Like I said, it'd be very similar to Rap Names Express because they're the same thing rebranded. Switching from Redux to MobX, huh? Also don't have experience with MobX. Yeah, it doesn't. Ooh, well, that definitely doesn't sound good. Yeah. I guess the like MobX is like a bunch of different unique state machines. Back to Redux. Well, there you go. That's definitely a learning experience for sure. A costly one, considering how much time you gotta spend moving it back. Hey, at least you're able to move it back and forth. That's definitely a pretty good skill to have. Able to mutate between all those technologies seamlessly, or seamlessly as one can. Check a box. So yeah, that's 2 full stacks down. Time for the Zell Crud demo. Which I'm gonna be honest, I don't really remember. I think it's some Star Warsy thing. Slowly and safely. That's the best way to do it, right? I find personally, like when doing any form of like big library shifts, tests are always a good not scaffolding, a good safety net to fall on, right? So like if you get your front end all tested out, and again, I don't know how testable it is with 3JS and all those things, but once you get it testable out, you can safely make your migration, and then if the migration was good, test will pass. If it's not, then you know not to go forward. That's pretty good, yeah. Sounds like you're definitely providing some pretty good value to that project for sure. And you're getting compensated well for it, I hope. Tests and types, yeah. With enough types, you don't need tests. That's a lot, but you need very few tests if you have enough types, right? So again, I don't really remember how this thing works, so we're gonna goldfish it together. Crud demo. Read me. This is the source code. Okay, I love that. npmi, every new package. It's that old. Ooh, big lots of updates. Okay, I love me updates. Update all the things. Okay, npm run to see what scripts we have. We have lots of them. Let's sync JS. uh oh, it's an SSH. Okay, this is for actual production. We're not doing that. Nice to see it though. I guess we'll just npm run dev. Well, I also got some PM2 code in here. PM2, for those who don't know, it's kind of a daemon that starts and keeps your code running. Wow, would you look at that? Never used that API, but that's cool. No such file or directory. Secrets variables.env. Okay. Yeah, that folder don't exist. Variables env. Don't know what goes in here. But the great thing is that we'll rerun it and we'll get an error. DB cannot be parsed. Let's find the line and imported it on. There we go. DB underscore URL. Okay, so this one, we'll make a new database. We'll point our local instance of Mongo at that database. The local host 27017 / Zell. What's the name? CD crud. I don't want to tapo it. Zell WK. There we go. Now for this, npm run dev. Oh, 3000. Okay, I'll change port to 3000. Oh, we'll go 2121. Because we've been using that before. Okay, I guess port is not customizable. I'm very sad to hear that. Port is production. Okay, sure. I'll set it to production. That's the way we want to do it. Although NodeMon might set it. There we go. It's all good. Ah, that's kind of spooky. Hopefully it works. Hey, fingers crossed. Kind of forgot this was a bit of an old API. Here we go. Add a quote. Name quote. Submit. We have a new name and quote. Then we have these two hard-coded operations. So if we add one by Yoda, Yoda, click the button. Yoda gets replaced by Darth Vader. Then click the button to delete Darth Vader's quote. Oh, got a little text out here. Wait, if I deleted Darth Vader's quote, how does replace Yoda's quote? Oh, so yeah, it's an upsert, not a real replace. Okay, yeah, so this is the existing full stack app. It adds quotes. I have some two hard coded buttons and a little bit of layout. It's React-ification time. Again, I'm going to use Vite because, well, why not? Can create Vite front end, good old React, JavaScript, cd front end, npm install, and npm run dev. The first thing we're going to need to do is make it sure it can talk to our server. It's faster, Xenomorph. It is physically faster, so it's just literally faster. I am partial. I mean, now that I have a little bit more recent experience with the proxy, I'm actually partial to create React app because their proxy is easier to set up, but I am willing to work with Vite because it's faster. That's literally the one thing that's won me over. It's fast, not slow. Okay, so goldfish memory of where are all of our requests coming from? So delete quote, put quote, post quotes. Oh, so this is pretty cool. All of the names of our methods are the same. They are now. So I can just API redirect the entire quotes endpoint since they were very semantic with their HTTP method names. Oh no, it's in the wrong folder. Move frontend into CRUD. Then I gotta get back in there. Run dev. And now we can update our Vite config to server proxy, the quotes endpoint. I'll just let it keep going that way. Type what you want, Copilot. Go. It is 75 hundo. Well, it's technically 3,000, but our baddies writing bad code. There we go. So get, post, put, and delete. How semantic. Might as well update our static path while we're here. It is front end beast. Let's get rid of the EGS line 2 while we're here. Okay, it's time to start moving stuff over. So we got styles CSS. That can go in there. And main.js. Well, that's some stuff we get to Reactify. So let's yoink our index EJS. More stuff getting Reactified. Looks like our head is very boring. What's because I moved it. It's not here anymore. Okay, so all of this goes into React. Nope, I'm mouse. RIP mousey. There we go. Goodbye, EJS file. You will not be missed. Hello, app.jsx. Paste. There are multiple children, so pull out our React fragment. And okay, so we have our first piece of state, quotes. We're iterating over and creating a quote, little li quote for each quote data we have. So let's put that in state. Quotes here, set quotes there. Make it an array, initially default. Quotes.map takes a quote. Thank you, Copilot. Quote name, quote. And closing all cool symbols. Now it did forget to add a key to our list item, which will be the ID of the quote. We're using the IDs for good this time. No more baddies using text. And that should actually be usable. I'm not seeing any more. Oh, they wrote some good HTML. Already had the closing tags on that. Other than that, save this. Have a looky-loo. Hey, we're messing up some style, so we have to import style CSS and get rid of the React logo. Sadness, it's not there. Plural styles. Ooh, look at that. We're halfway there. Hey, Akram. New to programming. Well, congrats. Yeah, you're right. A lot of the main ones will use a lot of similar concepts like functions, loops, conditionals. So once you learn your first language, your transition to your second language will take a little bit of time, but if it's similar enough to your first, like you said, it actually does contain these similar paradigms and concepts. If you go from Python to JavaScript, for example, or JavaScript to anything in the C family, which JavaScript is, so C, C Sharp, Java, then yeah, it won't take as much time as it did learning your first language. It will take a little time. Once you have two languages down, though, picking up any third language that's still in the family or at least similar, even quicker. And then from then, the speed's about the same. So yeah, picking up another language takes a little new time because there is new syntax to learn, but there's also a lot of similar concepts. And if you're lucky, the syntax is also can be very similar. Like lots of languages use curly braces around if conditionals. Lots of things put their conditional statements inside an if. Like this here could be valid code in JavaScript. Maybe not C exactly, but Rust, Go, like lots of this will be valid quite literally character for character in a lot of languages. So yeah, it takes a little time for your first new language. So after you learn the one, learn the second one. It's gonna take a bit of time, but never, if it's similar, never as much as the actual initial language. But yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying learning JavaScript. It's a very wide language. You can use it basically anywhere. Also, don't know. I mean, you already know a fair bit. It sounds like, but also there's 100 devs. It's a thing I'm a part of. It's a agency with a free training program right here on Twitch. You can catch their old VODs or jump in the Discord via that link there to join. And yeah, we're mainly MERN stacked, so JavaScript, HTML, CSS, JavaScript on the back end, and React. But there are lots of people of different technologies there: Python, Go, Rust, C. So whatever second language you're looking for, there are help channels and just a generally pretty good community to hang out in. I'm over here if you're curious. We recently learned React this week, so I am Reactifying a few of the front end apps we've been working on. And something's broke, so yay. Yeah, yeah, for sure. I mean, I've yet to find a better one. Let's just put it that way, right? So, yet to find a better one. Here's some things where it broke our CSS. It broke our CSS. React, how dare you break my CSS? Yeah. hmm And they also got some pretty cool emotes. Oh, RIP, chat overlay not showing emotes. Thank you. Yeah, I mean that's exactly what we're talking about, Akram. Once you understand the logic that you're actually implementing, the syntax for the most part can be Googled. You can figure out the syntax for whatever language you're looking for. Like from JavaScript to PHP, they are in the same language for the most part, so they share a lot of the symbols. So and they share almost all of their concepts, so it's not too big of a change between them. Hey, thanks for that follow there, Prodigal Techie. Hope your Saturday's going well. But yeah, like your friend said, from whatever to PHP, JavaScript to PHP, Python to PHP, not too big leaps. So what's wrong here is my CSS. So I'm attaching this to my body. I want to attach this to my root. There we go. Would you look at that? It's working. Almost. Almost. Nope, nope. It's not working all the way. What's up? Oh, this is some default style and stuff. There we... What's this? Well, I'm trying to figure out. There's a background image around here. Yeah. So root... Yeah, so root isn't 100. Okay, it's good enough. I'm not going to be picky about styles. Again, the migration, you gotta do a few styling things to get some things work because the HTML shape does change, but that's why we use React fragments. Can reduce the shape change. But yeah, now it's time to make a new quote. So on submit. We'll write these functions good this time. Add quote. Const add quote equals, well, we don't have that information. Prevent default, grab a quote. Oh, look, it's doing it manually. Sure. Oh, it's also doing it directly to the port. Big spooky. So we do actually want a new port. A new quote, rather. Const quote equals async event target quote. That's a really dangerous way to do that. Yeah, quote event target elements dot quote. Safer way because elements will not have other things in it. And author, where event target is the form we are submitting on. Object is possibly null when the array is 2D. Okay, let's throw that into something real quick. Can you not use optional chaining? When it's a regular array, it's an easy check with an if statement or optional chaining. Okay, so I already tried that. You can use optional chaining like this, DM Bull. I don't know if you knew that. Like this is how you optional chain with indexing. Then you have a TS playground. Yeah, this is the way I would definitely do it. Maybe you can optional chain all the things. Optional chain everything. Let me get TypeScript up for a moment. Matrix. Right, then we want matrix of number constant num equals matrix 4, 3. Oh, I guess that's technically just gonna undefined, not null. Huh. Object is possibly null. Now, okay, obviously this TS lint isn't really high it up on strict or whatever, but left hand side may not be an optional property access. Huh. Oh, let me go look at your. Let's say it's hard coded to a board of 2D array if that helps. Oh, okay, so I see you're doing a spare of the old board onto the new board. Is the new board Or equals, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it's characters, which doesn't really matter, but I'll string that out. So new board should inherit the old type. It does. Typecasting your way through it. That's one way. Board 0 0 cost. First. Yeah, man, this TS gear is not strict enough. Ah, okay. Well, if it's not, so it is a matrix, so it's typed as something. Well, it said object may be undefined. It's just going to be object type. Yeah, that's definitely going to throw an error because you're not indexing with number. Huh. So I have strict, no implicit, all these things. I think I got it all up. Parameters, exact. No unchecked index. Okay, I think I found. Okay, here's an example. Objects possibly undefined. Optional chaining does seem to solve it. So you see, like before, I do the with it. So once I turned all my settings, sorry. So yeah, firstly, it's possibly undefined, right? That makes sense. Then you can optionally chain it. So my solution, dnbull, is adding the optional chaining after the first indexing. New board. If I'm just accessing it, what am I? Sorry, I'm a little lost. So I'm accessing the element, but I'm not doing anything. Your error said there was a left-hand assignment. What am I supposed to be doing on the left hand? Because right now I have no hands. So like I'm accessing it. Am I supposed to say plus plus plus? Oh, that won't like it. Okay, that really doesn't like it. Oh, because it's a thing. Oh, you trying to do something like this? I mean, you have a bunch of strings, but oh yeah, this might be why you can't do this. Maybe an optional property access. Hey, it's good. It's good. So if you use the assertion, you will ignore all these. Just throw exclamation points everywhere. This will like there's no you have no protection now that you're not using this. Ah, okay. Let me grab that one. Oh, I see what you're going. Yeah, this is not a thing TypeScript can do. So what happens? So what would we expect TypeScript to do if this falls through? Not evaluate the rest of this expression, but this expression ends here. There's still the right hand, which this is going to happen no matter what the left hand evaluates to. Hence, kind of the conflict. I'm sure there's a solution. But okay, let's see. So we want optional chaining assignment, basically. Or as left, right hand, whatever. Yeah, I don't know if we're looking for it's possible, dnbull. Not so far. When's this? 2019. It might be here. Maybe they got it. Did you guys fix it? Oh, read only. In the trash. Nah, you're not. So current attempt, actually current attempt is like cost current attempt equals attempt one letter one or whatever. So current attempt isn't the problem. It's that this may be undefined. And then this, so current attempt is fine. It's these values here, basically. So it's basically saying, oh, what happens if I do undefined equals an empty string? This is where TypeScript is being like, you don't want to do this, bro. You're trying to assign something to undefined. And this is the impossibility of the current state of JavaScript. I don't know much about WordPress plugin development, to be honest, Akram, but I know a bit about PHP and I know a bit about JavaScript, so I could get my way through it, obviously. I mean, not obviously, but I would be able to get my way through it. A reasonably complex one, I'm going to be honest, don't really have the experience to say either way. Oh, I forgot to actually look at the output thing. So like what this, my goodness, this is what it turns into? Oh man, I love not looking at TypeScript raw code. But we can see whatever it evaluates into is still getting assigned to an empty string. Yeah, so we're literally looking for a optional chaining assignment or optional chaining on the left hand. Not possible. Everyone's saying it's not possible. What they do when they hit a paternity, we don't want to do that. Yeah, I mean, refactor seems to be the only way to go, to be honest. 'Cause basically you want to do an assignment no matter how many getters fall into. Yeah, that makes sense. So here's the thing. If that's cool, that's cool. So here's the thing. Is it actually possible for this to be undefined? If the answer is no, then your solution is exclamation point, do the assertion. So if it's not actually possible, and this is just TypeScript throwing up warnings, exclamation point away. If it is possible, then I mean it's only too deep. It's not that big. Ifs is going to be your basically way to go. So what would it be? Const row equals get the thing, and then if row. I know we're doing the old stuff that conditional used to have it. Oh wow, you have it so strict the bang doesn't even save you, and I'm not gonna judge you, DM Bull, but man, that's awfully strict. I don't know if you can get that strict. Yeah, this is the actually I don't know if you need to even check the second part. You just need to do the first check. All right, so it's what optional chaining is supposed to save us from doing, but with assignment forbidden, not null. Oh wow, you can literally forbid it. Did not know you can forbid it. So yeah, this is basically your refactor, unfortunately. It's a two-liner. Or you can literally chain it like we did back in the day. Like, new board, attempt, and new board, no, hold on. Attempt, and then index it with, oh, why is that not? Object is, no, it's, oh, that would be a nested turn, right? Oh, goodness, don't do that. This is your only hope. Here's your hope. Your only hope. Maybe it's semicolon. Nope, that's your only hope. Yeah, that would be my approach there, DN Bull. You have to if your way through it, or you could build a helper that would take it would be a way like if this thing's too deep, then don't do any more. Yeah, yeah, for sure. There you go. Yeah, it looks like Twitch chat didn't butcher it too badly. Of course, of course. And you're not wrong, Akram Dad. WordPress still runs a lot of the internet. I'm more profitable than 20K a month. Income. Oh, the income of a WordPress plugin, mostly passive. No, it's a good deal, Bull. Yeah, I mean, we're making progress no matter the way. I don't think I was trying to show anything specific. It was just, this is the full stack app. We are React-ified, so nothing too specific. Trying to think here. Why is this not styled? I'm trying to get my styles working again. There they. No. 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 Yeah. And yeah, Akram, sorry. That is kind of the dream, right? Just passive income. Any possible way of monetizing that is not insanely hard and realistic can be more profitable than this. If it's kind of one of those things, right? If it sounds like it's too good to be true, it statistically is, you know. But I mean, I already mentioned 100 devs. It's a good way to get like it's not a genie, like kind of like what you're going for, passive thing like that, but it'll get you a job, and you can do freelancing, which again is also not a genie, but you can get some evergreen clients, keep coming back here for some consistent work and such. I do not know of any perfect solutions like that. Unfortunately, Akram 405. Yeah, far from passive. Let's see why this code is so broken. Oh no, it's not broken when I move it. What is the weirdest styles you've ever seen in the world? Yeah, yeah, mm-hmm. I mean, there's a app that, I mean, Finite Singularity. They're a fellow streamer over here on Twitch. They actually had built a app. It's a big app, honestly, for construction companies that help them track and manage basically all their assets, their people, their jobs, and all that stuff. And they're doing pretty good with their one client. And once they scale it up to more, so like you do something like that, which is essentially what Karthik said, niche app that solves a pain point for business. True xenomorph. Money makes a lot of things, and it can buy a lot of happiness. It can't buy certain happinesses, though. Okay, so is this thing ready to work? Why does it look so bad? Why is my code so ugly? Oh, it breaks. Oh, that's broken too. Awesome. There we go. It looks good again. Nice. Ah, yeah, that's a good approach to Bull. Getting rid of all. Oh, you just did the you enabled the strict any flag, or like the no any flag, right? Now you're hunting them down one by one. Yeah, Xenomorph, we got it. I mean, I like it too, super strict too, Bull. I thought I was on the super strict mode, but apparently the not null assertions. I gotta up my game. Yeah, for sure. It really forces you to know your TS or don't. Is that the heat in the kitchen? If it's too hot, get out. Thank you, Copilot. You wrote me some weird code. So yeah, this makes a thing for a quote, and then we want to get the new quote. Awesome. And then Copilot, we want to add it to our quote state. Nice. I mean, honestly, Akram, it sounds like he found a niche spot that really needed a solution, provided them value that's more than them doing whatever it is manually, and he's getting his worth from it. So yeah, he's found himself. He provided a solution that the business is willing to pay for. They're willing to pay for it because it's cheaper than the alternative, which I imagine was probably doing something manual or something strenuous. Yeah, I mean that's less programming and more, cost and stuff, but programming is just the tool we use to provide the solution, right? I think this should work. Maybe it won't work. two lovely errors. Cyclic object, what are you saying to me? Line 14, cyclic object, event target elements quote, event target elements auth. I don't see this one around too often. Line 14, okay, let's break this on 2 lines. What's add quote on? Add quotes on a form. Good. Wow, I've never seen this before. Ooh, a site data cleaner. Yeah, I mean, yeah, their manual solution of like doing whatever data thing they had before, he automated it, didn't make it so they wouldn't have to do that anymore, didn't have to pay the people to do it anymore, or pay some other tool that was charging more than the 10,000 a month. Definitely worth its value. Oh yeah, I remember that one, I think. Exactly, Xenomorph. It's just a tool to solve a problem, and they solved it pretty well. So now I'm confused about what in the heck I'm stringifying here. Elements, quote, oh, name. Don't know what author is, but wait, author. Name, quote. Where did I get author from? I got it from nowhere. Okay. Don't question the goldfish. Goldfish be swimming, be adding random pieces of code. Yeah, but that was a stretchy one for me too. Cyclic, oh my goodness. You say cyclic object value one more time, JavaScript. I tell you what. Well, I mean, the most obvious way of monetizing coding, Arkham, is to get a, full time or maybe part time or even freelance job that pays you to code. So, like, every company is a technology company nowadays because you can't really be one considering the whole pandemic and stuff without having some form of online presence. I didn't say dot value. There it is. I mean, like, think of your any local business around, right? It needs, like, it can survive maybe, not without an online presence, but to really thrive in today, it needs an online presence. So you can monetize it by offering your services directly to them, or you can offer, your coding experience to jobs that are paying for it, who need software engineers to write their software. Fetch quotes. Did I set up my proxy? I don't think I set up my proxy. I did set up my proxy. Um, my front end is not sending back JSON. There you go. Look at that. That's not JSON. You're using the bad mongoose or Mongo, so result. Not OPS or both. You're right, Car6. You are right. Why not both? I don't know if this button's working. Oh, server be thinking thoughts. Ooh, cannot read undefined, resulting 0. Okay. Oh, it's ops. Hey, I'm not using TypeScript. A typo saved me. Boop, there it is. We have new quotes. True, true, yeah. Oh my goodness, I've been muted the whole time. Well, hey, at least I can say that's the first time I've ever made that mistake. Appreciate the call out, Robodom. I don't think I've said anything important though. I talked about how there is no find one and update many, unfortunately. It is just find. So find one is singular, update many is plural. You can't really mix them like so. It happens. I just suddenly, what happened was I sneezed and I muted it because I'm, a polite individual. And then I stayed muted apparently. It's all good. It happens. But yeah, no find one and update many. So what's your goal with find one and update many though? Because don't you just want to update many? Because the update many takes a query that will find which documents anyway. So like your update many docs to find matching, like matching this filter, and then it will find all those documents and update them each accordingly to whatever you want. Or I mean, yeah, that's simplified even further for me, piece of shoot. Do a find, then on all of those, update them. Well, update them directly. Yeah, another way to do it. Hey, look at these lovely buttons. We get to add a click event listeners to. So on click to replace Yoda's quote. This is where the old code is pretty good. Yoink. Yoink. Can you create web apps? Oh, you bet you can, Arkham. Almost every web app you see is created with JavaScript in some way. Aside from like what you call it, mobile apps, but even some of them are created with JavaScript. So yeah, I don't think you can create a web app without JavaScript. Hold on, what's this? Did I copy the wrong thing? I copied the right thing. So this is the update. It's meant to. I'm trying to understand the old code at this point. It just adds a new quote. I don't see how this is updating anything. Is it in the server? The server. Server. Oh, okay, there. It's in the server. Gotcha. Yeah, that's technically true, C-Films. You can use WebAssembly or PyScript. So PyScript is basically just a different way to write JavaScript, but in Python. And hey, Kyle Dag 98, apologies for missing you. Appreciate the follow. I was muted apparently. Hope your Saturday is going well. Yeah, WebAssembly also another option. You can write something else, and then it goes to WebAssembly. Still need a little JavaScript to interact with it though, so we're not free of JavaScript just yet. Okay, I think the server needs to feed me more information. Feed me more. So it needs to send me some kind of result thing. So I need to know if it was an update or a new thing. So console log result and res JSON. I literally don't care. Yeah, I don't care about that. I want to see what the backend's doing. Show me that backend magic. All right, place Yoda's quote. Last error object upserted ID. Okay, so we upserted an ID. If I add Yoda, then do that. It still said upserted. Capital Y Yoda. Gotcha. There we go. We have a difference. We can now figure it out. Well, there you go, Kyle Dag. Learning JavaScript's a good way to go. So yeah, if you keep forgetting the basics, so like when you learn something you're not going to remember it forever. You're going to need to repeat whatever it is, that process you learned it, a few times for it to stick, because you will forget it over time. It's called spaced repetition, basically. There are a few different ways of doing it. There you go, Robodom, yeah. You can just randomly keep doing it, or you can use something like Anki to add the information that you're forgetting to an Anki card. I'm not saying flashcards, I'm saying specifically Anki. This is what I'm talking about. And it will show you cards, like show you the information that you've written in cards, only, like, there's an algorithm behind it, as often as you need to reset what's called a forgetting curve. I don't really know how the best way to speak about it, but if you want to go check out 100 Devs, you can go to one of their first videos. They talk about learning how to learn and actually remembering what we learned there. Go check them out. They will go through the whole thing in more detail, but basically, you want to refresh the information so that eventually your forgetting curve is years off the way. Do you think it replaced front end web devs? I mean, there are lots of sites still, like, well, WordPress is front end web development though. Well, I mean, it's full stack, I believe, so I don't think it replaced them. It's just another form of web development, full stack web development, I believe. Yeah, if you're forgetting things, you definitely want to, practice spaced repetition and not cram either. Cramming does not help. Gotta give the brain time to diffuse. A result value or your ID, last error object upserted, result last. There we go. That's what I want. Hey, I appreciate that follow there, Casey Codes. Is the current Twitch split 30/70? I don't know. I mean, I'm pretty sure it is. That's the last I heard it was. Though if you run ads in a certain way, it's 50/50, I believe. Yeah, you can definitely do that. Car 6. There are lots of ways to use WordPress. There are the common ways, and then there's the more customizable way for sure. Understand HTML and CSS at a basic level. Should you learn more in-depth HTML and CSS for JavaScript? Oh yeah, yeah. The top ones have those custom contracts for sure. Sheesh. I mean, yeah, they got the deals, right? They got the contract in. I mean, yeah, more fair ways probably exist. I'm not doing this as a job though, so it doesn't truly hit me either way, but yeah, there are probably more fair solutions around, but Twitch is what Twitch is. There's no really changing it. But yeah, I'd say you can learn a little bit about more. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we're all a little bit biased here. Kyle Dag for sure. Mm-hmm. Good one, piece of shit. You're not wrong. Not wrong at all. Oh, I'm trying to goldfish memory here. Just gonna send the whole thing back. Send you the whole result. Front end will figure it out. Hey, Casavannah, it's going well. We're over here just reactifying some front ends over here. Going through what's this called? The Zweld API now, or the Crud app. Yeah, just slowly making progress on it. Hope your Saturday's been going well. Where's my symbols at? Oof. Result equals await response JSON. So if result dot value, that means, what does it mean? Hey, there you go, RoboDom. Eloquent JS Chapter 4. There you go. Another one down, another one to go. Ooh, a search bar and render the results for 100 hours. That's a very common thing to do for sure, yeah. Dad, gab time to turn brain to sleep mode. Time to get that diffused learning in, as we say, or the diffused mode, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think Mindwolf even did a video on not, was it autocomplete or search? I think it was autocomplete. So if here's my logic. If class error, if result, if last error object updated existing, else, then I do that logic there. There we go. That's where it goes. Yep, jQuery and autocomplete. Cool. Yeah, diffuse mode, best mode. Am I right? Yeah, it works. It's no joke. Ooh, perfect. This is great. So updated existing. Fortunately, I have a new thing that I can just replace this with. So if quote underscore ID triple equals result value ID, return the result value. There we go. Yeah. Too busy solving coding problems in the sleep. Just sleep. Update existing. Otherwise, then we create a new thing that quotes not a result value, but the old quote, which is all that hard-coded stuff, plus, oh my goodness, Copilot, what have you done? Copilot, no! There we go. Sometimes you can't xenomorph, right? Not result.value ID, Copilot. What'd you do, Copilot? I had a bunch of junk to my code. Last error object upserted. Result last error upserted. My god, that was a confusing as heck interface to deal with. But we got it working. Now it's time for that delete button. Good looking code. Where's the delete button? There it is. On click. Might as well make it async. Why not? Oh, thank you, Copilot. Oh, this might do the trick. Do you ever feel like when introduced to a new concept, you may not understand the first setting? When you come, yeah, a whole bunch of the times. Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's called like, just taking a break, looking at something else, coming back to it, right? I think that's also like the concept behind like if you're looking for your keys and you can't find them, stop looking for them and you'll find them, right? It's the same similar concept. Hey, thanks for that hydrate, Robodom. Now I gotta look at the server again. What do you do, server? So the delete will return a text based on what's going on. Okay. So if JSON equals no quote to delete, let's delete one also. Ooh, a delete one. That's an interesting logic we've got to implement. So you should return the ID of the one I deleted, obviously. Console log result to tell me what you deleted. Don't make me guess, server. Just tell me what you've done. So I think this thing should work. There we go. Then we delete it. I don't think this button's. There we go. Ooh, it's a lot of text. I want find and delete. I probably want, right? MongoDB find and delete. Hey, there you go. Yeah, there's always a few. I mean, there can be a lot of different one little details. Glad you got it going where you want, though. Okay, so now there's probably no Darth Vaders in the database. Oh, here we go. Okay, so here's an example of why you would want to use find one and delete versus delete one. So the thing is that delete one, it deletes it, poof, it's gone, but it doesn't tell you what it deleted, so you don't know what got deleted. With find one and delete, it first finds and then it deletes, which allows you to, have the actual deleted thing. Not at all accurate. I mean, certificates, sure. I don't know certificates per se. Like, unless you're talking about very specific niche, like networking certificates, like certain pieces of software, AWS certificates for those, but that won't prove your credibility to get clients. It'll be generally your work. Your work will prove your credibility to get clients. I mean, that's another thing that the 100 Devs agency actually helps you do. They help you find a client. And then, you do your work there, and then it's your clients that will prove to your other clients, hey, if this person paid them to make something, and they made something, they can see the something that you made, then obviously they can do what they claim they can do, so I can pay them to do something. So yeah, it's no certificates, at least that I'm aware of, are really flashy and like really prove anything to clients, because clients don't really care about what you claim you can do. They care about what you can do. The best way to prove that is actually doing it. As in building a website and being like, I made this website. I can make one for you. So result.value, is that what I want to send back? Turn res.json result.value. So if I keep running this, I'll run out of Vaders to delete. How many Darth Vaders are in this database? There we go. We have no value. Okay, that's it. Yeah, like Kiss to Shoot said, they're not really worth too much. Oof. I hope they were. They hope they were useful when you did have. Hope they were. Hope they proved to be useful when you did have them back then. Piece of shoot. I mean, I have a little experience in freelancing, not much and not of high scale, but general things. Scripts, not too much front end, unfortunately, but general scripts, data scraping, stuff like that. I have made a few extensions, so not exactly a WordPress plugin, but it's an extension. It's pretty close to a plugin. Yeah, okay, I could see that being effective C films where they are like they have to hire someone with certain certification. But there's also that possibility that that position, once you prove yourself, and they might pay for you to like get that certification if you got the stuff. Yeah. They're not completely worthless. They increase the odds, right? Everything's increasing the odds. How much they increase the odds? Well, there's the is it was it worth it part. There we go. If there's one been deleted, then we get rid of all the ones that were not, or keep all the ones that were not deleted. You're not wrong, Xenomorph. You are not wrong. Gonna be working on some legacy stuff. Okay, time for the wake up stuff. So use effect on the on mount. Gonna get ourselves some quotes. Bingo bango. Let's see if this all works now. Great sadness. Chorus request. Why are we making a chorus request? Nice, yeah. Just allows reading the remote. What incarnation are we speaking about? Come on, server. App get quotes, res JSON quotes. Why will you not? Why are you failing? Oh, this is working perfectly fine here. Oh, the fetch autocomplete. Copilot. Copilot, did you ruin me? Copilot, no. This is why you have to read the code that's written. And here are all the lovely quotes. Look at that. Yeah, I mean, that's the reason why there's so many of them, you know? For sure, Akram. Yeah, once you learn, you'll learn how you personally best learn, and then you can learn, well, using the best method, right? Once you find what works, you don't really need to do what doesn't work. Interesting, Sue Films. Is there not a delete button around here? Huh, there wasn't a delete button. But you look at that. Well, I guess this is. Oh, wait, replace first Yoda's. Nope. Huh, okay, so I'll make a Yoda quote. Yoda R. It got added. If I replace Yoda's quote, it didn't do anything. Clear this. Replace Yoda's quote. Okay, it worked. It just added a new quote, though. And the replace is doing the upsert as expected. Now, if I refresh, the initial Yoda quote should be gone. It is. Okay, so my logic for that is failing. So if result last error object updated existing, this is what happened, but did not properly show. My else add a new one, which is what I did, but I should not have. For sure, yeah. Since this delete's working. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, and they're all gone. Okay, let's see if Yoda works. Yoda, Yoda. Boom, it got added. Replace. True. So this worked. Value. Okay, so result. So this was true. So we went through the quotes and we checked if the ID matched this ID. If so, we return result value. Oh, wait a minute. There's still Yoda in this text. What? Oh, it's a find when an update. So it was the old value and then an updated. Ah. Hey, thanks for the follow there. Render 1010. Yeah, it happens. All good, Xenomorph, yeah. I mean, it's our personal experiences and the experiences of those around us that shape our views, so no surprise there. Insert one, find one, and update. Okay, so I'm finding it and updating. So I'm seeing the old value not the updated values. So what I want to do is return quote, and well, I want to return result.value with the changes, like so. How janky. Yep, exactly. Oh, use new true. So I do want to keep the existing behavior of like creating some and updating others. It's just that maybe use new true does to it, I think. Maybe, I don't know. That's an old file. I clean some of these tabs up. Find one and update. Yeah, because I do want the new document, so that wouldn't be wrong. I'm not seeing the option here, unfortunately. Because what I want returned is the new document. I don't want to do the whole make a new document, because I'm already doing that. Oh, return new document. There it is. Piece of shoot. You knew what we were looking for. Return new document. True. There we go. It wasn't exact, but it's closer than I was. So now, ain't that nice? Yeah, it's pretty right. So now when I refresh and I make a new Yoda, Yoda Yoda, I submit this new Yoda, and then I replace the Yoda. No, it did nothing. Oh, it did failures. That's cool. Yeah, I mean, Mongoose shortened it up. Not too. Oh, I didn't restart the server. No, I did restart the server. Post quotes put. So this is find one and update specifically. Interesting. Make 3 to 4K a month realistic. I mean, 4 times 12. Let's do live math. Oh, you mean 48,000 a year? Yeah, that's below, way below what your average software engineering salary is. I mean, even on the low end of software engineering, it's like what, 60K? So what would that be? Watch me do bad math. 5K a month. Yeah, so yeah, software. I mean, talking about software engineering job. For the WordPress passive thing, I wouldn't really know. You'd have to get lucky a little bit and be able to target your work specifically. Return document after. All these things are true. Probably get that return new document. I don't think I care enough about it because it has zero impactful difference on me. I'm fine having it in the bad way. I just want it to work. Come on, Darth Vader, get out of here. Delete, delete, delete. Oh, now why it's broken. Delete. Delete. You say there's nothing to delete, but there's clearly Vader in the database. Okay, it went away. Okay, here we go. It works. Don't question it. It do be working now. So yeah, this is the. It was a little tedious there, but got there in the end. Let's get the front end out of dev mode. Build. And then if I go back to 75 hundo. Oh, we're in dark mode. Let's not do that. Ah, okay, I hear about. I see what you mean, Akram. Well, I mean, obviously, I personally don't have that experience, so I can't give too much advice. But I know there are a fair number of people and 100 devs who do have that experience, being non-US and trying to get US salaries. Although I feel like I've sworn a lot of them able to get the US salaries. Looking for companies that are hiring globally, I believe. Um, yeah, again, I don't have that personal experience, so I can't really offer much advice. But again, I'm sure something. I mean, we've had coffee chats. I believe the first person from 100 to get a job was Hungarian, right? Yeah, there you go, piece of shoot. That piece of shoot's got some good advice. Oh, there you go. Okay, well, you don't even need to go to the Discord. They got you right here. Yeah. Oh, you were the. Oh, wow. There you go. Speaking of, okay, I guess it wasn't Hungarian then. It was Brazilian. Oh, you wasn't. Okay, I was like, what are the odds? Okay, that's cool. Yeah. The first person was Brazilian, though. That's what you meant. Gotcha. But yeah, so yeah, it just goes to prove that it is possible. Obviously, like, it's not as easy. I ain't gonna lie to you. Tell you it's easy. It's a cakewalk. It's not, but it's not impossible. Okay, Zell Crud demo is done. We have reactified it. So again, one last looky loo before we take our break, which is a little overdue. Yeah, don't nobody look. So we wrote it functional this time because that's the future. Whenever we first come in, we make a fetch to the quotes API and we put them in our local state. Darth Vader invades. Yeah, it does. Darth Vader invades the double V definitely. Then we were cool. We created a function that would add a quote by fetching it to the quotes API using post, grabbing the name and quote from the form name and quote, which were populated from the name HTML attribute. And then once that new quote was inserted, we would get it back via JSON, update our local state by taking our existing quotes and adding the new quote to it. Then we spit out some lovely HTML, the best HTML. And then for our janky update button, we would update the name and quote to this text. And the super janky stuff is that if we updated an existing document, we would map over all of our documents. Once we found that document, we would swap it out with Darth Vader in the text. Otherwise, we would add it as an entire new quote. Third party company, interesting. Roughly the same as Fang. Ooh, that doesn't sound too well. Yeah. Doesn't mean at least there's a route, but it does not sound too well. I mean, yeah, let's see films. Leak code up the kazoo. Yeah, it's oh, and that's where like Leon says, it's about opening as many doors as you can, and some people need to open certain doors a lot more than certain other doors. So yeah. Hey, of course, Xenomorph. Yeah. Appreciate you coming on by. I'm glad you got over your JSX fears. Yeah, good night, good night. I think we got maybe, I don't know if we can get, I mean, I know we might be able to get one more. let's look at the next one, see how far. Yeah, maybe we get two more, but we're definitely not going to get to binary upload boom tonight, unfortunately. Todo MVC has that. What about the auth? Hmm. Yeah, I think we'll just do the next one, and that will probably be the end. Either way, though, both of that is after the break. So we have four more projects. We also have that calculator thing, but that was push work. So four more C films. So we're not getting through it tonight, unfortunately. I'm feeling the energy drain. I think we're getting through one more, the MVC, because people wanted to see that, because that has React Router in it. So I think we'll do that one after the break, and I'm trying to think how much more work auth has in it. It is a lot of copy and paste, so we might get to the auth, we might not. Yeah, the last three do share a lot of code. You're true, you're true. And especially this one. Yeah, I think that's not 100 devs, so I'll drop that for the. I would keep dropping things out of the list. Yeah. I mean, we'll find out, see films. There might be a stream 4 of this, because Iron Upload Boom, it's kind of the crescendo, you know, so that might be a stream 4. Either way, either way, it's gonna be after the break, so be sure to stretch, hydrate, and relax. I feel like it is actually Piece of Soup gonna have its own stream, because there are some features in there that people mentioned. What do you call it? Last where was it? That people wanted to see. Like people like asked a lot in the last super review, like, oh, how do you add profile images, post editing, all these things. So I added them as like, okay, next time I get to mess with it, I'll start adding this. So maybe that will be what I'll do. I'll make a whole stream converting Bub to React. No, first I'll convert Bub to JSX to show the middle ground. Then I'll convert that to React. Then I'll start checking on new features. Cause yeah, I think I'm liking that idea. Bub gets its own stream, which means I will be doing these next two this stream. Feel free to come on back, folks. The break is coming to an end. Also, Akram, if you're still around, maybe if you should like just give 100 devs a quick shot, you know, because I know your experience is like yeah, pretty tough experience there, being out of US and trying to get a US salary level job. But feel free to just watch their first video or join the Discord. I think I already linked to it under devs. And if you don't believe them, just jump in. There's a once you get in the Discord, there's a celebrations channel. You can go in there to like see people's success stories of them getting a job. And it won't take long for you to scroll up to find other people who have also gotten jobs not living in the US with US salaries. So feel free to, go there, check it out. Don't believe me. I mean, who am I? I'm just some rando on the internet. Go believe the word of a bunch of people who actually got the jobs. But yeah, next one, Todo MVC, and I'm feeling since Bub is gonna become its own stream, we could probably do the auth one. So let's get in on it. Again, here's the repo in chat. Those who oh, that's not the link. Oh no. There you go. There's the link. And paste. So this is the first one in the VC format. So as usual, gonna follow the instructions in the README. Give me a moment to find it. There is no README. Okay, npm install. Classic first step. Is there a default env? There is, with all the old Leon credentials in there. So we're gonna swap that out for my stuff. 27017 to-do list. And we get to make ourselves a new database. Their database. Point Mongo to the database. Database folder. npm run start. Get our node mon rocking and rolling. And then npm create another front end. Back JavaScript into the front end. Install the front end. And run the front end. Good start. Okay. Now we gotta check out the existing code. So this is in model view controller architecture, which basically means we have our server here. Then each of our sections are broken up into 3 subcomponents. We have our home, basically our base stuff, which has its own router, which points to its own controller, which doesn't have any model associated with it because it's boring. But then we have our to-dos, which has its own router and its own controller and its own model, which is a way to interact with the database. We're using Mongoose as our model. And VS Code don't want to open it. That's okay. This is, I believe the front end is practically identical to what we've already done, actually, which means we can go copy. Yes, 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 we can go copy. Copy, copy. I'm loving this. That's a good one, Car6. Is it better to use find and update or define rec.user and then use the save command? It very much depends on what you want to do, I believe. So, okay, here's the difference. If you do a find and update, then like you'll get the updated doc, right? And you can do async await however you want on this. Save, well, save implies you already have it. So saving kind of already included a find step before it. You just didn't write that. So if you already have the document, then a find and update results in two finds. If you don't already have the document, then a find and update is a find and an update compared to a save, which is just an update considering you already found it. Yeah, that's true. You can also use .create when you're in Mongoose. Yeah, we're all talking about Mongoose here, but yeah, you're really just trying to like trim down on one database operation, it sounds like here, and you could. Doesn't really impact that much. And both of these can be async await or promise, of course. The return is the same. It's just which way you prefer to call it. Like one API, not that's why there's classes versus non-class way of doing things. Some people like it doing it differently. Okay, this is my old API. I'm gonna yoink it. Where's my front end folder? Oh no, it's not here. Yeah, for the most part, it's a preference for some niche situations. Find an update because it does a find and an update might be one more database lookup, but like it sounds like for the most part, a preference. It's like if you already have something, then you can just say .save. Save does not override the entire database reference, so actually I don't think so. That would be a good thing to test out, though. I don't think it does. I mean, Mongoose recommends using the save method, so if you need any other reason than that. Oh, so you see, Mongoose, a .save is literally an update 1. So if you really want to get down to that level. Oh, okay. Interesting, Car 6. Huh. Well, I definitely go for whatever solution doesn't have those issues. Executing the user schema. I mean, the schema is not an executable, so I'm trying to figure out what you mean by that. Running through the validation, like trying to validate your password when you did a save? Not sure. Hmm. It does look like the .save method might modify whatever you're calling save on end place if this is to be believed to be true. Because the doubt in my mind was like, oh, there's an updated at thing. Like, does Mongoose update that on this dock or this dock? But it appears it's the same. What's this code doing? I'm looking to copy this code. Nope, not in the database. Oh no. Precisely, piece of shit. Yeah, if you're making something new, then creates your way. But if you're updating something, I think saves the way I go with. Ah, piece of shoot. Use the update method. Yeah, I mean, like literally what Mongoose says. Mongoose calls update one under the hood. So you just save. You're just shorthand syntaxing for update one. To be honest, update one and whatever actual fields changed. So think of it just as a shorthand. Hmm. Okay, so first our server, well, our front end needs to do the proxy magic. Oh, what? I didn't. Why are you doing ports? Don't do ports. Proxy. Yay! I don't care about that. There we go. Get rid of what we don't want. What's our port number? Oh, it literally needs to be defined. 2121, I bet. It is. Sticking with the classics. Awesome. Okay. So I would like to put this under an API. So let's look at home routes. There's nothing important in there. Okay, so this will be... Oh, or I can just put it literally under to-dos. I don't need to change it at all. Bingo bango. Hmm. When updating the variable and using the save, it must trigger passport. Huh. Yes, when using .save on the model, it will cause the next time because passport will get the latest version of the document from every time. So on the next request, you're going to receive the latest document. But like Piece of Suit said, it's the database won't ever trigger passport. Passport will go to the database for the current user during authenticate, but after it has the current user, it doesn't really do anything with it or listen to it at all. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Don't think of anything better than that. Okay, so I'm going to add extra scoping to this and API endpoint. We love API endpoints. Wow, I did. When did that get broke? Oh, that's my front end. Hello, front end. What's old code? Old code. Awesome. Okay, so our front end is gonna get updated a little bit. So this is just to interact with the API. So API get to dos instead, according to our lovely routers. It's API to dos API. Oh, that's right. Oh, it's still doing it via middleware. That's right, piece of shit. I forgot about that. And hey, morning there, averagely sized rabbit. That's a very descriptive name of the your rabbit size there. Oh, there it is, car six. Good point out, piece of shoot. It's doing it twice because of the pre-hook, right? I'm like super confident it's probably due to the pre-hook. Let's to do look at that code because the pre-hook runs before you save that piece of information. So instead, you should only be modifying the password, or like you should be letting the pre-hook do its job. It's like not getting in the way. There you go. Yeah. So when you modify the password by your salting, it's like, oh look, it changed. I'm assaulted again. So yeah, it's not passport that's doing this. It's Mongoose, specifically this little thing here. So if you want, like, you can I personally would use this pre-hook, or if you're hashing it in a better way, you can do that better way here. Otherwise, you could extract this and manually do this every time you touch the password, but it's kind of what this is for. When you use plain text, it worked perfectly. I mean, yeah, it's literally pre-save. So I think that is pre on the save method. When you use the explicit update method, it doesn't run on this hook, I think. That was a fun little mystery there. Too many tabs. Exactly, piece of shoot. Don't use it, and it won't be used. I'm not really sure how about that one, Car6 either. It sounds like the solution is not to use save, though, to be honest. Yeah, before your dot save does its job, this middleware shows up and does its job, which is to make sure that if the password changed, it hashes and salts it. Oh yeah, you're using the more modern version of it with the bcrypt hash with the salt count. Yeah, it's a fancier way of doing it. Yes. Well, I think by its name, it only works when you use the dot save method, or it should. If you call it manually, like a find one and update or something, it should avoid the pre-save hook. At least it would in my mind. Maybe I could be wrong. It's broken. Server's not listening. That's why. Nope, server's listening. That's the way to do it, piece of shoot. Oof, proxy not working. Come on, proxy. To-dos API. Not doing the job. Proxy to-dos API. Yep, just do it manually, yeah. It's the way to do it. That way the hook's not anywhere near your stuff. Oh, it is different. Oh no, I forgot the JSON, all this stuff. Oh. No, you're right, piece of shoot. So look at the difference. This is HTML. this is also HTML. You see, like one of them's my React code, one of them's the old EJS code. I never got rid of the old EJS code, so it's in here just tricking me. Got me good. I also have to do the rest of this too while we're here. JSON equal. Yeah, so all this stuff needs to be API-ified. Mark complete. I think I kind of just guess on that. Yeah, it's, what do you call it? Optimistic. So now when I come here, look at that JSON. It's like empty JSON. Now it'll work. Yeah, I mean, introducing statuses or API states would definitely be an improvement. You know, like we were literally like a success boolean, right? It's a common pattern I've done before where every API request would have a success, a messages, and then a arbitrary data. You know, could go even that far. Yeah, lots of ways to do this with Bub. Yeah, I'm glad that helped a little. Oh, you mean status codes? Ah, I mean, yeah, that's what status codes are for, right? Why reinvent the wheel with a Boolean? Yeah, I think by default, like it's one of those implicit things, which explicit is usually better. It brings it 200 by default, right? But for some of the other ones, like not found, I could definitely throw 404 and stuff on there, and then client side listen based on status codes. The teapot. There you go. Yeah. Hey, Robodom, of course. Appreciate you coming on by. I'll catch you tomorrow. I don't know if mine will streaming tomorrow, but I know Leon's not, so catch you next time whenever that is. Yeah, fun hanging with you too, Robodom. Glad you got some studying in and we got some planning and some eloquent JavaScript in. The where rat. Oh, there were items here. Okay, we'll just. I changed it. Of course. Greatly appreciate you. No. To do's API add to do. Response was cannot post to do's API add to do because it's called create to do, isn't it? And there you go. That's all it's about, right? Incremental progress, marathon or a sprint, piece by piece. We did something, folks. The empty text of nothingness. So I think the backend doesn't really listen to whatever that random stuff is anymore. Probably got cleaned up at some point. To do ID from JS. Well, that's a change. And to do item, which look at that. So to do item, that's my first change. Oh, it's already there. Awesome. To do ID from JS file. Underscore ID, and then the other one underscore ID. Lovely. Doesn't explain the empty database. To-do's API. It's called to-do, not dot thing. There we go. Lovely React. Looking good to me. I click it. Turns off, turns on. And now we're missing a delete button because of my HTML requiring aught awesome. In one of these HTML files. There it is. Yoink. Look at that little trash can. There it goes. So clicky clicky. Delete. Let's add more stuff. BEA beautiful. Though these things aren't working, so none of those worked. So one of them, specifically mark uncomplete, has changed. So this is to our router. Incomplete. Ooh, fancy. Super fancy. So my little ternary trick with complete status ain't gonna work too much. So it's the word incomplete or incomplete. I think that maths out. There we go. It is now working. No errors. Let's go fix that to-do button, or the delete button. Cannot delete to-do's API. Delete item. Back to our lovely router. Delete to-do is our new name. There we go. And it refreshed the new data. Delete, delete, delete. Refresh. Nope. I was like, I thought, did I? No, I didn't. Yeah, that could definitely be a beautiful loading screen. And that is working, which means it's router time. So remember, this original page had two views, index and to-dos. The index one is not working. So it's time to get all in React Router land. So I remember how React Router 5 works. I don't remember how React Router 6 works. I don't remember it because I never used it, so that's... Oh, this is version 5. Well, I didn't mean to click that. I mean, version 5 is cool, but where's 6? Thoughts on Vue? It's a pretty cool, and I've messed around with Vue too. I'm more of a React person, only because I have used React more. That's about it. Aside from that, it's a pretty good tool. Every tool's got its job. Yeah, I like the fact that all things are kind of like it's separation of concerns component based, not file based. So like all your styles, all your JS, all your layout, one file. I'm a big fan of that. Aside from that, it's pretty good. I'm pretty good on JavaScript backend language, Python backend language. Mainly JavaScript though, personally. MERN stack. Main goal. Or main comfortability at least. By the way, I hope thanks for coming by. Hope your Saturday's doing well. Currently I'm just reactifying a couple things. What the heck is that? Oh, here it is. Create routes from Elm. Or use plain object. Huh. Okay. Oh, whoa, RD2. Well, hey, I appreciate the cheers. didn't expect that out of nowhere. I imagine your Saturday's been going really well then. Thanks for the 200 bits. Oh. Yeah, I'm over here just figuring out how new version of React Router works. Oh wow, it's got this incremental data loading. That's new. New since version 5 at least. Create browser router. Yeah, back in V5 it looked a little different. Oh, I remember this. BuiltGargo.com on Vue and Laravel. Ooh, PHP. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, Laravel's PHP. Huh. Didn't know those two could mix per se, and you're fine. Links in the chat. It's all good. Gargo. Definitely got a good sounding name. Ooh, website builder, huh? Let me turn off dark mode. It's probably not made for it. There we go. Super simple website builder. Kind of like a what you see, what you get thing. It's pretty neat. Yeah, it seems like a pretty nice site. View, you said, huh? Got it. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to tell it was view. Ooh, auto build. Oh, nice. Oh, look at that. That's actually pretty seamless, yeah. Wow, congratulations. That's a pretty cool build. I don't think I have Vue DevTools installed, so I can't peek at anything. But yeah, that's definitely a pretty polished site you got there. Yeah. Oh, and a free tier. You gotta love a service with a free tier. That's also nice. Under the top level domain, nice. So yeah, classic, classic, classic. Okay. Hmm. I would like I mean, this is all cool, but like the fact that like everything's checked kind of makes it like okay, have to like read what's the actual differences. Makes it a little tricky to see the actual differences. Opening time selection. Oh, also like contact section. Opening times. Okay, there. These are all the things similar, right? Yeah, and everything above is the unique stuff. Gotcha. You see how long it took me to figure out what's all the same. Oh, this is also different. And what's different. So, I mean, again, just took me a little bit to read it, but red crosses instead of checks. Yeah, that might be better because checks kind of indicates that there are things that are going to be unchecked, right? What's the try to find another say railway. Try to find I can't think of one that has. Oh, Heroku pricing. Because I think they have a page. They use checks and then they also use unchecks. I'm just trying to think of an example that actually does the thing. Do they not have checkboxes here? Oh, this is a horrible example. Yeah, usually when you see checks, you expect to see unchecks or grays out. Yeah, it's a contrast, right? If everything's checked, it's like the Incredibles, right? If everything's special, then nothing's special. But yeah, besides that, it looks pretty good. Build, build. I'm on the build page. There's hello at Gargo, yeah. Very nice. Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it looks great. Aside from that little bit of UI confusion for me, it's a pretty great site. That's pretty nice, RD2. Yeah, sounds like you've got it pretty going on pretty well there too. Again, like I said, not a Vue expert yourself, but it sounds like you're definitely experienced in the Vue space. Setting up that builder, the database, generating all those TLDs, and then the actual sites. Definitely a bit more than I know to do. Let's think. Active links, relative links. Okay, lots of data loading. Wow, React Router has gotten a lot more recently. Wow. And they put a lot in the Router recently. Nice. Yeah, 3 months from December last 3 months. Okay, yeah. Good job. Especially if it's just 3 months old. That's pretty good progress. Okay, so it appears that we're supposed to do this router provider thing. So let's start React routing, I guess. A group it. I mean, that's a pretty good question. How many a day? I assume. I mean, you could assume anything, to be honest. Best not to assume. Main JSX, npmi React router down. What we have here, icon 33, is the React-ification of a simple to-do app built in Mongo, Express, EJS, and Node.js. So yeah, if you don't know, I'm part of 100 devs. It's an agency with a free training program for the MERN stack, and then getting a job with it and all that. I have Reactified all these projects so far. And I am now reactifying this one, which is the first one that we're going to do some client-side routing on. I appreciate that icon. Yeah. just love me some React. Figured I should be able to show the contrast and how it's not too hard to convert some of these things to React. Don't we all, icon? I mean, if you know, at least for software engineering, if you know a little bit, you can 100 devs, like I said, agency, free training program. At the end of it, we're currently in the hunt right now, which is, our process of obtaining a job, networking with the individuals, building out the LinkedIn's, all those tricks of the trade to be hireable and get past those HR folks. Router provider. I guess I'll just import all these things. This is what the docs say to do. So I'm gonna listen to the docs. Hey, well that's great. Well, that's awesome, Icon 33. So yeah, there's no need to apply, honestly. You basically jump in the Discord, like click the things to actually accept the rules and stuff, and yeah, you can there are help channels there. People asking questions scoped from HTML, CSS to JavaScript to Node questions to general questions, and people are always asking questions, and there are also people always there to answer. So you can definitely jump in there if you like to help out there. There's also people always in the voice channels, depending on the hours you join, going through work and such. So yeah, we definitely. I mean, I'm not running it. I'm just in it myself. So sure, I'll appreciate anyone help. It's community talk, basically. That's true. Yeah, actually getting it from the beginning to the end is like lots of people just get it 80% of the way, 90% of the way, never complete whatever it is. So, I mean, I say that as someone who has 3 uncompleted projects sitting around. But yeah, definitely getting to the finish line, important thing to do. Create browser router. The other router. Cause this thing's weird as heck. Yeah, I don't like this. I'm gonna go the old way. Where's my browser router? There you go. Browser router. I like browser router. 23, yeah. I mean, I'm just talking about like things that I actually care to actually get working now, not all the abandoned poor apps. So this is how I remember using a router. So I'm just gonna use my old thing and I'll fix it when it breaks. App.js. Well, that's a bad idea. App.jsx. So we're gonna rename app.jsx to to-dos JSX. Make a folder for pages and shove it in there. At least it's the format I like to do. Index.jsx. Export default function index. No props. Return the dumb component. I do have the EJS here, which is an H1 and an anchor. Very exciting HTML. Will be a link though. That's how I remember it. Yes. It's a 2. Menu on the right. Say it ain't so. I do that for you. This is for your benefit. So when I open and close this thing spammy, like, it doesn't make the code bounce all around. So is there some secret meaning behind menu on the right that I have unknowingly subscribed myself to? That's the only reason my menu's on the right. So when I'm streaming and I open and close it, it doesn't make it hard for people to track the text moving. Yeah, I mean because someone mentions like, oh hey, well, you should put it on the right so this doesn't happen. I'm like, well, duh, that makes so much sense. Hey, thanks for the follow there, icons. Is that how we do it? Yeah, that's how we do it. Okay, now my goldfish memory. Oh, Copilot. I love me a Copilot. Oh, I'm not doing that. It was a good try, Copilot. Okay, no imports there. Gotcha. Also, I like to call this index. And I think we can add a flag to this to mark this as an index. Well, I have like no. Oh, I was wondering, where's my autocomplete? I never imported it. Yes, there's an index boolean. Hey, of course, Icon 33. Yeah, it was great meeting y'all. Look forward to seeing you code again. And yeah, I'll probably see you in the Discord too if we cross paths. So it's not importing all my cool stuff. Like, the stuff's there. Import the cool stuff. It's okay, I do it myself, which means I have to turn the server back on, or turn the front end back on at least. Ooh, explosions. I broke it. Import style. Oh, I broke CSS. No one cares. Because it's in a different folder. Oh, this is great. Hey, go in there. Oh, we can just refresh this page. App is not defined on to-dos JSX. Ah, because my export was named at the bottom of the file as exporting app. Fixed it. Okay. That's not right. Well, I'm not supposed to see the to-do list until I get to the page. Why am I seeing the to-do list? So source pages to-do X. Oh, I remember the thing you have to order them from longest URL to shortest URL. Is that what I'm doing? Nope. Did the main rename my import without me at? It did. It renamed my import. How dare you? So it directly just imported the to-do page. Like, this is what you want, right? I thought it was at one point, or maybe it never was. But I'm glad to hear it's not necessary now, piece of shoot. Look at that. Look at this cute little anchor. Watch when I click the anchor. Boom. The route page got updated automatically, super quickly. There are only 2 pages, but it's a single page application, folks. We have single page-ified it. And the cool thing is that if I just go straight to to-dos, it's smart enough to render the proper page. React Router is doing its job. I think this thing still works. Yeah. Make a refresh. Page still works. Just for sanity, it would be cool if we had a little linky link. So we have a link here. Let's make a link go back. Home, because people love going back to the home page that has nothing on it. I broke it. How did I do that? I didn't import it. That's how. Boop. There we go. Now you can go home because it's so great. And there, now we didn't really, since this to-do app was literally the same minus the endpoints, we did a little copying and pasting, but we got routing started. Now apparently React Router has a whole bunch of new features with like optimized data loading and loaders and actions, and like you can fully flex with React Router, but I don't think we need to do that. If you wanted to, though, 6.4, yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, I didn't realize the 5 to 6 change had so many additions. I thought it was just syntactically getting all hooked up, but things got actions and pending and wow. Oh, they got up at the suspense API. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, they went they're full-fledged loading system now. It's cool. Couldn't optimize the heck out of it. So yeah, this is working, but now there's a gotcha. There's a gotcha when you're using React Router with a backend server. Yeah, I am doing. Oh, so this is a new version of the to-do. So we've gone through a number of them, to be honest, though we haven't been that fast. So we got through the wrap name, the to-do list, the CRUD, and just now a MVC version of the to-do one. Yeah, I mean I like the file-based routing Next.js is doing. It's a different one, yeah. And then we're gonna do one with authentication, and then that'll be when we call the stream. We'll do these ones next time. Yeah, but so after this we get some auth one, which is gonna be fun, but right now we're finishing off this one. Yeah, I mean maybe for Bub, I'll go full React Router craziness. You know, we'll have since it's on its own stream, we'll have some time. But yeah, first I'm going to show you the gotcha that comes with using routing with an Express API. Yeah, Junicus, first time playing, I mean, first time actually playing with React Router v6 from scratch. Yeah, I didn't realize how much it changed though. I'm very much a v5 person, so when it's like create browser router and like objects, I'm like, oh no, this is the old stuff I remember. So I know browser router, and that was it. Yeah, I'm sure next stream I'll figure it out. The default route for when I want to go to a route directly. I'm not sure exactly what you're asking. If you're saying the index route, you can add make it an index route by adding the boolean. But if you want to go to a route directly, you just put the path in the URL. So it's the name of it. I believe they have some of nesting and stuff now too, but as you can see, I'm using very much v5 syntax. Ooh, there you go, Junicus. So that was the gotcha I was about to mention with using Express. So you would have to either manually create each route on your server to match the client, or there's a trick to do a catch-all and send everyone to the home page and then have the client-side routing work. So yeah, there are two ways. The second one is the one most people use. Let me get it working though. Front end dist, so. Hey, thanks for that follow there. Hazard high. Run start. Yeah, so we have our server running. It's doing great on 2121. We hit up the home page. Everything is great. We click on this link. Everything's still great. Everything is awesome, right? But boom, what if you link someone to the to-dos page, like Junicus is saying, you go there directly? Oh no, you can't get the to-dos page. So the solution is a little common thing where we say as the last handler, so right before your listen or wherever it is in your Express app, you say app get any path. Stop doing that, Copilot. And then you redirect them. No, not like that. You automatically send them the actual HTML file for the home page. This means no matter what path you go to, if it's not handled to, you'll be chucked back to the Express. And if it is like a real 404, the React will show a 404 page. Yeah, PSR, I'd love to hear. This is the one I've always used since a while. I'd love to hear the more modern alternatives, though. Send files. This is where you gotta do a little bit of manual. So you gotta manually point it there, but it's not the worst in the world. So now, when I'm here and I refresh, it sends me to the to-do point. And I'm sure I can, it's the not found. Firebase. Oh, yeah, that would apply very differently, I imagine. Um, or is it called a fallback? What's it called in React Router? Or React Router 6? Yeah, 4. Oh, it's an asterisk page. Gotcha, gotcha. There is a new way. Okay, yeah. Again, I don't know all of the ways, but yeah, so like it was an Express issue. Express wasn't sending the user to the React page. So this is the common catch-all, at least I'm familiar with, that fixes that, makes your backend server possible to serve a front end that does client-side routing. But okay, yeah. Now, this is because we're using what's known as like real routing. There is other routing. So we're using a browser router, which basically means like we use a real router, but there's also something called hash routing, which you, when the URL cannot be sent to the server for some reason. So basically, instead of saying like this URL, it puts a hash here. So no matter where you go, you're at the home page, but it uses hashes to keep track of it. With that trick, we won't need to use this. As you did see, though, it told you not to use it. And in your front end code, you could tell it just use the different router. So instead of browser router, use hash router. And I got a MVC. I gotta get in here. It does make URLs look different, which a lot of people don't really like it. But when you go to the home page and you go to the other page, notice how there's a hash before to-dos. Yeah, ugly hash in your URLs. It's not very fun. Sometimes, like, it's here because of fallback. Like, I believe if you deploy a React application on a site like GitHub Pages, the routing doesn't always, like, it doesn't play super well for React Router. At least it didn't back in the day. Maybe GitHub Pages likes React Router now, but this used to be the only way to get it on GitHub Pages. Let's see, it does work though, so it's a fallback, not the cool way, but the cool way requires, as you've seen, a little extra work to get working. Oh, so you know the ugliness, yeah. It's not fun. It works, but not fun. Yeah, there's no URLs actually in there, so you're kind of just using it as an extra place to store data, which, I mean, it's a pretty ingenious way of doing it. Yeah, apparently there's a memory router. Oh, oh, there's no actual. Weird. Okay, that's weird. What's a native router? Oh, React Native. What's a static router? Oh, this is some backend stuff. Yeah, I've never seen any of this. Yeah. Yeah, this is the trick I know at least. And that's the only gotcha you really got when using routing. Make sure your backend, whatever it is, can handle the different places. I did not use the outlet. Um, this outlet should be in the parent route to render children. Dashboard element. Okay. Oh, so yeah, this wasn't, at least I didn't use this back in V5. Oh, I see. So it's basically a way to make a template around it. You know, let me give that a shot. That seems interesting. Run dev. Hey, there you go. Congrats. Toaster oven air fryer. Mm. Oh, this is like a slot in Svelte or Vue. I get it. I get it. Okay. Or it's like a children. Huh. I've seen stuff in Remix about this. I've heard the Remix docs and they talk about stuff like this. Yeah, I think we do got one more project to do with which has a few more routes, so I think I'll save that fun stuff for that project. What will be after this break. So we'll go take a quick peek at it though, because it's the same version of the app with authentication. Yeah, I see what you mean, Junicus. I think like, cause that's a new thing that's kind of hit the web. Like each different layer of the UI is its own thing. In addition, it each has its own piece of data, so it's all like incrementally done. Haven't played around with those particular architectures. Yeah, Junicus. I see. I've never first time messing around with it. But yeah, we can see our next one. We got a whole whopping 4 pages. An index, a login, a sign up, and a to-dos, which, if you couldn't be surprised, this is going to be a protected route. So, yeah. With users, authentication, I'm probably just going to prop drill the users in. Don't no one cry. But yeah, definitely going to be good right after this break. So I'll catch y'all on the other side. Be sure to stretch, hydrate, and relax if you can, folks. Break is slowly coming to an end, folks. Feel free to make your way on back. And yeah, I imagine the pizza would smell good in that air fryer. Man, toaster oven's kind of small. This toaster oven's I mess with. Yeah, pizza, y'all. I got a frozen pizza sitting in the freezer right now, man. Y'all, y'all are turning down the timeline on that thing. Here we go, folks. Back into the code. Probably the last work session we got. So we're gonna work on the last repo of the batch because we're doing bub next stream. Ah, nice. Ah, the 13. Okay, it's not a significantly small toaster for sure. Yeah. There you go. Right. That's that's your COVID skill, huh? Everyone got something during COVID, right? All cooped up inside, had to figure something to do. Oh, Todo MVC auth local. Last one before bub, which we'll do next time. So considering it's basically the MVC, I'm gonna copy the entire front end into here. So just a copy and a paste. Oh, there's a node modules in there. It's gonna take a minute. And look, we got a readme. Love me a good readme. So we're gonna do an npm install. Oh, npm install as per the docs. An env file with my port and database string. Okay. Ah, yeah. I mean, hey, it's every deal bit of customization, right? That's the gateway pizza, though, right? Like, is that it? Is that the trick? Is that the gateway to making the whole thing homemade, ain't it? Why is Copilot off? Oh, it's in the config. Touch config env. Yeah, config env. Hey, thanks for that follow there, Inyarb. Hope your day's been going well. Look, there's already an env in here. I'll just swap you out for mine. Localhost 27017.9. Make there a database and start one up. Now let's see if the app works as existing. So I am using the Pop OS operating system. Before you ask though, I am not using the Pop OS hardware. I'm just using the OS. I think this is like GNOME 3-ish window manager. It's just so I don't have to deal with drivers, to be honest. So that's all. It just gives me not having to deal with the drivers. That's about it. Pizza Friday start on Wednesday. There you go. Oh, CD. There we go. PM run. We got a dev script around here, right? Hey, we got a start script. Okay, localhost 2121. Okay, we have a home page with a login page. There are no users, so that's going to be boring. What happens if we break the login page? Just to see what features we're going to need. Blah, 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 blah. Don't need a real email. Yeah. We're becoming tools for the job, right? It's just, everything I need's on Linux. Don't really need anything from Windows except games, which I don't do too often anymore, so it's good for me. Mac PC or MacBook, it's pretty nice. Yeah, lots of MacBook devs out there for sure. So when we log in, if we don't do it right, we get a lovely message. Oh, and when you don't sign up right, you get another message. So both of these pages have some messaging things. Then once you do log in, you got customized to-do list with a logout link. It looks like our text, oh, it's just add and delete. Oh, nope, there is an update. Nice. Yeah, I mean, there's no point getting around it then, I guess. And a lovely logout button to be gone. Okay, this is pretty good front end. Let's go ahead and update what we have existing to match this. So specifically, I am referring to, this is what you get for copying from existing. Some things are changing. Gotta look in our JS or our EJS to make the changes. So looking at to-dos, everything's a to-do item. What styles we got? Nope, not in there apparently. Oops, slight different styles. Okay. So front end style. There we go. So each one completed or not. Then a class of del. Update our this to work. To do item. So I closed it. So you don't get a class. You get to do item though. Okay, we can split screen this. Completed. If it's not completed, we get a not. So we're just matching the new thing. And our delete span, it's a class of del. It's now a text. Love changes. And now we have username has left things left. Slight text change again. Has things left. This add to do H2 is gone. And we have a logout link, which we can check right here. Thank you, Copilot. You smart. Here, I guess we're going to shove user.username right there. And we'll figure out those routes in a moment. Move that home link. Change this text to match. Okay, we have made it to match the EJS. Now it's time to update our home page, which is right here. It has 2 links. Absolutely amazing. Auto format that. Get rid of the anchors. Turn them to links. hrefs to 2s. Fix in those missing characters. So we need a login and a sign up page. Okay, at this point we can actually get to our front end. npm run dev, because there's something to look at. So when we're here, we get 2 awesome links, which goes somewhere we'll make. That will be login.jsx, which is going to look like login EJS. Okay, we got some local message rendering. Okay, so when the page is loaded, we'll have to be able to get the messages for the current user, which are from session, so they'll be transferred from session to thing. Okay, so it's going to be attached to the get user. So it's going to be like get current state, get initial state. It's a dirty method, but it'll work. What matters importantly though is login JSX default function. Oh, thank you, Copilot. Well, you tried. I think there's a form. No, okay. Now this message logic, here comes, this belongs on every page. So this is very much what we would call like something that that outlet could take advantage of. So I'm gonna yoink that away into a lovely, how's this work? App has routes. Okay, I'm gonna do it the janky V5 way. Do it the better way later. So it's gonna go here. Message renderer. Oh, that's a horrible name. Turn and then something like that. Then inside of here we'll go above it, kind of like a header. And eventually it'll get passed to it and cool stuff. I guess I kind of got it right now, don't I? So const messages equals an object of messages. Then we need to do some JSXy. So messages, errors, map. Oh, thank you, Copilot. Div the key of index, alert danger, element message. Perfect. Let's get some curlies. Oh. Parenthesis curly. You gonna write the info? Hey, thank you very much. Well, come on. Oh, I can write the rest, I guess. Instead of danger, it is... Oh, both are danger. Well, that's not right. Maybe it's info. I honestly don't know. I'll look up Bootstrap docs later. That is the JSX way to render these little divs. Cute little things. I guess I'll pass it as... because it will be drilling down. Just don't have that data yet. Okay, which means login page is a pretty dumb page minus the form. Again, we're just working on the view, no functionality. This sign up page, I imagine, is going to be very similar. Sign up JSX. Let's go to the EJS. Slightly different. Messages seems the same, so I'll leave that alone. Yeah, I mean, you gotta fine tune it, right? It's like it's like microwaving popcorn or anything like that, right? They say, oh, there's a certain setting for this, but between all those very hard to track variables, you gotta figure it out for yourself. A little bit of binary searching with the settings, if you will. Fine. But hey, pizza's pizza. It's you can, but it's very hard to go bad with pizza. Yeah, I mean, eh, you're just supposed to listen for the pops, right? Or listen for the 2 seconds of pop list, right? There's no, it never works. Oh, it's always a little bit too much for me. A bunch of burnt. Okay, so we're here. We gotta start making this stuff do stuff. Oh no. Functionality. Oh no. We can start by deleting our views folder since we're done with that. And our backend can start JSON talking. So of our home page, which has our login, logout, sign up, all this stuff. Oh boy. Okay, I mean, yeah, I probably wouldn't get the deposit back either if I almost did that. What if I was just like, I think I'm just gonna API everything. I mean, this literally makes sense to me. Oh no. Yikes. That's definitely not what you want to hear. So all of these controllers need to now respond with JSON. Boy, so many pages I gotta close to get rid of that one. Yawn, it's burned into the walls, huh? That's not good. So let's just get login. If you're logged in, go to do's. Otherwise, no, that's not. That's nothing. Oh, here comes the stuff, the nitty gritty stuff. Okay, so get login. I have to see what this talks to. So back to the routes. Main. Get login. I'll never get a login again in my life. Get sign up. I'll never do that. Yeah, both of those can go. In a post login, or a log out rather. Session destroy. So this clears the cookie, right? I think yeah, it does a set cookie of blank or set cookie of the new one. I don't really have anything to say. Oh, I'll make sure to remember that one. We will learn from your mistakes. Okay, so logout should actually be simple. We just status 200 dot end, right? You don't have anything to say because you just logged out. Yeah, there's nothing to say on a logout. Oh boy, drunk Uncle Grandma. Yeah, lots of great advice coming in today. Thanks for coming on by the way. Hope your Saturday's going well. Hmm. Okay, here comes the format we are all talking about a little earlier of how we will format our API responses. We'll have messages to be rec flash all of our messages. Boom. Hold on. Oh, we do want to do that. Is that read or write? That's right. Good. But yeah, Drunk and Grimmo, we are reactifying the Todo MVC auth local. So first we're updating the API to respond with JSON, and then we're gonna update the React to talk to the JSON. Boom, there we go. Ah, that would be pretty not too bad there, Car 6, right? There's your next 100 hours project, right? I'm sure there exists like there's like Wi-Fi connected or some one of them expensive microwaves so you can talk to via Wi-Fi. Stick a microphone up beside it once you stop hearing noises. Yeah. And here is our response. We JSONified this thing for sign up. Now we gotta do it for login. So much JSON. Thank you messages. Getting pretty good at this though. Hey, it's all good, drunk Uncle Grandma. We are at like the second to most complicated version of it. So I don't be don't be like that at all, because we already went through, like slowly walking through updating the API, and we're doing it for like the third time now. So definitely spaced repetition at this point. But yeah, basically, so TLDR, the front end needs to talk to the back end, but the back end is doing like redirects and stuff. So we have to change it. So instead of the back end doing redirects, the back end needs to just send JSON back. And right now, I'm kind of just going through this, making sure it sends back stuff what the API will consume. So we haven't really even really reactified this part of it, at least. At least not yet. I don't know. Lots of staring, reading, and scrolling, as you can tell. Oh, there's nothing in there. Oh, there is something in there. Huh. Get index. Right, so get index needs to return the current user. Yeah, just rec.flash. So the way that's working, let me jump back to there. So Express Flash, everyone loves it, don't we? It's not at all confusing. So the way rec flash works is that when you provide it with 1, it gives you those kind of errors back. But when you want all of the messages back, you can rec flash, and what this will do is messages will be an object that has errors, which is an array of things like this. And then maybe it'll have info, which is another array of things like this. So I'm basically saying, hey, give me all your messages. All your messages belong to us. I was like, I want them all. I don't want just errors. I don't want just infos. I want them all. It's a little confusing, but you can think of it as getting the messages of all types. Because this is kind of like saying, oh, this type of message. Express Flash. What is it and why do we hate it? Or why do we have to deal with it? Basically, the purpose of Express Flash is to store messages in a session. A session being data that is associated with a client. But yeah, it is trash, piece of shit. I have a fair amount of time I've spent, helping people fight Express Flash because the API is not, I mean, it does its job. I'm not saying it doesn't do its job. It's just not intuitive unless you really understand it. TLDR, when you make a message, so let's go back to the old version of this code. So, Flash doesn't really have a purpose unless you're using redirects. So here's the example. We add a success message and then we redirect the user. We can't put the message in the redirect, right? We can't be like, oh, and to do, and like can't shove a message in the redirect. So our request ends here, but we still want to show them a message when they eventually get to the redirect. But that's a whole new request. So we store a message in the session with Flash. So it's just a shortcut to add stuff to the session. Then when it comes back around, it will show all the messages that are in the session to your EJS. In React land, it's not that useful, but we're going to use it because it's already here. I know that didn't make sense because it's a difficult thing to make sense of, but basically we store message so we can get message later. Get index. I think we actually need, but we don't need it here. It is cumbersome, right? It's there's nothing more to say. It is cumbersome. dealt with a lot of people trying to figure out where my message, why is it not appearing? And like thing is, like if you console log, like you try to console log the flash messages, the very act of reading the messages clears the message, which is very annoying for people. That is you. Or is that you? I mean, it could have been anyone. I don't remember. But yeah, it's a lot of people for sure. Mark complete, incomplete, delete. Yeah, all these optimistics. Okay, I think the backend is significantly ready for the React-ification. Close that. So the first thing that we need to do when we come onto the page is we need to figure out who are we? Where are we in the universe? Not that meta, but we need to figure out who we currently are. What is our user? So that's going to be with a user state. We also need to keep track of our messages, which is, well, thank you, Copilot. Not what we're doing just yet. There's some optional chaining there. So initially, this is all going to be empty. And this is because what I'm doing cookie auth with Express. So the point of the messages is because it already exists. And now that we're using React, we could very much completely remove the flashing entirely. Like with React, flashing is no longer required. I'm using it because it's already sitting there, and I want to make as few changes as possible. OAuth would not actually help this, because OAuth with Express, you're going to love this, it uses Flash under the hood. Ooh. Hang in there. It uses Flash under the hood. Don't you love it? So there's no getting away from it. At least Passport JS, which everyone uses for OAuth, uses Flash under the hood. So nice try. So right now we're just bringing in some log and the sign up pages. We're not even using state yet. We're just bringing up these pretty pages. And what we're gonna do, it's all Flash. You're not wrong, whoa, dude. So the cool thing about login and sign up is that so this is something we've done in a while. So what are you saying is that you can just do tokens? Yeah, very much, Junikis. You can just use tokens for an API. That's very much a valid thing to do. Because technically, I mean, we are using a kind of tokens with APIs already. We're just using it inside of a cookie. So I think I have a cookie. Cookie. Where are my cookies? Cookie. Nope. Where are my cookies? Yeah, so it's technically, I am user token. It's just a session token. And it's stored in my cookie. But to take this out and put it somewhere else, maybe it'd be like, that would be relocating it. So yeah, you can use a token, basically like a cookie right here. For sure, I mean, we all depend on libraries. We're not doing this manually. How I would get rid of the flash. So at this point, the way I would get rid of the flash is by uninstalling it and not using it. That's the way to get rid of the flash now that I'm using Express. If I wanted to not use Express, but keep the functionality of Flash without Flash, I would be doing what Flash is already doing under the hood, which is using sessions, which is using tokens. Yeah, give me them libraries. You ain't paying me enough to implement my own thing. Yeah, I hear Nextauth is amazing. I've yet to try it out, but I hear it's pretty great for Next.js apps. But though I've done auth so many times, I'm not too painful about it. Yeah. So it's kind of like that with us, Junicus. So Passport is our middleware. So it takes a token stored from the cookie. It goes to the database, and it gets the user and assigns it to the current request. So the fact that you said middleware makes me feel it's probably a similar process. Yeah, I mean, Diemble praises Next Auth, Wodude also, so I mean, you gotta be using Next.js for Next Auth, obviously, but next time I'm authoring with Next.js. Yeah, it sounds great. This thing's on fire. Ah, there's a lot of them, aren't there? Crypto.js. Oh, is that a new one? Oh, come on. A Firebase isn't that bad, honestly. Although it is, it's its own. It's a lot more than just auths. But I've used Firebase as a backend entirely before. Not too bad. Firebase real-time database and Firebase auth work pretty well. Login is not defined. Of course it's not. And then sign up. Honestly, I'm not too bad with JWTs either, though I do hear they're like, you really shouldn't do them unless you know what you're doing, though I don't think anyone who really cares enough about whatever secret data I have is coming after my JWTs. It's about like not storing important stuff in the JWT, which I'm not doing that, obviously. Yeah, careful balance there, Junicus. Obviously, what we need to do is develop an artificial intelligence that can cook a good pizza. That's the obvious only solution. Hey, look at this beautiful page. We got a homepage, and a login page, and a sign up page. Now, just look at the previous, for those who could remember, before when I clicked the back button, it took a moment to get there. But with React, look how snappy and responsive it is. Responsive. And, React Router is making sure that all of this clicky works perfectly. I think Firebase is pretty all right. It works pretty well. Saves a lot of manual implementation of the back end, so pretty good. Let's see them flash messages. Okay, we get in there. So we have messages, we just need to actually get them. So this is where our use effect shows up. So when the entire app mounts, what we need to do is we need to get some information. I probably need to update the proxy. To-dos API needs to be just API. So let's see the messages. So we're gonna make a fetch. I don't actually know where this fetch is going. Forward slash. Seems right to me. Oh, credentials include. Do I want to do that? I don't know. Turn it off. That's going to be if data messages. It's also going to be. I got to make sure this data is good. Yeah, credentials include. I think I'll probably need it because we're doing with cookies, right? And the cookies don't do the thing unless you have that. But I don't want to add it unless I need it. You're not right, June, because it's a chef, an artificial intelligence with 20 years in development. Hey, thanks for that follow there, John Dolly. So I just want to see if this works, but I want to first fix my user stuff. Here's the thing: the user is an object, and it needs to stay an object at all times. But somewhere, it's not an object, which is going to catch things on fire. Here we go. So sometimes rec user will be undefined. So in order to make sure it's always an object, we got to say or object. Now with that, let's see if this works. It's dead. Use effect is not defined. Classic. Or VS Code is taking the night off. Hello. Wow, that took a hot minute there, didn't it? Oh, I'm still logged in from before. Well, this is great. We can see, look at that. There's my current user. GG. Okay, this is actually working pretty well. Well, where's my logout button? I don't have a logout button. I need a logout button. I guess this is technically something part of the dashboard that goes in an outlet, but I ain't about to do all that. So we're just gonna be like, yoink. Just put it down here. Yeah, it's gonna be in my dashboard that I haven't yet made. If VS Code don't wanna import. There we go. This is my jerry-rigged dashboard. It's just shoving all these things in here. There's a logout button. Now if I click this logout button, oh, I haven't figured this out. Yep, import link, piece of shit. You're right, right? No routes match location logout. That is correct. So let's make a logout thing. Sorry, goldfish. Yeah, it's actually, how would I implement this? Now, something else I didn't think about. This does need to be a route and all that. Oh, that's a pretty good view. Yeah, and then in the effect, we'll be making a fetch to API logout. There we go. And this is going to be our proof of, do we need credentials include? So if we do, then this won't work. Oh, what's wrong with you? Okay, I don't know what's wrong with this. Interesting visit. A citrus juicer and an air fry. Oh no. Yep. It's like another one. Hook, line, and sinker. Oh, that needs an update. Logout is not defined because we need an import. Use effect is not defined. Who soon knows why? Come on, VS. I don't want to do it myself. I do it myself like a cave person. Okay, great. So it did the thing. Now we're gonna see if I actually got logged out. Ooh, don't flash at me. Ah, I did not need two credentials include to make that work. Okay, so maybe I don't need credentials include for this. I think when doing cores, you definitely need credentials include, but since I'm on the same domain or origin, it's like super cool. But when I do log out, I want to do something. So after I log out, I would like to navigate. Okay, that is what I want to do, but we're not doing it that way. Oh, wow. Hmm. I mean, I don't juice mini citruses that often, so because it's not that popular of a thing, just falling out of stock. I mean, yeah, when you go up to that level of named brandedness, you gotta pay the name brand price. Think, oh, there we go. Goldfish memory saving the day. Oh, now you have to import this for me. There we go. Use. Disappointing. Hey, piece of shoot. There you go. Yep. Components. Navigate. And navigate. Oh. Changes the current location when it's rendered. Oh. Okay, that's cool. Yeah. This is cool. Oh, it's an inline thing. Neat. Hey, there you go. It's all about investments, right? Oh, okay. Okay, they're making this available for the non-hookable things. That's actually pretty nice of them to continue to support these class-based components. That's very cool. Yeah, so I guess you can use React Router still with class-based components. I kind of thought you didn't for some reason. Yeah, the hook version is being like, hey, manually make a call to the use navigate hook. That's nice they're still supporting it. So we hit up the logout route. We go there, and then we come back. This is good. We're going to do some extra logic, but we're not even getting to the sign up. We're just logging out. Because this logout button, we don't want to see this logout button unless we're logged in. So at conditional rendering, so if there's a user ID, then we want to see a logout link. Otherwise, we don't want to see a logout link. Poof. Then we'll do the same stuff for, again, this is all dashboardy stuff, but yeah, we're just going to shove it here. Now, if you are, what you might call it, logged in, well, you also want to see the link to the to-dos. Fragment time. I know this all belongs in a dashboard, but dashboard is for closes. Good enough. So now at this point, we need to actually get logged in. So look at this lovely login form. And this login thing needs to be able to update the user and the messages. So it's a little prop drilling. We're prop drilling, or we're not even prop drilling. We're just passing props because there is no middle person. So it's not prop drilling. But this would be, if there's one more level, we'd be prop drilling. We're going to say set user, set state, not set state, set messages. I just realized my logout thing also needs some extra work, but we're not there yet. I didn't type that. Okay, it looks good. We're also going to do the same for sign up. Yeah, a little bit of drilling, never hurt no one. User. Yeah, we love prompt drilling. It don't really hurt at the end of the day. I mean, it does, but it's something that can be avoided or just dealt with. I mean, yeah, we're not even prop drilling because we're just going one deep at this point. Login JSX. Here comes the fun. So on submit. Why don't I use TypeScript? Because this is more beginner level code. Nico Fishman, I do personally love TypeScript over JS any day of the week, and I love it with React. But when it, oh wow, thanks Copilot. Since this is all basically like general, like it's because we're in 100 devs, and this is our first week learning React, I'd figure I'd not scare everyone away with TypeScript. So we're keeping it nice, simple, and understandable as we can. Yeah, the context API, that is, I mean, if it got a little bit more complicated, context API would be where I'd go. But right now we're literally passing it to things that need it. So like in here, we would literally bring in the context to use it. So we're literally not drilling yet. A little bit more though. Context would be the day. Does this thing work? We would need to go to API login first of all. My bad, Groupeth. Yeah, I didn't realize that. Huh. I mean, I can probably get it to move down there. Give me a moment. Um, Screen chat wrapper. Someone say something. I'll say something. There we go. It's on the right. I just so this is the great thing about being a web browser. I can just move it with CSS. Oh wow. I fell for that. Thank you for your somethings. It works. Oh, well, I own you. Okay, well that's broken. It's all good. Oh, I can. Is that how I do it? There we go. I'll just turn it off. See, some things do work. Oh yeah, theming is a super common kind of like baby's first context, right? Theming and user state. First things that go in the context. Yeah, yeah, Junicles. It's just one app, kind of listening to what you call it, listening to Twitch and listening to Twitch events and listening, and it can talk to my OBS. So it's the classic React. I don't know why Copilot was writing it like this. They don't like this code. Okay, so I love the response. Okay, it's probably what I should be doing, but what's that? Yeah, it's all in the same app. So it's all one giant React app with a timer component. So this is a timer component with like, and there is a little bit of React router in here too for handling different pages. Like we got this page, we got the timer page, the start page. So it's all here. And it's all one app. Like React drag and drop. So for the animation. Yeah. Hmm. So is that true? Like Grumplith? Like I think when you're using the with context, what you can do is you can toggle like a global class, like dark or light on the HTML, and then based on the children, um, if like based on descendants or something like that. It might not be the way recommended by whatever library you're using, but you can. Just have to work through it. Yeah, I don't know enough OBS to do that, Juniclus, but I do know enough of React. They do correspond with actual OBS scenes to like hide chat and audio and stuff, but aside from that, just a bunch of different React render pages. Clean this up from lovely Copilot. I love you, but you did some wacky stuff. There we go. Oh yeah, that's the built-in one, right? The prefers color scheme. Yeah, lovely media query there. And that's literally based on system preferences, which you can like spin it a little bit to make it customizable and default user preferences. So all kinds. Yeah, Tailwind, that's my next styling thing. And I do like Sass. Sass is pretty good, but Tailwind, the next thing to look for. I believe it's actually one of the things 100 Devs plans to teach at least a little bit on. Okay, so we have this login page. We're about to find out if it works. No, I have to enter an email. No, internal error. Expected string received undefined. Okay, so I did a whoopsie because it's expecting a www URL form encoded. Try it again. Hey, look at that. Look at this flash message. Flashy, flashy message. Oh, wow. Yeah, I can imagine that generic cat person only CSS. I mean, that's literally the only way to do it without JS. Yeah. Yeah, thanks for coming on by the way. Hope your Saturday's doing well. Yeah, I mean, I hear it's pretty good. It's like it's a good way to use CSS. But I'm not even good at using CSS, so it's one of those things where like if you're good at CSS, you'll be a wizard with Tailwind CSS. But I don't even like CSS, so it's like, it's like how TypeScript makes you better with JavaScript. Tailwind will make you better with CSS, but I don't like CSS to begin with. Look at that, I'm logged in. Now, when I do log in, I would like to navigate away. No, what a horrible import. Don't do that. Lovely. Give me that hook. Yar. There we go. Now when I log in, it'll send me to the to-dos page, which is currently on fire. Hey. I mean, yeah, if you had a job, and you found a tool that did the job, yeah. For sure, nothing wrong in that. Okay, loving this. So my login page seems great. Let's go to the sign up page before we go off and jollyvan away. I think we have a lot of similarities here. So many similarities, I'm copying it all. So I could use so the point of the navigate is after the person logs in, I want them to be redirected effectively to a different page. If I were to use a link, then they would have to click the login button, and then they would have to click the link that I generate. So that's why I'm using a navigate instead of a link, because I want them to automatically go away. And yeah, that is Linux UC. It's Pop OS, which I think the window manager is GNOME 3 based. So yeah, GNOME. I believe so. This is React Router 6. React Router 5 may have done it as redirect. Oh, there is a redirect in here. What's this? Oh, this is a loader. Never mind. Yeah, it seems navigate is, as far as I can tell, the new version of redirect. If you're looking for the old HTML component where you physically render redirect as JSX, that is navigate now. Sorry to hear that. I mean, I'm AMD team, so I was just like, don't want to deal with drivers. Pop OS it is. Yeah, honestly, I don't really care too much for the window manager. It shows the clock. I have clipboard history. That's about it. I don't really care too much for more than that. Honestly, I barely use the desktop in any of this. Where's that list at? I literally can't get to it. That's how little I use it. Oh well, hey, I'm glad we could community tots. This is what we're looking for, I guess. Or what someone was looking for. Yeah, they renamed it, didn't they? There is a migration guide, I swear. Yeah, so for those actually going from 5 to 6, there is migration. Removed redirect. Hold on. Probably should have read this, right? But I don't know. It's been so long, I didn't really remember. Upgrade all switches to routes. Wow, this is a long page. I'm not going to read this entire thing. Oh, hey, I'm glad to hear that. Artitapool. Artipole. Yeah, of course. I mean, yeah, it's all like they'll all be here, you know. I do. I'm slowly getting them all uploaded there too. If y'all wanna catch them, 14 days past. Ooh, Windows 11. Oh, big yikes. Big yikes. Yeah, I've seen that piece of shoot. That's definitely something we're going to do in binary upload boom. And I'll try to do a little bit of it here, at least to make a nice dashboard with all these links. But yeah, I mean, I didn't realize V6 added so many features, data loading, all suspense, all that freaking stuff. It just added the mother load of features. So yeah, sign up form. We do sign up form. We're not getting that far. Which has quite literally the exact same code. They do have this weird confirm password thing. Oh, it says I'm just dynamically yoinking the data. Easy, easy. Yeah, that's the point of it, right? Piece of shoot. Although I mean, I know it probably super optimal, but this is basically my nav bar and footer here, right? So like this is my header, here's my footer. I've kind of jerry-rigged my own dashboard, so definitely want to use the recommended way, but it works. Yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah, 100 devs, like it's all at your own pace, you know, since it's like there is live stuff, like there's still live teachings going on Tuesday and Thursday, but if you already know HTML and CSS, you can kind of just set it up on 2 speed, zoom through those particular ones maybe. They'll definitely go for the first one. Is this post or get request? Oh, we're making all our requests here on Jixer 18. Though this particular form, they are post request. We only have, I think, one get request. Look at my routes. We have 2 gets request. One for the index and one for the logout. And then another to get all of our to-dos. So we have 3 get requests out of 2, 3, 4. Out of 6 other requests. So it's literally 33% gets. Exactly, generic cat person. A get request shows the query information in the URL as key equals value. A post puts the query information in the body, which isn't in the URL. Yeah, it's a pretty good resource there. Lots of it's a free code camps only getting better, right, Junicus? I think this sign up form is ready to work now. Use navigate's not defined. Another import. Someone, if y'all take a drink for every time I miss an import, y'all would not be in a good time. Aha, aha. I logged out, but I can still see the logout link. But when I refresh, it's gone. Okay, let's fix that. Hey, of course, Junicus. Appreciate you coming on by. Enjoy the pizza. Wouldn't want to let it get cold. I'll catch you next time. Maybe see you around 100 devs. Okay, here's what I want to do. When I log out, I need to clear the user, then navigate. Here we go, and we yoink that in as a prompt. Yeah, I imagine it's pretty a tough one. Even the jQuery, man, that's been a while. I don't think I did the jQuery, to be honest. Though I did it on the first iteration. I think they've updated that. They updated the free code camp a lot, so haven't really went back around for the new version. Let's do a sign up where we have NUN, Emilioli, and a non-matching password. Passwords do not match. There you go. But when I do sign in and I am good, we're sent to the to-dos page, which is currently broken. Yay. Because we need to receive the user as a prompt. The user. And there we go. None has 0 things. That's supposed to be an F. There we go. I think this will still work. Okay, we get to fix that. That'll be fun. To-dos, API, create to-do. All my endpoints are swapped. So it's not to-dos API, it's API to-dos. Oh, look at that. Look at that. It's working. Can mark them, can delete them. Oh, jeez, people. I think this is it. It's working. It's alive. I will like to try to do this whole dashboardy thing. Maybe just a little bit. Let's see what we're supposed to do. Oh, they even have forms. Okay, I'm not doing all that. It looks fun, but what's that? What's that? It's like a candy shop. What's this? What's that? What's this? Oh, okay, okay. So I guess I'll use an actual outlet. Let's see how this works. Used to upward child routes are rendered. Okay, so I guess I'll try this. I don't really know the advantage here, but we'll give it a shot. Try anything once. This actually looks like some good code. I will yoink. Outlet, right? Sure. Might as well import that. So I guess I need to bring in the dashboard now. Now I put the dashboard. So route forward slash and then the rest of the paths. I do the nesty thing. Route path forward slash element dashboard. And give this route to children, which is all of these ones. Okay, what if I don't have any more? The parent route matched exactly. Render a child index if not. That's confusing. Wait, is that path? Okay, so I move the forward slash. I get that because it's additive. Where does my index go? So these docs are great, but I have no like link to a guide. How do I see a guide how to use this? I have to hit up tutorial, I guess. So look for an outlet. Let's figure this out. Outlet, lots of outlet imports. Not much outlet usage. Okay, so the conditional class name. I love me a class name. Pathless route. Okay, this is what I want. Error element. Oh, you just put the index on it. Okay, that's what that's for now. So like this. And the index boolean means it's for where you're currently at, exact match. Okay, I think I understand that. This should just throw an H1 on every page. Significant lack of H1s here, folks. Oh, it would help if I export it. Okay, and then every page has this cool, which means all my this stuff goes in the dashboard. My lovely links. My dashboard needs access to the user. Yeah, it does. This technically needs a logged in state. I can abstract this away. If you're logged in, then this is truthy. Awesome. Lots of crazy curlies there. Let's get some auto formatting in the equation. Yeah, I think my index page could do with some bettering up because you don't need these links. Awesome. Still need those spaces. Yeah, if you're not logged in, then you actually want to see these links. So it's conditionals all the way around. Don't think this div needs to exist. Messages, yes, we got lots of imports, lots of fixes. Oh, this thing's just YOLOing out here. Link, if you can go. You're good. Something's wrong. Messages not defined. Ah, so I actually need the messages too. It's not prop drilling yet. It's not prop drilling. Not prop drilling. Still not prop drilling. You want to work? No, link is not defined in dashboard JSX. Great, another import. I told you all if you would consume a liquid every time I missed an import, you'd not be in a good time. There we go. We log in, we get to-dos, and a lovely logout link. Okay, this is looking pretty good. I mean, I'm using the whatchamacallit. Oh, okay. Don't need that anymore. I'm using the V6 dashboard. Sure, if I used all the other features, I'd be taking more advantage of it. But it's working. I add things up here. I can clear them, delete them, log out, sign up, the whole shebang. Oh, I forgot all these repos are open. No wonder VS Code's slowing down. I do think that is all mainly the goal. It's doing everything I want. Like we React-ified the front end of the MVC with auth, folks. So to go through the back end, since those were kind of the mysterious changes real quick on our server. Firstly, we took both of our routers, we put them under the API section, just because they're all API routes now. Then we hit up our routes and we deleted a few of them. We deleted the login page and the sign up page. Basically anything that said .render and I just rendered a page, we got rid of it. And then some of them we transformed, which leads us to our controllers. Our auth controller, dealing with logging in and logging out. Every call to redirect became a call to JSON, passing on our flash messages by setting messages to rec flash. So our React could render what messages were. And then our successful logins rendered a user, which was the user that was just logged in with, signed up with, etc. Our logout since it didn't really have anything to say, we just 200 ended it, didn't even JSON. Our signup did the identical stuff with messaging and Flash. There's no success message, so it just sent the user. And then we did the same thing for the other two controllers. Our home controller being the one that gave the user what user was available and what messages were in queue for it. So it just gave it that information. Since user and our front end has to be an object, make sure it's an object by ordering this, because rec user is undefined if it's not logged in. Lastly, our to-dos, which was not too many changes. Our get to-dos changed from .render to . Why is this working? Hey, why is that working? That shouldn't be working. ABC TF. Let me figure this out. So this is broken. This is supposed to be JSON like this. So when you come here, you can see all your messages. Okay, so what we did just now is we made sure all of our data responses are RES JSON to send back our data as JSON, which is what our React app will expect it as, both for getting all of our current to-dos and creating a new to-do. We honestly assume the mark complete, incomplete, and delete are going to work. So we treat these optimistically, meaning that we don't actually care about the response. We just assume if the request was successful, it was successfully completed, incompleted, or deleted. And that was all the changes to the back end. The front end, of course, whole nother story. Using Vite in development, we're proxying all of our API requests to 21. When a form doesn't send any info to rec body, what could be the issue? So what you need to do is track down where it's breaking, obviously. You need to track down, is it the form not sending anything to the server, or is the server not being able to read it? Easiest way to tell which is which is, let me log out real quick. If you open up your network tab and you look at your DevTools in your network tab and you type in your form and you submit it, you can see the network request is made. If you click the network request, it's usually a post, and you click the request tab. If you don't see your data here, that means your front end is wrong. Something is wrong on your front end. You didn't give names to your inputs or something like that. If you do see your data here, that means your back end is not parsing it and putting it inside your server. Maybe, because remember, the Express don't do this by default. It's your middlewares that do this. Yeah, that's where you go to tell, is it front end or back end to blame. So remember, your middleware is what puts stuff in response rec.body. Your URL encoded middleware and your JSON middleware. So if you do have data here, but it's not showing up in the body, that means what these middleware are not doing their job. If you're sending it as a normal form, then URL encoded should be doing its job. If you're sending it as JSON with a fetch, Express JSON should be doing its job. If you're trying to upload an image or using a multi-part form, you will need Multer to do its job. As you see, I don't have Multer here. So if I was trying to upload an image, the body would be empty, maybe like what you got going on right now. So you need to make sure that you have something ready to parse and handle the data, and put it in rec body, and that you're sending it right. So make sure middleware exists, make sure data is being sent, Also make sure that the header is correct, because all these middlewares depend on a certain header existing. It needs to have a content type matching what it's looking for. The JSON middleware will only parse a request if it has an application JSON content type. The URL encoded middleware will only parse a request if it has application www form URL encoded something. So hopefully that's enough information to get you closer to the answer there, Car 6. Yeah, that was the back end. The front end, we use Vite, the API proxy, to point it to 21/20/21. Hey, glad to hear it. Then we threw on our font awesome and our HTML and started making up some JavaScript. So our app, first, our main entry point, we used a browser router because it's the good router. Then in app.jsx, we imported our global state. Very spooky. Our global state included the currently signed in user and the messages to show the user. On initial load, which we achieved via a use effect with an empty dependency array, we fetched the current information from the API. Then we updated the user. If the API had any messages for us, we also set those messages. I think there are always messages. And then we did our routing. So we got a little fancy here. Everything under the / was rendered under a dashboard, which received as props whether the user was logged in, which was derivative state from whether that it had an ID, and all the messages. In that dashboard, if you went to the logout page, it sent you to the logout component, which logged you out. Login component, which contained enough setters and such to update the global state. Sign up, same as login. And to-dos contain the current user. Finally, if you just went to / the index route for this route would be index. Now into our dashboard, very amazing dashboard. It contained a messages component, which is right above here, which took all of our error messages and info messages and rendered them as little divs with some bootstrap styling attached, spitting out the message text in their content. It then conditionally rendered some links. If you were logged in, it rendered the to-dos link, the logout link. If you were not logged in, it rendered the login and sign up link. No matter your state, though, it rendered an outlet, which in React Router serves as the child, the next route to render. I don't know. A dumpster dev, thanks for coming on by. We're over here just basically finishing up our React-ification of the Todo MVC auth local. Hey, there it is, car 6. Yep, had to take out the eng type because, yep, it's looking for a multer thing, and you didn't have a multer middleware. That's only for the uploads. Yeah, that's a common thing I've seen when people would copy that particular form and use it for non-imagey stuff. Yeah. Obviously, they wouldn't add multer because there's no image, but multer did the image and the form. So there you go. Yeah, glad to hear it. Now on our login page, we're receiving our setters, and when you make a submission to the login endpoint, we make a fetch to whatever is in the form. Then we URL encode the form data. Nice, car 6, yeah. Now if there is well, that's bad. If the data has messages, we update them. If the data has a user, which means it was successfully logged in, we update the user and send the user off to the to-dos place. Sign up is quite literally verbatim, line for line. So much line for line, it should be dried out, but too late. We're here now. The only difference is there are more fields. Wait, is this literally identical? Oh my goodness, it's literally character for character. Okay, so that's a wet code right there. Is there a direct way to get a Boolean from a checkbox input? Yeah, so the checkbox inputs, they're a little different. They have a checked attribute that you can get a input from. So you get the input, however you want to do it, query selector, etc. Then you say dot checked. So it's input type equals checkbox, ref equals checkbox. I'll just set this thing up real quick. Const ref equals use ref, so I can get I can get something spelled up on the page. Copilot, someone. I'm gonna do a ref equals ref. There we go. I'll log out. Sign up page. There we go. There we go. So once I have a checkbox element, I'll dot current. I can get if it's checked by saying checked. Now it's false because it's false, but if I click it, it's true. So it's the dot checked property of a input of a type of checkbox. You know, you can be all reactive. I don't know. Probably not in React, probably in EJS or normal JavaScript. Either way, it's dot checked property. Nice, nice. Yep, classic front-end.js. Then dot checked is your way after you query select it or however you get to it. Dot checked. That's our sign up page. Our to-dos page ain't too different. We have a onload. We make a fetch to grab our to-do items. We derive the number of ones that are not completed and start rendering it. Yeah, yeah. I mean, if you're using React, it might be. I mean, no, it's still checked. Yeah, there's nothing you're missing, I don't think. I mean, JS get checkbox Boolean. How to get a checkbox with Boolean. Okay, that's the wrong thing, but there it is. Yeah, looks like they all talk about dot checked, checked. Yeah, I don't think there's any other way to do it. Okay, now I think all we got left is the cleanup, which is basically making this ready for production. Gonna use my classic trick again for the wild card. Yeah, of course, of course. Rec res. Oh, not 404. No, bad copilot. Res.send file. Your name, not public HTML. Front end dist. So that also needs to update there. Front end dist, because we're using Vite. This is all good. I would like to handle a non-existent. Like, what's this page render? Yeah, I need to handle 404s before we finish up. So it's the asterisk, right? So at JSX path equals asterisk. I'll just put something in here like what? Page not found. That's a great element. Oh, wow, that was quick. It reacted. Surprise. Page not found. So you can go to any old place and you'll get your classic 404 page not found. Okay, I think we're about to test this in production. This will be done by, might as well go the full extra mile while we're here. Add ourselves a build script, which will npm run build the prefix client. I could have called it client, but we called it front end. Then we want a post install script, which will run npm install in the front end component. And a start, that's technically node server.js, not node mon. And dev, we don't have it installed, but it will be concurrently node mon server.js and npm run dev prefix prefix front end. Why haven't you figured this out, Copilot? So with this, I can say npm I concurrently to install all this fun stuff. Come on. Any moment now. There we go. Now we can say npm run build to generate our front end assets. Run start to start up our backend server. Nope. Yeah, that should be right. Missing script. No, it's right there. I can see it. Sometimes. So I ran npm commands while my package JSON was open. It's not really what one should do. Oh, I'm in the front end. That's awkward. Npm I installed concurrently in the front end. Whoops. Now we install concurrently on the back end. It happens. That's why they have an uninstall command. Lots of thinking. So much to install. There we go. npm run dev. Starting our front end and back end at once. One terminal. I did this. I didn't close it properly, so it's. We have an orphan. Gotta go kill some orphans, folks. 2, 6, 3, 3, 5, 9. There we go. No more orphans. Let's rerun it. And it is all running, ready to go, development style. Perfectly. And npm run build just one more time because it's so fast. Gotta love a good fast build system. It ain't Next.js fast, but it's pretty fast. And npm run start to, oh man, concurrently or node mon or someone's messing up the game. 264170. Okay, it's all gone. Now npm run start, and it'll be running on 2121. Fully. Yeah, wow. Sorry, I haven't visited the index page. I was like, oh no, what's that? Enter a bad password. We get lovely messages. Look at our lovely delays. Adding stuff, marking stuff, deleting, logging out. It's all working beautifully. So beautifully that I'm trying to think. I want to show that I realized that I didn't. I did all these, these hooking up the front end and back. I never actually deployed it, so we're gonna finish off with a nice little deployment. Oh, great. Don't remember me. Just to show that all this does, in fact, work. There we go. It's logging in. Ah, I forgot how many of these are still open. Eh. 2, 3, 4. Ooh, looks like I'm full. I do want that. I want that. I like all of these apps. Oh no. I guess I'll delete this one. It's not doing anything. Goodbye. Goodbye. Not that repo. Not that repo. I gotta get to the one repo that matters so we can commit changes. Here they are. So many changes. Oh, there's also, make sure, the public folder. Yeah, we also delete that. Goodbye. Okay, that's good. Yeah, so many changes. All the deleted EJS files. Modified route. Oh, come on. There's a lot of them, as you can see. I'm almost tempted to just add them all, but it would be good. Make sure I didn't break the front end. Yeah, React Router DOM. Great, all good stuff. Our slight controller changes. Easy. Easy. And yeah, a little delay there. Delay there. Oh, I'm gonna have to get an actual database for this. Okay, that was good. What happened here? Oh, okay, new thing. Great, okay, and then we have React-ified. There we go. Now I need to hook this up to a Heroku. So, new Heroku app. So I'm having to remember something. To React-ification. Because we'll be deleting this tomorrow to make a bub. I should be Heroku logged in, so let's just delete that one. Paste. Now I would like to update this setting before it do go live. Add a database. Oh, I'm not logged in apparently to Heroku. Please log me in. Thanks, Heroku. Great, I'm logged in. Okay. Wait a minute. Where did these come from? I committed all the changes. Where did these changes? I already committed these. Bases loaded. Yeah, we're getting there, GZ Adrian. We thought we were loaded, but then they're like 5 files. We're like, hey, you forgot us. So we got a few more to load up apparently. Thankfully, we're just gonna do a quick amend. Move on with that. Hope your Saturday's been going well, by the way, GZ Adrian. Mine has been pretty well. Coming to an end. I closed VS Code. Awesome. I do need a database to point this to. Trying to think if I have any dummy credentials lying around or not. I gotta go all the way. Gotta go all the way over here. Find me, make me some database credentials. Because this thing will not run without a database. Ooh, a brief thunderstorm in LA area. Yeah, congratulations. Don't get that much that often over there, do you? Nice and cooling, I imagine. Aside from the thunder. I hope you don't get any wildfires from that thunder. There we go. Database is coming back 72 degrees. Ooh, beautiful. Sounds great. Over here in Ohio, I mean it's nighttime right now, but you know, it's getting chillier by the days. Snow's on the horizon. Winter is coming, as they say. Let's find myself a user. Okay, I'm gonna try to do a clipboard search. Oh, I do not have him a clipboard. That is sad. Okay, so yeah, I'll just grab. I need a new one, it sounds like, because I literally cannot think of one that's available. So, 21008. Ah, yeah. Now, so you don't care about y'all seeing the credentials here. They ain't gonna last. Plus SRV something something colon something else at place and then what role. Yeah, this doesn't matter because I'm literally only gonna give it touch one database. Read write 2022 1008. That should be it. There we go. Now for my connection string. Connect to my application. Give me this lovely code. Yoink it here. Put in the real username and password. Again, I don't care. Y'all can see it. There's nothing real going in here. And now that should work before we go pushing it off to the skies, though. Yum run start. Oh, good connection. Okay, means our DB string is good. Which means we can shove it in Heroku. So the name is, so the key, so the left side of it is DB underscore string, goes in the key box. And this URL goes in the value box. Now that it's all ready to go, all we need to do is git, not that git, down here in the terminal, git push Heroku main. And it's going! Off to the skies it goes. Dun 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 dun. There we go. So right now it's doing the npm install, which will trigger our, there's our next install, npm install prefix front end. Running our build. There's our build. Oh. Vite not, no. No. Hold up. That ain't right. Okay, let's run it back locally, because that was supposed to do that. Remove my node modules, remove the front end node modules. So yeah, getting rid of everyone's node modules, npm I. Oh, it's installing on mine, not inside the prefix, I bet. That's annoying. Um, they have a solution, but that's run build. Uh-oh, it's working here and it's not working there. That's not cool. Hmm. Interesting. So, prefix front end. To install prefix front end. Added 8, audited 9, added 2112, 213. Look at these numbers. 89 and 90. Well, that's not really good. Huh? Feet not found. So npm run install. Not working. Not working with prefix. Let's see how that works. Oh. It's gotta go first. Also, we're doing dot forward slash. Okay, so 2 changes. So the prefixes go after the npm command specifically. So there, they go after the sub command. See if this works. npm I. Effectively looks the same. Run build. Effectively looks the same to me. And they also do the dot forward slash to make it super relative, I guess. Hmm. They're also specifying the package JSON. Okay, let's see how these two work. npm install variant with prefix. Okay, so they double it. We're gonna do what they say. Use the prefix and then do that there. Wait, prefix install here, pack. Okay, I'm just gonna assume this is good. We'll do one more test before we send it off to Heroku. npx Vite. I'm making sure I don't have this as a global. I do not. PMI. That's a lot to install, I guess. npm run. Oh, that's taking a little bit long. No, it wasn't. It took the same time. I'm hallucinating. Okay, it seems to be looking good. Let's see if that did the trick. Fixed. What do we call this? Pass. Fixed pass through npm scripts. That's what they are. Git push Heroku main. Please work. Thing is, this used to work before on Heroku. I kind of just assumed it wouldn't be broken. How painful. npm prefix run build. So npm run prefix. So the problem about this is I'm using such a unique usage. This isn't gonna work. There is one janky way we can get it working. It's not what I like though. It's also not gonna like Vite either. Oh, is that what prefix does? Well, here's a good example. Let's if someone's asking for it. Oh, sub package. Wait, show does. Come on, give me these docs. Wait, how's this work? Designed to use multiple subprojects, run scripts, multiple subprojects. 2,000 downloads through 5 years. Doesn't seem right. Oh, I didn't need to do this before. Love me a good debug sesh. Here's one. 2 package JSONs. Okay, let's see what's up. Okay, here are Heroku. Oh. So this is Heroku messing with my stuff. So Heroku pre-build, I need to do npm install and npm install. That is messed up. That's what we need to do apparently. So if you're deploying to Heroku, you need to do fancy stuff. Which is, I don't know why I need to do this when I'm already doing it up there, but npm install prefix front end. You know, I'm not gonna go all the way. I'm gonna do it partially. I'm not I'm not actually using Heroku, but I want to just throw it up there too because that's what most people still are using, at least for the next month and a third. Yeah, nothing against me either. I'm gonna use it till I'm all out of free, you know. So until late November, I think, right? So yeah. But yeah, usually I'm moving to like Railway and other stuff, but till then, it's still free. Yeah, this experience is definitely definitely not gonna be using it. Just like making us doing weird stuff. Yeah, let's see if Heroku loves that. Seems right. My work. Heroku pre-build, install prefix front end. Here's the thing, prefix front end. They a lot more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 7. But when I npm install, Okay, so I RMR. Oh, I get it. It's because this is running in, what do you call it? Production, not development. So, the dev dependency is not getting installed. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Um, this is my I'm done with your stuff way of fixing it. You will be dependencies then. So we're going to cd into the front end, rm the lock, I, npm run. I mean, it's good enough. Don't care. Which means my scripts were probably fine all along. It was this fangledness here. We'll see if it works. If so, I'm going to squash all these changes. So I imagine that was it, because the number was not matching. There we go. Is it going to install twice? Don't care. And there it builds. Whew. Praise the loud. We got it. Yeah. Okay, now time to squash all these changes. Remote V or get LG. That's basically up to here. I think it's up to there. Right. Unstaged? No, I don't. Oh. There we go. Fix pass through. Move Vite dependencies. Yeah, we're gonna drop that one. Goodbye. Vite dev deps. Probably call that better. Nope, not another terminal. Don't need that. Into dependencies. Also, I can't rename it here. Reword. There we go. Loving that. Loving that. Now my package JSON is back to being normal, not all mangled up. The Vite dev dependencies are in here because they need to be for whatever reason. We can push Heroku main and it will work. If I can tell, it's taking a moment. There we go. Hey. Yeah, so I guess on some environments you're going to need to tweak that a little bit to move the development dependencies into the dependencies to make it happy. And here we are. Let's sign up real quick. Let's mess up the sign up real quick. There we go. Put in our lovely email. Our amazing password. We're on our to-do list instantly and reactively. Adding things to our list. We didn't reset it, but that's okay. Our messages are still here. That's awkward. It's also okay. And now we can log back in. Beautifully. So yeah, folks, a little tweak there. Again, just to go over it. The change I made was I took all the dev dependencies and I moved them from the dev dependencies into dependencies. It's basically because when production environments go to install, like with the install command, there is an environment variable called node_env that if it's set to production, will only install the dependencies, which is great. But in our case, we needed all of them, and for some reason they weren't all in here, so it only installed half of them. Hence, Vite not being a known command, it didn't get installed. I don't know. I do not believe you will encounter that issue on Create React-Ification, but if you do, show them all in the dependencies array. And that is the React-ification and deployment of Todo MVC auth local. Now, with that, folks, that is the stream complete. Got through most of all of them. We are holding off on a binary upload boom for next time. Our captions started playing. Yeah, Todo MVC auth local done. Next time, so there will be a part 4, I guess. And of course, Car6 happy to help. Part 4, binary upload boom. This time, or next time, we'll do JSX first, since y'all didn't really know about that. Then we'll Reactify it. Then we'll React Routify it. Then we'll super React Routify it. And yeah, we'll just make a whole stream out of binary upload boom next time. Whatever that'll be, don't really know. So yeah, if y'all got any raid suggestions, feel free to drop them. Otherwise, we'll try to find someone around. We got Aaron going around playing in their Godot. They got the bear on screen. They're always a good blast. Godot game developer. Let's see if anyone else is on. Wow, it's almost midnight. That was a pretty long stream. Yeah, ending with Ollie. Doing some late night leak codes. Trying to see, let me actually bring up my other dashboard. Again, no suggestions. I'll find something. Go. I'll have to do. Just going through my list, checking it twice. See who's been naughty and nice. Oh, okay, that was the list. That's the end of the list. So yeah. Oh, that's me. Like, they look cool. Nope. Let me open up some chat. Okay, yeah, so let's go ahead and we're going to raid, not JavaScript, not React, but it is coding, and it's always a good time. Errand. They're a Godot game dev, kind of, in the 100 devs community. For those who stream over in Leah or Melody's streams, you all know them because got quite a bit of overlap there. And yeah, we're going to go ahead and raid them. Feel free to hang on out. I will for a bit, though it is midnight, so do gotta sleep at some point. And hey, for all my Canadian friends out there, have a good Thanksgiving. I'll see you next time. Bye.